Even the crown princes don't have as much as we do. We have saved up for decades, so we have a lot of money. But now we are almost out of money, the subordinate said in despair. Ziwei and Chongqing could eat too much. Let them eat, Long Wanyu immediately said. But we are almost out of money. The subordinate smiled bitterly. Go to the Ministry of Revenue. Take as much money as you want, Long Wanyu immediately said. The subordinate was stunned. That was De Qian's money. Every expenditure required His Holiness's permission. You want me to take as much as I want? Are you kidding me? What if they don't give it to us? The subordinate said weakly. Tell them to go to the old man. Tell him that I said that we have no money to spend. Tell him to give us the money, Long Wanyu immediately said. That works? The subordinate said blankly. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Quick, prepare the carriage. Take me to see Mo Yike, Long Wanyu said excitedly. The subordinate still wanted to go forward and ask. After all, this was too strange. Was the Ministry of Revenue run by the princess's residence? Would they pay any attention to us? Before the subordinate could say anything, someone beside him pulled him back. Are you crazy? Do whatever the princess wants you to do. You're new here and there are many things you don't know. Don't disturb the princess. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Then, can we get the money? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Even if the princess asked His Holiness for the heaven-splitting axe to play with, His Holiness might give it to the princess. Do you need to be careful when asking for money? No, you don't need the Ministry of Revenue to tell His Holiness. I can guarantee that when you go to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money, they will give it to you immediately. The last time the Ministry of Revenue offended the princess, the account book was burned by the princess. Many Ministry of Revenue officials cried to death. How could they dare to offend the princess? The disturbance in Heavenly Mao City was quickly calmed down. After all, this was the De Qian dynasty's capital. On the eve of the Thousand Sage Conference, countless experts from all over the world had gathered. There were big events happening every second. Many people only understood a little and then no longer paid attention. However, there were still some people who were serious and sent subordinates to Heavenly Stellar City to inquire about the latest news. Gu Hai returned to Heavenly Stellar City from Heavenly Mao City. He returned to the first-class hall. The first day was nothing, but after the second and third day, news of Gu Hai's actions in Heavenly Mao City spread. At least, the Heavenly Stellar City Lord heard everything his subordinates reported. In the Heavenly Stellar City Lord's study, there was a scroll on the table. At the beginning was written Gu Hai's 10 sins. It had just been written and the ink had not dried yet. It was clear that the Heavenly Stellar City Lord had just written it. Is what you said true? The Heavenly Stellar City Lord looked at the official in front of him. Yes, City Lord. Gu Hai bombarded the purple bamboo bodhisattva, drove the Jiedong bodhisattva crazy, heavily injured 1,000 arhats, destroyed the future Buddha's face, and bombarded the Heavenly Mao City Lord. After that, many people said that Gu Hai had obtained His Holiness's appreciation. The official respectfully said, Pala. The brush in the Heavenly Stellar City Lord's hand fell onto the scroll. City Lord, do you still want to add a copy of Gu Hai's book? City Lord, your copy of Gu Hai's 10 sins. Do you still want to give it to the second prince and His Holiness? City Lord, we have already made 10 copies of Gu Hai's 10 sins. Do you still want to send it out? Send out my ass. Destroy it, quickly destroy it. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord angrily said. Yes. Everyone nodded. It was a good thing they hadn't sent it out yet. If they did, they wouldn't be able to keep their positions. Gu Hai. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord gloomily roared. Chapter 540. Heavenly Court. In a small courtyard, a group of white-clothed men and women surrounded a small house in the center. The white-clothed men and women were chanting, as if they were protecting someone in the house. Above the house, there was a Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern that slowly rotated. Around the house, there was a large hall where white-clothed cultivators lived. However, these white-clothed cultivators all had a Tai Chi pattern on their chest. Their status seemed to be higher than the white-clothed men and women. In one of the large halls, there sat Xuanan, who had saved Elder Feng Tong in Silver Moon City. He was an elder of Taishang's branch of Wanshou Taoism. Xuanan drank tea and looked at the house in the center. Watch the surroundings carefully. There is only half a month left until the Thousand Sage Conference. Giant is meditating now, so he must not be disturbed. Xuanan said in a deep voice. Yes, master. A white-clothed man said respectfully. Where is Elder Feng Tong? Xuanan frowned. Junior brother Feng, he. The white-clothed man's face turned ugly. What's wrong? Xuanan raised his eyebrows. He went to Heavenly Stellar City. The white-clothed man said in a small voice. Bastard, I told him not to have any ideas about the little beggar. Why did he still go? Xuanan stared. I tried to persuade him, but Gu Hai is a sinister and cunning person. He must have found out something and was waiting for it. Why did he go now? Isn't he looking for death? Xuanan's face turned cold. He really makes people worry. When senior brother comes out of seclusion, we just have to ask senior brother and Wan will be betrothed to him. Is there a need to be so stupid? Humph, if senior brother didn't tell me, I would have. Idiot. Xuanan's face changed. He immediately stood up and went outside. Heavenly Stellar City, in a fog-filled forest beside the array of Class 1 halls encampment. Elder Feng Tong set up a sound barrier and led a group of subordinates to stare at the little beggar, Zheng Faming, who was walking over from afar. Master is here. Look, he's here. I saw them coming here yesterday. That beggar's parents' grave is here. I knew that he would definitely come. Look, there are a few elite hall disciples as well, a man with a birthmark at the side said excitedly. The ice and fire spirit stones have been arranged? Feng Tong's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, the ice and fire spirit stone is ready. We just need to wait for Master and the little beggar to sit on it. I will play the soul-shuddering song to destroy the little beggar's soul and then merge it with Master's flesh and blood. The man with the birthmark said respectfully. In the center of the small forest, there was a circle of musicians sitting cross-legged. Their hands were placed on the guqin, waiting for the order to play the soul-shuddering song. In the center of the circle of musicians there was an altar. The altar was engraved with runes. In the center was a huge stone with a Tai Chi pattern. On the stone there seemed to be two kinds of energy, one red and one blue, slowly rotating. Good. Feng Tong nodded in satisfaction. 2 hours. We just need 2 hours. Master, this ice and fire spirit stone is the supreme treasure of my Taishang lineage. Why is it in your hands? It belongs to my uncle. This time, I secretly took it out. All right, cut the crap. Go and lure them over, Feng Tong said coldly. Yes. The man with the birthmark immediately stepped out of the small forest. The instant he stepped out, he staggered and pretended to fall. He looked like he was severely injured. The little beggar immediately shouted and tried to run over. Zhengfa, don't leave Elite Hall's territory. Don't go over. A person suddenly appeared in the wilderness. Don't go over. A few Elite Hall disciples immediately stopped the little beggar. The little beggar shook his head and gestured. You know that person? Our Elite Hall disciple asked in puzzlement. The little beggar immediately nodded with worry in his eyes. Someone Zhengfa is familiar with? Then, let's go over and take a look. The Elite Hall disciples shouted. They were at the border of Elite Hall's territory. Since they were in the ritual array, Feng Tong and the others did not dare to act rashly. The instant they lured the little beggar and the others out of Elite Hall's ritual array, whoosh! Suddenly, a storm seemed to appear out of thin air. In an instant, it sucked in the little beggar and the elite hall disciples. Ah! The little beggar immediately screamed in horror. Who are you? How dare you? This is Elite Hall's territory. The Elite Hall disciples cried out in surprise. Ha 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 ha! Elite Hall's territory? We are capturing you. Feng Tong laughed loudly. Whoosh! A group of white-clad men immediately flew over and grabbed the young beggar. The group of Elite Hall members did not resist at all, and they were all captured. Quick! Put the little beggar on the ice and fire spirit stone. Master, let's start quickly. We have 2 hours so that Gu Hai won't get suspicious. The man with the birthmark shouted after he rushed into the ritual array. Ah! The little beggar pointed at the man with the birthmark in disbelief. Little mute, don't blame me. Who told you to be stupid? Ha 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 ha! The man with the birthmark guffawed. Quick! Put the little beggar on the ice and fire spirit stone, Feng Tong said excitedly. Ha 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 ha! Quick! Quick! Activate the ritual array and prepare to play the music. Feng Tong shouted excitedly. Feng Tong's group moved quickly. However, they did not know that on a mountain not far away from where they were, Gu Hai, Gao-chen, Mu Chenfeng, and the others looked at the fog. It's about time. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai extended his hand, and he held a ghost stone between his fingers. Then, he pressed it down. Clack! There seemed to be a crisp sound. Suddenly, a boundless fog soared into the sky outside Feng Tong's ritual array. Then, a peerless and ferocious general appeared in the fog. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unparalleled. The peerless and ferocious general shouted. Boom! The halberd in his hand slashed down, and in an instant, the formation set up by old Feng Tong exploded. Hong! With a loud explosion, Feng Tong's grand formation exploded. The surrounding trees were instantly blown apart. Everything within Feng Tong's grand formation was exposed in front of everyone. A strong wind blew the wood chips in all directions. What? Feng Tong's expression changed. He turned his head and looked around. Then, he saw Gu Hai and the others looking at him coldly on a mountain not far away. Not good. We fell into Gu Hai's trap. Gu Hai deliberately placed the little beggar's parents' grave here and had the little beggar come here to pay his respects every day to lure us in. Gu Hai has set up a ritual array here? The man with the birthmark changed his expression. Great ferocious bird-killing formation. Quick! Feng Tong's expression changed as he exclaimed. Tricked? Tricked? I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unparalleled. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unparalleled. 10 odd peerless and ferocious generals immediately appeared out of nowhere and charged at the group of zither masters. They were in Gu Hai's ritual array, yet they still wanted to attack Gu Hai. Play the zither? Before they could play the zither, the ferocious cloud beast generals killed them in the blink of an eye. Detain the little beggar. Quick! Feng Tong's expression changed as he ordered his men to detain the little beggar to threaten Gu Hai. Roar! Roar! The elite hall members who were captured earlier suddenly let out dragon roars and sent the people escorting them flying with a loud bang. Then, they turned into huge dragons and instantly carried the little beggar into the air. Rumble! The little beggar was immediately rescued and flew over to Gu Hai. Buzz! The little beggar landed beside Gao-chen, and the dragons transformed back into their human forms. As it turned out, these few elite hall disciples were all transformed from dragons. Gu Hai, since you already guessed that it was them, why did you go through so much trouble? Why didn't you just capture them earlier? The leader of the dragon race, Xian Lin, asked with a frown. I guessed it. However, I had to be sure if they did it on the spur of the moment or if they planned it all along. Are they Zheng Fa Ming's true enemies? Gu Hai shook his head. As Gu Hai spoke, he looked coldly at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, 50 Xiang Yu cloud beasts appeared under Gu Hai's ritual array. These beasts held halberds as they coldly looked at the trapped Feng Tong. In the short clash earlier, Feng Tong's men were already in a complete mess. When they saw Gu Hai on the mountain peak, their expressions changed dramatically. Gu Hai, it's you again. Feng Tong glared. Senior Feng Tong, you are really stupid. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Humph, I admit defeat today. Open your ritual array and let me leave. I can pretend that nothing happened. Feng Tong said coldly. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Feng Tong glared. What am I laughing at? You don't even know that you are about to die? Do you think that you can leave today? Humph. Kill Xiang Yu. Gu Hai said coldly. Roar. The cloud beasts immediately raised their halberds and charged. No. Don't kill me. The man with the birthmark shouted, his expression changing. Rumble. The 50 Xiang Yu clashed, and more than half of the Zither masters died. Gu Hai, how dare you? Feng Tong's expression changed. He grabbed a sword and charged at Gu Hai. Buzz. Mu Chenfeng waved her hand, and the sky-piercing cannon aimed at Feng Tong. Gah! Feng Tong's expression froze, and he stopped. He knew the power of the sky-piercing cannon very well. He could not deal with it. You. I am a disciple of Wanshou Taoism. My master is Xuanan, and my uncle is Xuandu. Don't you dare touch me. Feng Tong glared. Xuanan? Xuandu? Huh. What does it have to do with me? If I kill you, who will know? Gu Hai said coldly. Feng Tong's expression changed. Not far away, the man with the birthmark shouted, Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am following his orders. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the man with the birthmark. If I am right, you have something to do with the deaths of Jing Faming's family? No. It's not me. It's not me. The man with the birthmark shouted anxiously. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Tell me, who else is targeting Jing Faming? How do you know? The man with the birthmark was shocked. Chapter 541. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Tell me, who else is targeting Jing Faming besides you? How do you know? The man's expression changed. Gu Hai looked at the man with the birthmark coldly. I don't know. When Jing Faming was born, there was a natural phenomenon. All the light within a 10-mile radius was swallowed up. It was dark, and it was night. Many people didn't think much of it, but the Wanshou Taoism has records. I found out that we could have taken Jing Faming away, but another force appeared. That night we fought for a long time. We didn't probe further, but the other party accidentally stabbed Jing Faming's mother to death. The man with the birthmark cried. Wait, within a 10-mile radius? You were so coincidental? You met them? Gu Hai's expression was cold. Me? The man with the birthmark looked at Elder Feng Tong. Speak. Gu Hai glared. Yes, it was Master who told us that the Wanshou Taoism had made a divination and found the devouring Tao body in the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. He arranged for people to go to the 3 capitals. We were arranged to stay in the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. The man with the birthmark whispered. Divination? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. How could that be? Mr. Good, I think this is the divination of the black-robed longevity masters. They have done a lot of research. I once heard from the Crown Prince that the white-robed longevity masters are in charge of life, and the black-robed longevity masters are in charge of death. The 4 black-robed longevity masters sacrifice their lives and become slaves of reincarnation. They can see the secret of reincarnation, Crown Prince Lin explained. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Our cultivation was not high enough, so we didn't dare to make too much of a commotion in the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. The other party was the same. We were afraid of arousing suspicion. We couldn't take Jing Faming away, so we couldn't let others take him away. So we sent a message back while fighting for Jing Faming. I showed up in front of Jing Faming several times and tried to take him away, but I failed. That's why he knew me. The man with the birthmark immediately cried. You don't know who the other force is? Gu Hai said coldly. I don't know. I really don't know. Mr. Good, I was following Master's orders. It's not my fault. The man with the birthmark said anxiously. Gu Hai, however, looked at Zheng Fa Ming and said, You heard that? Now, what do you want to do with them? Little beggar, I saved you before. Last time, when the leader of that force let his dog bite you, I was the one who saved you. I was the one who saved you. The birthmark man said anxiously. Little Ming, don't listen to his nonsense. They killed your parents. Besides, without him, no dog would bite you. Gao Chen said immediately. After crying for a while, the little beggar finally looked at the North Star and gestured with his hands. That's fine. Leave it to me to handle. You don't have to worry about it. Gao Chen nodded. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen strangely. The little beggar's words, you can understand them? Master, kill them. Gao Chen immediately begged. Gu Hai slightly frowned. He turned to look at Elder Feng Tong and the others. Before he could say anything, a shout came from outside. Leader Gu, have mercy. Leader Gu. An anxious voice came from outside. And? Gu Hai's face sank. He reached out his hand. Suddenly, in the outside world, a flying boat appeared. It was the heavenly stellar city lord, and beside him was Xianen. Leader Gu, have mercy. This is Elder Xuanen of the Wanshou Taoism. He has a good relationship with the second prince. The heavenly stellar city lord immediately said politely. Xuanen? Gu Hai slightly knit his brows. Leader Gu, have mercy. It's my fault for not disciplining him well. I've let my evil disciple disturb you. I ask that you give the Wanshou Taoism some face and let them go. Xuanen said with a smile. Let them go? Even if I let them go, will they let my people go? I don't normally cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to provoke. Elder Xuanen, I'm sorry, they have offended me. It's useless to plead for mercy. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Master, save me. Master. Elder Feng Tong cried out in agitation. Don't shout. Mu Chenfeng pointed the cannon at Elder Feng Tong. The heavenly stellar city lord on the side suddenly gave a bitter smile. Leader Gu, look, you didn't lose anything. Moreover, this is outside your elite hall's array. Elder Xuanen of the Wanshou Taoism personally came to plead for mercy. It's reasonable to give them a small punishment at most. A small punishment at most? Gu Hai's brows jumped as he looked at the heavenly stellar city lord. That's right, you're all fine. At most it's a dispute of personal feelings. If you blindly kill people, you'll be discrediting De Qian. According to the De Qian law, you can't kill them. The heavenly stellar city lord shouted. Ha, heavenly stellar city lord, it's best if you don't interfere in my matters. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Leader Gu, the heavenly stellar city lord's words are reasonable. If Elder Feng Tong had intruded into your elite hall's territory, then you can deal with him as you wish. However, he is clearly outside your elite hall's array? Even if he is guilty, the heavenly stellar city lord will take care of it, not you. The heavenly stellar city lord already said that Elder Feng Tong is not a death sentence and can be spared. You want to kill Elder Feng Tong, but you want to incriminate him. I want to ask Sir Daqiansheng, this thousand-sage conference, was it prepared to ambush my Wanshou Taoism? Xuanen said in a cold voice. Gu Hai coldly looked at Xuanen. Moreover, Mr. Good, Crown Prince Ao Shun seemed to have left Heavenly Stellar City yesterday and is no longer by your side. If you want to incriminate him, then don't blame me for being impolite. You kill him, I'll kill you. Humph, this sky-blasting cannon is useless against me. Xuanen coldly said. While speaking, Xuanen released his aura, suppressing Gu Hai. It was as long as Gu Hai gave the order to kill Elder Feng Tong, he would immediately kill Elder Feng Tong. Peak Middle Heaven Palace level aura? Successor Lin's expression changed. The sky-blasting cannon could only kill people in the Middle Heaven Palace level, but Schwanen was at the peak of the Middle Heaven Palace level. Indeed, no one could stop him from killing Gu Hai. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, go ahead and kill me. Do you dare kill me now? My master is here, no one can kill me. You little gigolo, daring to slander one. Let me tell you, when I go back and my uncle comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll have my uncle betroth her to me. Originally, I wanted to marry her with a healthy body, but now I'll marry her with this little body. How about it? You dare say that Wan is your wife in the capital city? What a joke, she's mine. Ha 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 ha. Elder Feng Tong's eyes suddenly became wild with excitement. The heavenly stellar city lord let out a long breath and revealed a faint smile. It was clear that seeing Gu Hai suffer, he was very happy. Shut up! Schwanen loudly shouted at Elder Feng Tong. You're not even safe yet, what are you being so cocky for? Extremely stupid. Hall Master Gu, let's both take a step back. I won't pursue the previous matter and let's end it here. How about it? Schwanen coldly stared at Gu Hai, a killing intent locked onto Gu Hai. As long as Gu Hai dared to resist, he would immediately kill him. Gu Hai suddenly gave a cold smile and said, I remember that you just said that if Elder Feng Tong trespassed into my Class 1 Hall's territory, he would be at my mercy, right? That's right, but right now, they're outside your Class 1 Hall's formation. Schwanen coldly said. Outside Class 1 Hall's formation? That doesn't mean they're not in my Class 1 Hall's territory. Gu Hai coldly said. Schwanen's expression changed. The heavenly stellar city lord was also slightly startled, revealing a shocked expression. These past few days, I've already reduced the range of Class 1 Hall's formation. Although we're outside Class 1 Hall's formation right now, we're still in Class 1 Hall's territory. Heavenly stellar city lord, don't you think so? Gu Hai gave a cold smile. Quick, go to Class 1 Hall's map. The heavenly stellar city lord's expression changed. Very quickly, a subordinate brought over a map of Class 1 Hall's territory and compared it to the map. City Lord, this is still Class 1 Hall's territory. The subordinate said in a low voice. What? How could this be? The heavenly stellar city lord's expression changed. Schwanen's expression also changed. Gu Hai, you tricked me? Elder Feng Tong suddenly cried out in shock. Kill them for me. Gu Hai loudly shouted. My strength can pick up mountains, and my might can conquer the world. Save me! Rumble! The cloud beasts Yang Yu charged forward. Master, save me! Elder Feng Tong cried out in shock and flew into the sky. Schwanen stretched out his hand as if he wanted to save him. Mu Qinfeng! Gu Hai coldly shouted. Don't! Schwanen suddenly cried out. Boom! Elder Feng Tong, who had soared into the sky, was instantly blown to pieces by the sky-blasting cannon. Gu Hai, you dare! Schwanen's expression changed and he shouted out in shock. He was about to send a palm strike at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression was ice-cold. He stood in front of everyone and stared at Schwanen. Schwanen, you dare! Don't! The heavenly stellar city lord suddenly cried out in shock. He wanted to give Schwanen face and then find Gu Hai to vent his anger. Who would have thought that he would make a mistake again? If Gu Hai was killed, wouldn't he be working with outsiders to kill Class 1 Hall's Hall Master? Schwanen was also very angry, but when he saw Gu Hai's fierce expression, he hesitated. Because if he killed Gu Hai, it would implicate the Wanshou Taoism. At the very least, the Wanshou Taoism would not be able to participate in the Thousand Sage Conference. Schwanen's hand froze. Boom! The sky-piercing cannon turned around and exploded at Schwanen. With a huge explosion, Schwanen's figure suddenly stopped. Mu Qinfeng revealed a trace of worry, but Gu Hai coldly looked at Schwanen, who stopped in the air. Grandmaster, save us, Grandmaster! The man with the birthmark and the others anxiously cried out. Rumble! The Xiangyu cloud beasts fought for a while. No one could escape and were wildly killed. Xuanan did not care about the lives of others. Looking at the pieces of Elder Feng Tong's exploded body, Xuanan stared at Gu Hai with a gloomy face. Good, good, good. Gu Hai, let's see how you die next. Humph. How I die is not up to you to decide. Gu Hai coldly said. Elder Feng Tong is dead. That is the treasure of my Taishang lineage. I want to take it away. Xuanan looked at the ice-fire spirit stone in the distance and glared. Ha 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 ha, Elder Xuanan, this is the elite hall. Everything here is mine. Gu Hai coldly said. While speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a large amount of fog suddenly appeared around the ice-fire spirit stone, covering it. How dare you? Xuanan glared. You are the one who is bold. You dare to break in again. Before the Thousand Sage Conference, I will make everyone in your Wanshou Taoism scram out of the heavenly court. Do you believe me? Gu Hai glared. You. Ha ha ha, good good. Gu Hai, I will temporarily leave the treasure with you. Humph, when someone comes to take it from you, I hope you won't regret it. After speaking, he waved his sleeve and Xuanan turned around and flew away, flying out of Heavenly Wool City. Head Gu, today the Heavenly Stellar City Lord smiled at Gu Hai. Heavenly Stellar City Lord, go back to where you came from. I won't invite you in, Gu Hai coldly said. After speaking, he waved his sleeve and the surroundings were covered in fog. He completely ignored the Heavenly Stellar City Lord. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord's expression changed. In the end, he could only order his subordinates to return. Coming here this time was simply asking for humiliation. Chapter 542. The fog covered the territory of the first-class hall. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord angrily left. In the fog. In a short period of time, the people that Elder Feng Tong brought were all killed. All right, Little Ming, I told Master that there are still some enemies left. We will find them as soon as possible, Gao-Chen said to Zheng Fa Ming. Zheng Fa Ming immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Hai 3 times. All right, stand up. Gao-Chen's voice is quite unique and I am busy, so I don't have time to help him. You can appreciate his voice, but you have found a partner for Gao-Chen. In the future, Gao-Chen will teach you cultivation. Gu Hai nodded. Zheng Fa Ming immediately nodded and respectfully stood behind Gao-Chen. Lin, thank you for your cooperation. Gu Hai looked at the dragons that cooperated. Before the Crown Prince left, he told me to listen to you, so don't thank us. If you want to thank someone, thank the Crown Prince, Lin said without any gratitude. All right. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. That's the Fire and Ice Spirit Stone, the most precious treasure of the Most High Path. You have to be careful. In the future, there will definitely be experts from the Most High Path who will come looking for it. Crown Prince Lin said seriously. Let them come, Gu Hai said with a smile. After settling everyone down, Gu Hai took out the Ice Fire Spirit Stone and went into closed-door cultivation. Because just now Gu Hai's Dantian seemed to have reacted to the Ice Fire Spirit Stone. The door to the hall closed and the giant Ice Fire Spirit Stone was placed in front of Gu Hai. In his Dantian, it was not the Spirit Mother Divine King's reaction, but rather the Heaven-Mending Lake's trembling. This thing was useful to the Heaven-Mending Lake? Reaching out, Gu Hai placed his right hand on the Ice Fire Spirit Stone. When he placed his hand on it, he activated the Great Compassion of Heaven and Earth cultivation technique. Hong Long Long. Suddenly, the Fire and Ice Spirit Stone trembled. As it trembled, it seemed to be resisting the absorption of the Great Compassion Fu of Heaven and Earth. Suddenly 2 streams of energy rushed into Gu Hai's body. True Samadhi fire? Gu Hai's expression changed. 2 types of energy, 1 fire and 1 ice. The fire was the true Samadhi fire. It instantly surged into Gu Hai's body. If it was anyone else, they would have been incinerated to death. Humph! In the Fire God Palace, the Fire God snorted coldly. Suddenly, the fire gourd on his back produced a suction force and absorbed the true samadhi fire. The other was an icy cold aura that rushed into Gu Hai's body, as if it wanted to freeze Gu Hai's insides. Originally, the collision of fire and ice would cause a violent explosion in Gu Hai's body. But now, the fire was contained by the fire gourd. The cold air on the other side was absorbed by the water god in the water god palace and surged into the ice mountain that had shrunk. Rumble! As the ice mountain absorbed the cold air, it seemed to be growing bit by bit. While the fire and cold air were being absorbed, the fire and ice spiritual stone seemed to be melting. A unique energy slowly flowed into the dantian. 1. In the dantian, a 9-colored mist condensed and shrouded the heaven-patching transformation pool. Fire and ice spiritual stone? It can help me cultivate the great compassion fu of heaven and earth? Gu Hai revealed a look of joy. One had to know that although the great compassion fu of heaven and earth was powerful, it had not improved since he cultivated it to the first level. Gu Hai had tried many methods, but it was to no avail. Now, the fire and ice spiritual stone was like a tonic, circulating rapidly. Gu Hai closed his eyes and absorbed the fire and ice spiritual stone calmly. The fire and ice spiritual stone melted into liquid and split into 3 parts. The fire and ice entered the water god palace and fire god palace. The unique energy formed a 9-colored mist that shrouded the heaven-patching transformation pool. Gu Hai sat cross-legged for an entire day. On this day, the fire and ice spiritual stone was completely absorbed by Gu Hai. 1. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the dantian. The 9-colored mist instantly flowed into the heaven-patching transformation pool and disappeared. The 7-colored mist entered the pool. According to the description of the cultivation technique, it should be the 2nd level. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth, the 2nd level? Gu Hai was slightly confused. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth had improved again, but there was no change in the dantian. The heaven-patching pool was still the same, and so was the transformation pool. There was nothing? No, there is a change? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He saw that there was an additional word, scatter, on the inner wall of the transformation pool, and there was an additional word, gather, in the heaven-patching pool. Scatter? Gather? The great compassion fu of heaven and earth recorded that scatter into form, and gather into form? What does that mean? Gu Hai thought for a while. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai took out a small sword from his storage bracelet. Exhaling a stream of true energy, he sucked the sword into his dantian. Then, with the sword wrapped in his true energy, he teleported to the transformation pool. When the great compassion of heaven and earth reaches the 2nd heaven, I can wrap the object with genuine qi and send it into the dantian. But what's the use of sending it? Gu Hai carefully placed the small sword into the transformation pool. Buzz! Suddenly, the small sword was sucked in by the transformation pool. The word, scatter, suddenly emitted a golden light, and the trace of heaven-mending power in the heaven-mending pool decreased slightly, as if it had turned into the energy of the word, scatter. The golden light enveloped the small sword. In an instant, the small sword strangely disintegrated into a dozen small pieces of metal and a small black object. This is copper? Is this iron? Is this gold? Gu Hai looked at the dozens of small pieces of metal in astonishment. Scattered matter into divided matter? Was it disassembling an object? The energy needed to disassemble it is the heaven-mending power? Gu Hai's expression changed. Then, this small black object is? Gu Hai was puzzled. He slightly activated the word gather in the heaven-mending pool. Buzz! Apart from the small black substance, a dozen small pieces of metal immediately rotated to the bottom of the pool of retribution. Then, they appeared at the assemble character of the heaven-mending pool. The assemble character emitted a golden light. One could see with the naked eye that the group of metals strangely returned to their original small swords. Gathered matter into divided matter? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He wrapped the small sword and the black object with genuine qi and spat it out. Whoosh! The small sword fell into Gu Hai's hand again. However, the black object was extremely smelly. This black object is an impurity? Useless thing. This small sword is much more refined. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The second heaven of the great compassion of heaven and earth could be used to refine treasures? It had to consume the heaven-mending power? Wait, that's not right. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Immediately, he flipped his hand and took out a large amount of metal from his storage bracelet. It was the metal contained in the small sword. Gu Hai opened his mouth and wrapped it with genuine qi. He inhaled and the metal immediately entered the heaven-mending pool in his dantian. Buzz! Under the consumption of the heaven-mending power, the word gather emitted a golden light. The metal quickly merged in the golden light according to a specific ratio. Gradually, 5 small swords were smelted again. There were also some remaining metal and impurities. He wrapped it with genuine qi and spat it out. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 small swords and the remaining metal and impurities fell to the ground. Gu Hai was not in the mood to care about the impurities. Instead, he looked at the 5 identical small swords in front of him in astonishment. Compared to the one in his hand, the 6 swords were exactly the same. As long as the heaven-mending pool disperses an item once, the heaven-mending pool will be able to repeat the process? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean that if I put a treasure into the heaven-mending pool and break it down into various materials, I only need to find the corresponding materials to replicate them? What I need to expend is just replenishing my heavenly energy. Gu Hai suddenly stood up excitedly. Replicate? Replicate treasures? Gu Hai immediately revealed a joyful expression. Replicate the life-extinguishing saber, the life-ender saber? Gu Hai was in the midst of his excitement when he suddenly froze. He smiled bitterly and said, dispersing treasures requires the heaven-mending power. The life-ender saber? Forget it. Repairing a crack requires a lot of heaven-mending power. I don't know how much it would take to recreate the life-ender saber. However, Gu Hai stood up excitedly and opened the door to the hall. Hall master? Mu Chunfeng asked as she waited outside the hall. Bring me a quaking thunder. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Mu Chunfeng quickly retrieved the quaking thunder. Quang. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai closed the door, leaving Mu Chunfeng at a loss. He exhaled and inhaled, absorbing the quaking thunder into the heaven-mending pool. Disperse. Gu Hai shouted softly. Buzz. With the consumption of the heaven-mending power, the quaking thunder quickly disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, 108 materials were disintegrated. Gather. Gu Hai shouted softly, and the 108 materials instantly condensed from the heaven-mending pool. Gu Hai was slightly startled. As expected of a treasure refined by Daiqianxing, there are no impurities at all. He threw the quaking thunder into the heaven-mending pool again. Disperse. Buzz. It once again disintegrated into 108 materials. Whoosh. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out 108 materials, which fell before Gu Hai according to their classification. 108 materials. Oh, I only know 88 of them. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai once again opened the door to the hall. Hall master, have you broken through? Mu Chunfeng asked with a smile. Mu Chunfeng, here are 20 types of materials. Go to the various shops in the city and buy them for me. I want as many as you can. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Mu Chunfeng was slightly stunned. Have people split up and ask. Also, bring me the sky-piercing cannon. Gu Hai ordered. Oh, okay. Mu Chunfeng replied. Gu Hai instructed Mu Chunfeng and Gaochen to contact the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards in the city to find other materials. In just 2 days, a large amount of materials were gathered in Gu Hai's hall. After another 2 days, Mu Chunfeng entered the hall with a group of trusted aides. She stared at the hall that was already filled with materials. These 18, 17 are the Hall Master's replicas of the sky-piercing cannon? These 1,000 are the Hall Master's replicas of the sky-piercing cannon? The group of elite Hall disciples said in disbelief. Hall Master, did you really refine the sky-piercing cannon? Can this really be replicated? Mu Chunfeng was stunned. Gu Hai looked at these sky-piercing cannons and sighed. The materials were very hard to find, especially a material called Thunder Dragon Stone. Coincidentally, among the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, only Heavenly Stellar City had the most of it. As such, he tried his best but could only refine this many. Moreover, that kind of material, even the Heavenly Court only had this much. There must be a pitiful amount of it in the entire world. Let's go and try, Gu Hai said with a smile. After an incense stick of time. Boom! Under the expectant gazes of the elite Hall disciples, a large mountain suddenly exploded. This shock wave caused the earth to tremble and the entire Heavenly Stellar City to tremble. City Lord's Manor. City Lord, the explosion came from elite Hall's territory. It should be the sound of the sky-piercing cannon. City Lord, should we go and take a look? What are we looking at? If there are more explosions, no one is allowed to go. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord said in a depressed voice. Why was it Elite Hall again? Firing cannons every 2 or 3 days. Elite Hall's territory. Hall Master, it's really possible, it's really possible, Mu Chunfeng said excitedly. Elite Hall's 5 branches of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth exist in name only. It's time to reorganize them. The first one to be established will be called the Heaven Crushing Camp. From today onwards, you will be the camp master of the Heaven Crushing Camp, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Mu Chunfeng said excitedly. Chapter 543. 18 sky-piercing cannons and 5,000 sky-piercing grenade. This was the equivalent of 18 celestial palaces. In the blink of an eye, Class 1 Hall's strength had undergone a drastic change. With the establishment of the Sky-Crushing Battalion, Gu Hai could let go of many things in Class 1 Hall. Mu Chunfeng had obtained 18 sky-piercing cannons. At this moment, she was in a state of excitement. She selected her trusted subordinates and taught them how to use the sky-piercing cannons. Gu Hai did not let the dragons know about the 18 sky-piercing cannons. Some dragons only came to inquire about the situation after the test. Mr. Good, did someone come to find trouble with you again? Crown Prince Lin was puzzled. No, just testing the cannons. Gu Hai smiled. Mu Chunfeng and the others had already put away the sky-piercing cannons and sky-piercing grenade. Naturally, they would not speak carelessly. By the way, Mr. Good, the information you asked us to gather has been found. Crown Prince Lin frowned. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Last time when you just returned to Class 1 Hall's headquarters, the angels wanted to kill you. It was the Shenji Battalion who tipped them off. Crown Prince Lin said in a low voice. Shenji Battalion? Li Shenji? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. This was not the first time. Li Shenji had done it again and again. Was he still trying to set him up? We investigated all the guards around and found out that the young general who checked your identity when you first came to the Heavenly Court was him. He was the one who sent the news to the Shinji Battalion. That day, someone saw a disciple of the Shinji Battalion going to Yihua residence, so... Crown Prince Lin explained. I understand. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Crown Prince Lin nodded. Although Gu Hai did not say anything, a murderous look flashed across his heart. Brother-in-law, where are you? Suddenly, an excited shout came from outside. Wanyu? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Princess, please wait for a moment. Let me report this, the elite hall disciple outside the hall said respectfully. Princess, we've just received news that Gu Hai is extremely violent. He'll shoot the cannon for no reason. You'd better not barge in. Get lost. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. With a muffled sound, the man in front of her was kicked away by Long Wanyu. Kwang. Long Wanyu immediately pushed open the door of the main hall. He saw that Gu Hai was discussing something with a group of dragons. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu was pleasantly surprised. It was really brother-in-law. Brother-in-law was here? Gu Hai smiled when he saw Long Wanyu. Outside Heavenly Stellar City. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and stared at Class 1 Hall's territory in the distance. The sixth one? Li Shinji said in a deep voice. Yes, there are only 10 sky-blasting grenades in total. Gu Hai has already used 6, so there are only 4 left. A subordinate said respectfully. That's good. Li Shinji revealed a cold smile. Camp Master, the holy ground of Soul Mountain, Wansho Taoism, and Solar God Palace all view Gu Hai as an enemy. What is he trying to do? The subordinate said with a bitter smile. He's courting death. Humph, there are only 4 sky-blasting grenades left. When they are used up, it will be Gu Hai's time to die. Li Shinji said coldly. Yes. In Class 1 Hall. Brother-in-law, why haven't you gone to Sky Een City yet? The Thousand Sage Conference will begin in 10 days. Now, many literary cultivators have gone there. With the invitation cards, they have already registered and are preparing to participate in the Thousand Sage Conference. Long Wanyu said. I'll be there soon. I've already arranged for Bingheim, Mo Yike, and the others to register first? Gu Hai said with a smile. Brother-in-law, you should go quickly. Bingheim is injured and Mo Yike is fighting with someone now. I was prepared to let them come together, but I didn't expect them to be unable to leave. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Bingheim is injured? Mr. Mo is fighting with someone? What's going on? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mo Yike said it was a literary battle, so no one is to blame. Bingheim was injured by someone in calligraphy, and Mo Yike is playing chess with someone, so he can't leave. I was going to help them take revenge, but Mo Yike told me not to, Long Wanyu explained. Playing chess? Mr. Mo's chess skills are quite good. Is there someone who can stop him? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes, let's go quickly. Long Wanyu persuaded. Gu Hai nodded. Wait for me to pack up, then we'll set off immediately for Sky Een City. After making some simple arrangements, Gu Hai and the others stepped onto the flying boat and flew towards Sky Een City. This time, the dragons did not follow them. Long Wanyu naturally stood on Gu Hai's flying boat as well. After the series of events that happened with the Elite Hall, they had naturally entered the eyes of many people. When the flying boat left Heavenly Stellar City, many experts sent it off with their eyes. This scourge is finally gone. The Heavenly Stellar City Lord let out a long sigh. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. Camp Master, you guessed that Gu Hai would be heading to Sky Een City soon, but this time it was Princess Wanyu who came to pick him up. Do we still need to make a move? A subordinate asked in a worried voice. Forget it, cancel it. Li Shinji gave a slight sigh. Yes. But, Camp Master, if we don't make a move then the others. Them? What they do is not related to us. They should know the key point, so they won't dare hurt Long Wanyu. Li Shinji said in a deep voice. Yes. Gu Hai's flying boat flew in the sky for a while. Long Wanyu was very excited and kept explaining the situation to Gu Hai. Brother-in-law, that's right, why didn't Mu Chinfeng come with us? Long Wanyu asked in a curious voice. Mu Chinfeng? I arranged for her to take care of some matters. Gu Hai said with a smile. Take care of some matters? What matters? Long Wanyu asked in a puzzled voice. We've offended some people recently. Our trip this time might be a bit troublesome, so Mu Chinfeng is in charge of taking care of these problems. Gu Hai said with a smile. Trouble? Are there people who dare to assassinate us in the heavenly court? Long One Yu stared at him. Mr. Good, we're in danger? Then why did you bring Princess Wan Yu with you? You are. Suddenly a subordinate of Long Wan Yu asked. What nonsense are you spouting? If my brother-in-law says there's trouble, then there must be a way to take care of it. What are you yelling for? Long Wan Yu immediately glared at him and shouted. That person looked aggrieved. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He didn't want to bring Long Wan Yu with him. After all, this time, he planned to take care of some people in one fell swoop. With Long Wan Yu around, some people wouldn't dare to come. The flying boat didn't fly very fast. In this boundless sky, there was no sign of danger at all. Brother-in-law, where's the trouble? Why can't I see it? Long Wan Yu suddenly frowned and said, Whoosh! However, at this moment, the flying boat flew past a huge white cloud. The moment they entered the white cloud, Gu Hai waved his hand. Immediately, an enchantment formed on the flying boat, protecting it. The flying boat entered the white cloud. In an instant, the sky turned dark and the scene in front of them changed drastically. It was as if they had arrived in a new world in an instant. Above the new world, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Below was the rolling sea. The flying boat seemed to have arrived above a vast sea in an instant. Why are we here suddenly? Long Wan Yu's eyes lit up. Oh no, this is a formation, a profound formation. We've fallen into a trap. Long Wan Yu's subordinate exclaimed. However, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked around. Come out, Gu Hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A sneer resounded in the formation world. However, they saw that on the sea in the distance, a tsunami suddenly rolled up. In the tsunami, a man in black was lifted up. At this moment, he was looking coldly at Gu Hai's flying boat. Miyata? Only you? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Oh? You know me? Then you dare to break in? Miyata's face darkened. It shouldn't be only you. Are there others? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Eh? How do you know? Miyata's face stiffened. You can't be the only one to deal with me, Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, indeed. We have been guarding Heavenly Stellar City until you came out alone. Someone took the lead and agreed to deal with you together. Unfortunately, with Long Wan Yu following, they didn't dare. A group of cowards. If they don't dare, then I'll deal with you the same. Once you enter my formation, don't even think of leaving. Miyata said coldly. How bold! Do you know who I am? You dare to ambush us in Heavenly Court City? Long Wan Yu glared at her. Ha, right now, Daiqianxing is meeting with the strongest experts from the various large powers. He doesn't have time to deal with you. Princess Wan Yu, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just want to find Gu Hai and get justice. Miyata said coldly. Someone took the lead? It's Li Shenji, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Miyata looked coldly at Gu Hai. Miyata? I'm guessing that you came to deal with me this time without telling the Qing Emperor, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. How do you know? Miyata's expression changed. The Qing Emperor wouldn't be so stupid as to ambush me at this juncture. He wouldn't send you even if he knew that Wan Yu was beside me. This time, it's your own fault. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, Gu Hai, you want to scare me? You're still too inexperienced. This time, no one can save you. You have the sky-piercing cannon, but it's useless in my world. Do you believe me? Miyata said coldly. Then try it. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Hong! But in this gloomy world, there was a sudden loud sound. A giant force came from the outside and instantly blasted a large hole in the gloomy world. The sky-piercing cannon is outside? Miyata exclaimed in shock, her expression changing. Then, she saw a flying ship higher in the sky. On the flying ship was Mu Chunfeng leading a group of elite Hall disciples. She pointed the cannon at the white cloud and started firing. The sound of the cannon immediately blasted a large hole in the white cloud, revealing the ritual array world inside. How bold! The various generals immediately soared into the sky from all directions. They looked coldly at the flying ship Mu Chunfeng was on. However, in the next moment, they saw the ritual array with the white cloud floating past. This is... The heavenly court's generals showed confused expressions. In the distance, in a corner, Yeha showed a sullen expression. Gu Hai? You are really sinister. Fortunately, I did not ambush you with that idiot Miata. In another corner, Xuanan narrowed his eyes. I knew it was not that simple. Humph, Li Shunji. How dare you lie to me? In a mountain forest, Li Shunji looked at the flying ship in the sky. There are still 3 sky-piercing cannons left. Chapter 544. Miata's array trapped Gu Hai and Princess Wanyu. It was very difficult to break through from the inside, but it was not so difficult to break through from the outside. Mu Chunfeng's heaven-shaking thunder blasted open a large hole and instantly attracted the armies stationed in all directions. How dare you? Who dares to be presumptuous in the heavenly court? A group of generals rushed into the sky, wanting to surround Mu Chunfeng. However, in the blink of an eye, there was a large hole in the white clouds. Inside the large hole, dark clouds covered the sky and tsunamis soared into the sky. It was a different world. Immediately, all the soldiers saw that this was an array formation. They saw Miata. At this moment, Miata was staring at the hole in shock. This was an array formation. Who was it trying to kill? It's Princess Wanyu. That's Princess Wanyu. A young general's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Miata's manic appearance was recognized as the person who set up the array at a glance. Then they dealt with the small flying boat. The most important thing was that there was still Princess Wanyu on the flying boat? Princess Wanyu? His Holiness's favorite princess? Immediately, the expressions of the generals changed. That person who set up this array must be a peerless expert. Does he want to kill Princess Wanyu? A general's expression changed. Bang! The general waved his hand and a purple firework instantly soared into the sky, straight into the 9 heavens. In an instant, the expressions of the 4 garrisons in the distance changed. Look, it's a level 1 alarm firework. Is there a fierce person who wants to destroy the heavenly court, so he sent out the alarm? A level 1 alarm is only allowed to be released when the heavens listen to it. If it's a lie, it will be exterminated. Something big must have happened. Not good, a level 1 alarm, the highest level alarm, something happened? Quick, send the signal. Bang! 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 In an instant, all the generals who saw the colored fireworks immediately released fireworks into the sky. There were purple level 1 alarm fireworks, red fireworks, yellow fireworks, and blue fireworks. From the location of Gu Hai's flying boat, it covered the sky and covered the earth. It spread in all directions, towards the 33 cities of the heavenly court, constantly releasing signals. In an instant, whether it was the garrison outside the city or the garrison inside the city, they all entered a state of combat readiness. From the outermost heavenly stellar city to the innermost heavenly court city, all fireworks bloomed. The alarm soared into the sky. In heavenly stellar city, the heavenly stellar city lord was celebrating the fact that the scourge Gu Hai was gone, but someone suddenly charged into the main hall. City lord, this is bad. A level 1 warning firework is coming from afar. Something big has happened. What? The heavenly stellar city lord's expression changed. The purple signal is blooming everywhere now. Look, the entire heavenly court's 33 cities are filled with purple fireworks and warnings. Quickly, inform the city's garrison to be on guard and prepare to meet the enemy. The heavenly stellar city lord's expression changed. Purple fireworks were strictly controlled. Who would dare to set them off? If they dared to make a false report, that would be a great crime that could lead to the extermination of their entire clan. Now that it was revealed, something big must have happened. Heavenly Mao City. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and Jedong Bodhisattva sat at the entrance of the Hall of Listening Buddha with countless monks. They looked at the blossoming signal in the distance with a look of horror. Who is so bold as to mess around in the celestial court at this time? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was at a loss. Bam! 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 Fireworks blossomed in all directions, and the 33 cities were on high alert. With a loud bang, flying boats quickly flew towards the formation where Miyata was. From the moment the sky-piercing cannon blasted a hole in it, Miyata was stunned. Then a group of Diqian soldiers rushed over. Then, a purple firework soared into the sky. Miyata was even more shocked. Miyata understood what the purple warning firework meant. It was a disaster that could cause chaos in the country. She had only trapped Gu Hai for a moment, but it had caused such a big crime? Quickly, protect the princess. After the soldiers released the first firework, they instantly charged into the formation. In the blink of an eye, they protected Gu Hai's flying boat in the center. Because Princess Wanyu was on top. Who was Princess Wanyu? If she was killed, it would be more terrifying than an army charging into the celestial court. It had to be known that in His Holiness' eyes, even the crown princes were not as important as Princess Wanyu. Assassinating a crown prince in the celestial court was already enough to trigger a tsunami-like alarm, let alone Princess Wanyu. More and more troops rushed over here. Flying boats quickly flew over from various garrisons. When they flew over, they saw Long Wanyu in the center of the formation and immediately surrounded Long Wanyu without any command. More and more flying boats appeared, and this place was already surrounded by a dense army. Rumble! The army attacked, and soon, Miyata's formation was shattered, revealing itself in front of everyone. Miyata seemed to have been scared silly. On these flying boats, there were Diqian generals standing one after another. Each of them had a ferocious expression as they surrounded Miyata in the center. In the sky and on the ground, the army and the flying boats were all in a state of battle readiness. On the flying boats, countless soldiers had their bows and arrows fully drawn, waiting for an order. Tens of thousands of arrows would be released together, heading straight for Miyata. Miyata was dumbfounded. In the distance, the people who almost allied with Miyata to assassinate Gu Hai were also dumbfounded. Yeha felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Previously, he was almost in the center. Level 1 alarm? Have the Diqian soldiers all gone mad? Yeha was sweating profusely as he shrank into the forest. Xuanan also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Looking at the sky full of fireworks, the dense army, and the army that was still rushing over from all directions, Xuanan's face twitched. That was close. In the forest, Li Shunji was also stunned. Then, his face twitched. I neglected Princess Wanyu's position. That was close. Everyone knew that in heavenly courts, Shangguan Daiqiansheng was the most respected person. Who was next? Although Princess Wanyu didn't have much power or a noble title, it was enough that she was important to Shangguan Daiqiansheng. Besides Shangguan Daiqiansheng, this most respected person was assassinated. What else was there to say? How could this be? Miyata was shocked. There was nowhere to run. They were already surrounded by all the Diqian troop. This scene was also seen by everyone in the city. Heavenly Een City. 7 kills stood behind a man in green with an ugly expression. Emperor, it's Miyata. The voice came from that side. He seemed to want to assassinate Princess Wanyu, but he was discovered, so? 7 kills said in fear. Miyata? Didn't I say that you're not allowed to find trouble with Gu Hai? Don't you remember? I don't know. The man in green snorted. Plop. 7 kills immediately knelt down. Emperor, please forgive me. I didn't participate, really didn't participate. When Miyata left, I didn't take it seriously, so? Don't try to be smart in front of me, Humph. The man in green snorted. With that, a green light suddenly appeared from the man in green. The green light left his body and instantly rushed to the center of the encirclement. 7 kills knelt in front of the man in green, not daring to say a word. Traitor, surrender now. Insolent vile spawn, you can't escape anymore. Surrender. A group of generals surrounded Miyata in the center. Miyata was about to collapse at this moment. Where Gu Hai's flying boat was, Mu Chenfeng's flying boat had already arrived. Hall leader! Success, this Miyata can't escape. Mu Chenfeng said excitedly. It's so exciting, brother-in-law, this is so fun. Long One Yu said excitedly. Unfortunately, he's alone. Gu Hai felt a little pity. If they wanted to deal with his people, it would be better if they set up an ambush with Miyata. However, even if they didn't have that group of people, he would kill them one by one. It's not me, I didn't want to kill Princess Wanyu, I didn't. Miyata said anxiously. Miyata didn't dare to resist at all. Even if he had the strength of the Central Celestial Palace, he didn't dare to make a move. Where was this? The Deqian dynasty's capital. There were countless strong people everywhere. If he dared to act recklessly, he would definitely die. However, even if Miyata begged for mercy, no one paid attention to him. If you don't surrender, we'll shoot the arrows. A general shouted. Miyata's head was in a mess. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over. Who? The generals stared and each took out their swords and sabers. However, they saw that not far from Miyata, there was suddenly an illusory green light. As soon as the illusory green light appeared, it immediately emitted a powerful aura. The surrounding generals' faces turned cold, but they were not afraid at all. Emperor, Emperor, save me, Emperor! Miyata said in surprise. Qing Emperor's projection? A surge of energy and a projection of his body? In the distant forest, Yi Hua narrowed his eyes. In the past, Yi Hua also had a projection of his body, but it was formed with the help of a treasure. Qing Emperor completely condensed a projection of his own aura, which was obviously very clever. Dian Dynasty, Qing Emperor? You want to protect this thief? A general shouted. Qing Emperor's projection appeared. He glanced at Miyata and said coldly, You dare to disobey my orders? Miyata immediately knelt down. Emperor, I know my mistake. I didn't want to deal with Princess Wanyu. I just wanted to settle my personal grudge with Gu Hai. Although you don't allow it, I can't stand it. I've caused trouble for you, Emperor. I know my mistake, I know my mistake. Qing Emperor looked coldly at Miyata. Turning his head, Qing Emperor's projection looked in the direction of Gu Hai. Protect the princess. The generals glared and protected Gu Hai's flying boat in the center. Qing Emperor's appearance was very dignified. He had a square face, but his eyes were very calm. Princess Wanyu is frightened. My subordinate doesn't know the rules. Qing Emperor said lightly. You don't know the rules, so you want to ambush me? Long Wanyu naturally didn't give him a good face. Qing Emperor ignored Princess Wanyu and looked at Gu Hai. When he saw Gu Hai, a light flashed in Qing Emperor's eyes. Hall Leader Gu, you're really a heroic young man. During my time in Deqian, I've heard of many heroic deeds of Hall Leader Gu. I'm amazed. Ha, Qing Emperor also appreciates my deeds? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai's smile was very dry, but he still smiled at Qing Emperor. However, no one noticed that Gu Hai's right hand, which was standing with his hands behind his back, was clenched into a fist. Some veins even popped out on his fist. Qing Emperor sharply noticed that a few streaks of blood appeared in Gu Hai's eyes. I can see that Mr. Good is angry. It's just that Miyata doesn't know the rules. Mr. Good, please don't take offense. With your talent, it's a bit of a waste for you to obtain the position of Marquis in the Department of Foreign Affairs of Deqian Celestial Dynasty. If you don't mind, the Dian Dynasty is willing to use the position of Duke to invite Mr. Good to join Yen. Mr. Good, what do you think? Qing Emperor's projection said with a smile. Chapter 545. Qing Emperor's projection seemed to be trying to recruit Gu Hai in front of countless people. Ha ha ha, recruit Dian Dynasty? Give me a duke? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. What? Mr. Good doesn't even like the Duke of the Dian Dynasty? Qing Emperor stared at Gu Hai and laughed. Qing Emperor, are you thirsty for talent, or are you trying to save Miyata? If you want to save Miyata, then don't even think about it. No one can save Miyata today. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a murderous aura shot out. Buzz! The mouth of the sky-piercing cannon pointed at Miyata. Miyata's expression changed. This was a person who feared nothing. He killed an angel, crippled a bodhisattva, and even killed a disciple of Wansho Taoism. If it wasn't for the sage assembly, who knew how many people would want to kill him, but he did it without a care? Qing Emperor frowned when he saw Gu Hai's attitude. Mr. Good. Qing Emperor seemed to want to say something. What's going on? A cold voice sounded in the air. Boom! Almost at the same time, more than half of the soldiers knelt on one knee, and the others also bowed respectfully. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness! The army shouted respectfully. Although they didn't see Daiqianqing, the sound was enough. In the heavenly court, no one dared to pretend to be Daiqianqing. This was the sound transmitted by Daiqianqing. His Holiness, we heard the sound of cannons just now, so we came to investigate. We saw that this person set up a monstrous array and hid it from us, trapping Princess Wanyu in. It was broken by the sky-piercing cannon of Class 1 Hall, and Princess Wanyu is in danger. To ensure that nothing happens to Princess Wanyu, I released a purple signal to inform the army to come help. A general shouted loudly. Releasing a purple signal for the safety of Princess Wanyu? Daiqianqing didn't blame him. Instead, he said coldly, Oh? Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor slightly bowed. Lord Daiqianqing, please forgive me. I am a humble subject and am not lacking in manners. I have no intention of offending Princess Wanyu. It's just that I have a personal grudge with Hall Master Gu Hai. Qing Emperor wanted to exonerate Miyata, but she didn't dare to say anything. Old man, this brat wants to harm me and my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. I didn't. Miyata glared anxiously. The surrounding soldiers stood respectfully, not daring to interrupt. Old man? How many people in this world would dare to call Daiqianqing an old man? Qing Emperor frowned and looked at Miyata. She was always looking for trouble for him. Hall Master of Elite One. Daiqianqing's dignified voice sounded again. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Miyata did come for me, but in the heavenly court, ambushing and killing a Marquis of Deqian is a death sentence. Although he said that he wouldn't hurt the princess, she was in a trap. How could he decide whether she was hurt or not? If he wanted to do it cleanly, it's not impossible for him to kill everyone. Gu Hai, you are slandering me. Miyata immediately glared. Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he said solemnly, The Azure Emperor's projection has just arrived, and he's bribed me with the position of Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty's Duke. I, Gu Hai, am here to prove my ambition. Please kill Miyata to show Gu Hai's sincerity, to correct the Great Qian's punishment, to subdue the rascals around, and to show Great Qian's might. Gu Hai shouted loudly. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Miyata's expression changed. Daiqianqing, I am innocent. I didn't want to deal with Long Wanyu. Gu Hai and I only have a personal grudge. I am a subject of the Dian dynasty. Daiqianqing, please forgive me on account of the friendship between our two countries. I am guilty. Miyata pleaded anxiously. However, at this moment, the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty no longer spoke. After pausing for a moment, Gu Hai said coldly, Mu Chunfeng. Boom. The sky-piercing cannon exploded, and a sky-piercing thunder instantly arrived in front of Miyata. Emperor, save me! Boom! Miyata exploded with a boom. At this moment, no one could save Miyata. Gu Hai's words seemed to have received tacit approval from Daqiansheng. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, none of the soldiers said anything. They seemed to have approved of Miata's death sentence. Even Qing Emperor didn't move. He didn't try to save Miata. Instead, he took a deep breath and looked at Gu Hai. "Mr. Good move." Ha 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 ha. Qing Emperor's laughter didn't mean anything, but it was a little strange. "Thank you." Gu Hai looked at Qing Emperor and smiled. Was this the first time he had crossed swords with Qing Emperor? He had used Daqiansheng's power to kill Qing Emperor's men in front of Qing Emperor. However, Gu Hai didn't feel happy at all. "Daqiansheng, my men didn't know their manners and caused you trouble. I apologize on behalf of the Dian dynasty," Qing Emperor said in a low voice. After he finished speaking, Qing Emperor's projection flicked his sleeves. He didn't wait for Daqiansheng's reply and instantly shot into the distance to return to Tianjin City. Qing Emperor represented the Dian dynasty after all. Although Miata was the one who caused trouble this time, she was representing the Dian dynasty and had lost face. Qing Emperor naturally wouldn't be nice to her. Of course, Daqiansheng couldn't pursue the matter. After all, he represented the Dian dynasty. "Return to your posts." Daqiansheng's voice sounded. "Yes." The four armies bowed respectfully before slowly retreating. Daqiansheng definitely wouldn't make a sound after the army retreated. However, Gu Hai's gaze was fixed on Qing Emperor as he left. In particular, the Azure Emperor was not reserved at all in front of the Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. He even apologized casually at the end and left without saying goodbye. There were only two possibilities for him to express his emotions in such a manner. First, he was angry at the Dian dynasty. Second, he was capable enough to be angry at Daqiansheng. "Qing Emperor?" Gu Hai frowned. "Brother-in-law, Miata is already dead. We should continue." "Long One," you shouted. Gu Hai nodded. The flying boat slowly continued to fly towards Tianjin City. The four armies had retreated, but countless soldiers were still staring at Gu Hai on the flying boat. At this moment, countless experts in the 33 cities were also staring at Gu Hai in front of them. All of them revealed a trace of seriousness. In the forest not far away, Yi Hua was slightly startled. "Kill Miata in front of Qing Emperor? Gu Hai, how dare you?" Another mountain forest. "What a good way to kill someone with a borrowed knife, Gu Hai." Xuanan narrowed his eyes. The two of them were very glad that they didn't take the risk with Miata. Just now, the two of them were sure that Gu Hai would definitely take advantage of the situation and use Daqiansheng's power to kill them. Looking at Gu Hai's departing figure, the two of them had a cold look in their eyes. In another corner of the forest, Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. Heaven-blasting thunder, he used another one. There are still two left. Heavenly Stellar City. At the entrance of Longchen Palace, Dragon Prince Aoshing frowned as he looked into the distance. "Prince, Gu Hai bombarded another force. Is that someone from the Dian dynasty?" A subordinate said with a blank expression. "Yes, Qing Emperor's subordinate, Miata, and he killed Miata in front of Qing Emperor," Aoshing said with a frown. "Solar God Palace, Wanshou Taoism, Spiritual Mountain Holy Land, Dian Dynasty? I don't understand, why is this Gu Hai making enemies everywhere?" The subordinate said blankly. Aoshing shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand either. In another place, in a small courtyard, after Ao Shun left Gu Hai, he came here. There was another person sitting in the small courtyard. It wasn't anyone else. It was the supreme of the dragon clan, Ao Tianhuang. Just now, the two of them saw Gu Hai bombarding Miata with their own eyes. Ao Shun frowned slightly. "Father, I don't understand." Ao Tianhuang held a cup of wine and looked at Gu Hai fearlessly in the distance. He took a deep breath and said, "Shunner, you've changed a lot after returning from 9-5 Island. I'm very happy. I was too immature and reckless in the past," Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. being reckless has its benefits. If you weren't reckless, you wouldn't have today's achievements. Ao Tianhuang said indifferently. Ao Shun looked at his father in confusion. You weren't reckless, you were young and hot-blooded. Because of your hot-bloodedness, you rushed to the heavenly palace like a hot knife through butter. Do you think that cultivation only depends on one's aptitude? Ao Tianhuang said indifferently. Ao Shun looked at his father in confusion. Most of the time, it depends on one's temperament, a temperament that presses forward courageously. You were like that back then. You were young and hot-blooded, pressing forward courageously like a hot knife through butter. Father saw through your temperament and helped you clear away the countless thorns on your path to the heavens. That was why you were able to reach where you are today. Because of that indomitable temperament, you were able to rush straight to the heavens and not be restrained by worldly affairs. You didn't disappoint me, Ao Tianhuang said with a smile. Was my temperament deliberately nurtured by my father? Ao Shun frowned slightly. No, it's because you have this temperament. I helped you protect the heavenly palace, and that's why you are where you are today. However, your second brother doesn't have this temperament. Even if I wanted to help him protect the heavenly palace, I wouldn't have the chance. Ao Tianhuang sighed slightly. Second brother Ao Xing? Ao Shun frowned slightly. Gu Hai didn't yield to anyone in the face of the four forces. His indomitable temperament is stronger than yours. In my opinion, only His Holiness can be compared to him. Ao Tianhuang said with a frown. Indomitable temperament? Mr. Good? But… Ao Shun frowned slightly. But he's only in the Yuanying state? He Shun Gu Hai is much more powerful than you. Why did I make you suffer after you went to the heavenly palace? Do you know? Ao Tianhuang said in a low voice. Ao Shun frowned slightly. It's good to be young and hot-blooded. If you don't, when will you? But you're not young anymore. You don't only have eyes for the dragon tribe anymore. At a certain stage, you have to adapt to your identity. If you continue to be childish, it will only harm you. That's why I stopped protecting you and let you see the world clearly. Unfortunately, you were stripped of your position as the crown prince and your cultivation was sealed. You still didn't realize it until Gu Hai appeared. He helped me to wake you up. That's why I helped him destroy the bat ancestor. Ao Tianhuang explained. Yes. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. Gu Hai is different from you. He has an indomitable temperament. He solved all the difficulties he encountered. He doesn't seem to be young and hot-blooded, but he's even more terrifying than that. He solved everything with ease. The 3 Holy Lands and the Dian dynasty were never unreachable in front of him. He looked at them as equals. Do you know how terrifying his temperament is? Haha, when I first entered the heavenly palace, I didn't have such a temperament, but he did. Among the people I know, only Daqianxing can do it. Ao Tianhuang said in a low voice. Father, you made Mr. Good sound so good, but he offended the most powerful forces in the world. He's in the heavenly court now. Is he not going to leave the heavenly court for the rest of his life? Ao Shun said worriedly. Do you think Gu Hai is stupid? Ao Tianhuang smiled. How is that possible? How many smart people are there in the world? Ao Shun frowned. Then why do you think he's stupid? You didn't expect it, but that doesn't mean he didn't. Moreover, I think Gu Hai might have guessed something. That's why he's so powerful in the heavenly court this time. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. Guessed what? Ao Shun didn't understand. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai's flying boat in silence. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and said, Everyone thinks he's stupid, but he doesn't know that those who think he's stupid are the real stupid ones. Gu Hai he's really playing with fire. What's Gu Hai doing? Father, I don't understand. Ao Shun frowned. Ao Tianhuang shook his head and didn't explain. Chapter 546. Mu Chenfeng put away the flying boat, and the group boarded Gu Hai's flying boat, heading towards Heavenly Een City. After the previous purple alert, Gu Hai's flying boat had become the focus of all the strong practitioners. At this moment, they no longer had to worry about anyone daring to sneak an attack on Gu Hai. Along the way, there were strong practitioners watching everywhere. The flying boat flew at a moderate speed. Finally, under everyone's gazes, they arrived outside Heavenly Een City. Heavenly Een City was not far from Heavenly Courts City. It was originally an important place in the Heavenly Courts, but Daqianxing had set it aside specifically for the Thousand Saints Conference. "Brother-in-law, we're here. Look!" Long Wanyu shouted. At this moment, the sky above Heavenly Een City was filled with rolling righteous aura. The white righteous aura connected into a patch, like white clouds covering the sky. However, in the center of the white clouds, there was a whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, there seemed to be something faintly discernible. "What's in the center of the whirlpool?" Gauchen asked curiously. The old man said that the center of the whirlpool is the sacred temple of Wendao. Long Wanyu explained. "Sacred temple of Wendao?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of surprise. The faintly discernible thing was the sacred temple of Wendao? The ultimate goal of the Thousand Saints Conference? Sacred Temple of Wendao? What's that? Gauchen asked, puzzled. "I don't know. I only heard that it's a forbidden area in the heavens, and the most precious sacred temple of Wendao in the world is hidden there." Long Wanyu explained. "A forbidden area in the heavens?" Gu Hai was slightly puzzled. Long Wanyu nodded, but it seemed that was all she knew. Mu Chunfeng did not know as much as Long Wanyu, so she naturally did not interrupt. Zheng Fei Ming stood behind Gauchen, looking around curiously. The flying boat flew to the outskirts of Heavenly Een City. All around, the soldiers guarding the city were slightly stunned, as if someone wanted to go forward to investigate. "Are you blind? That's Princess Wanyu. You dare to investigate?" Someone at the side shouted. All the guards who were about to be inspected immediately quieted down. As the flying boat was about to enter the city, Gu Hai suddenly frowned. "Stop!" Buzz. The flying boat stopped outside the city. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Long Wanyu was puzzled. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the entire Heavenly Een City. Although Heavenly Een City was shrouded in a hazy righteous aura, Gu Hai could still see something strange. Array formation? What an impressive formation of the Tao of chess. This is... Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. What chess formation? Long Wanyu asked in confusion. "Wanyu, has Heavenly Een City been renovated? Those cities and streets, are they?" Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. "I haven't. Ever since I can remember, there has never been one." Long Wanyu shook her head. "Hall Master, perhaps Princess Wanyu has not been born yet. However, I seem to have seen Heavenly Een City's renovations." Mu Chunfeng interrupted. "Oh! A long time ago, it should be from 500 years ago, Heavenly Een City started to be renovated one after another. It wasn't until 100 years ago that everything was completed. No one knew why. Back then, when Heavenly Een City was being demolished and resettled, many people submitted petitions to the imperial court, accusing the city lord of disturbing the people. Many courtiers objected, but they were all suppressed by the emperor. His Excellency Daqianxing presided over the renovations. Is this entire Heavenly Een City a Tao of chess formation? No, it doesn't seem to be just a Tao of chess formation." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Master, I feel that there is a zither Tao of chess formation. This feels similar to Silver Moon Sea," Gauchen said in confusion. "Zither Tao of chess formation?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Gauchen was a heaven-grade zither master. He could feel a zither Tao of chess formation. Speaking of which, I also feel that when we were trapped in Mr. Dongfang's longevity array last time, Heavenly Een City also had a bit of that aura." Long Wanyu frowned slightly. Longevity Tao of chess formation? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Wanyu was an innate realm longevity master. She could not be wrong about longevity arrays. Gu Hai did not know what other formations there were. However, he felt something unusual from the layout of Heavenly Een City. Let's go. Gu Hai shook his head. The flying ship slowly continued to head into the city. Gu Hai's flying ship entered the city. However, many factions in the city were paying attention to him. In the Qing Emperor's small courtyard, the Qing Emperor watched as Gu Hai flew into the city. A group of subordinates stood behind him. Celestial Emperor Gu Hai is here. 7 Kills stared at Gu Hai in the distance with a gloomy expression. The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Arrange for people to continue investigating Gu Hai's background. I want to know why Gu Hai is so hostile to me. Huh? Isn't it because Miyata tried to assassinate him? 7 Kills was slightly stunned. The Qing Emperor shook his head. It's not that simple. Yes, Celestial Emperor. His subordinates answered. Celestial Emperor, do you think that Gu Hai offended the 3 Holy Lands and us? Now, the Great Yellow Dynasty seems to have a grudge with Gu Hai. Will Gu Hai become enemies with him? The King of Elixirs asked curiously. Emperor Kong? With Gu Hai's character, he definitely will. The Qing Emperor smiled coldly. But Gu Hai is simply courting death. There are 3 Holy Lands and 3 Celestial Dynasties. Gu Hai alone offended 3 Holy Lands and 2 Celestial Dynasties? Would the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty support him? Isn't he a little too stupid? 7 Kills was at a loss. The Qing Emperor turned to look at the heavenly courts in the distance. No, you only see his stupidity, but not his ability. The Qing Emperor shook his head and didn't explain. Heavenly Een City, a small courtyard where the Holy Lands of Spiritual Mountain were stationed. Buddha Gu Hai is here. Zhengfa Ming is here too. A group of monks said respectfully to a small house. Restrain the disciples of Spiritual Mountain. For the time being, do not cause any trouble. Do not pursue Zhengfa Ming. The future Buddha's voice came from the small courtyard. Yes. According to the rules of Heavenly Een City, flying boats were not allowed to fly above the city. Everyone had to change to a red-crowned crane carriage to enter the city. At this moment, a group of Dahan officials had come to welcome them. Your Majesty! The officials bowed respectfully. Let's talk in the carriage. How are Bingheim and Emoyike? What happened earlier? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. The officials immediately boarded the red-crowned crane carriage. Your Majesty, as soon as we arrived, Princess Wanyu arranged a place for us to stay, and we scattered around the city to investigate. However, Lady Bingheim encountered a group of people from the Great Yellow Dynasty. They seemed to recognize Lady Bingheim and argued with Bingheim. When we arrived, Lady Bingheim was writing Your Majesty's bringing in the wine and arguing with a monk. I heard that the monk was called Yuanchu. Monk Yuanchu was also impressive and wrote a piece of Bodhi, which instantly dispelled Lady Bingheim's literary Tao. Lady Bingheim suddenly suffered a backlash and vomited blood. Subsequently, she fell into the state of Bodhi and was unable to extricate herself, an official explained. Oh? Bingheim also has the artistic conception of the Tao of calligraphy? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He had not expected this before. Yes. However, Lady Bingheim used Your Majesty's bringing in the wine. Unfortunately, this is no longer the first style. Bodhi is the first style. Although countless scholars can see that bringing in the wine is brilliant, Bodhi has the advantage of the first style and is not written by the original author. Therefore, Lady Bingheim was able to. How is Bingheim's injury? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. She is still trapped in Bodhi and can't leave the realm. Lord Mo said that Lady Bingheim is trapped in the realm of calligraphy. If we forcibly wake her up, it will hurt her mind. Therefore, he temporarily prevented us from waking Lady Bingheim. However, Lord Mo is in a stalemate with the opponents in chess. He is delaying the group of people from the Great Yellow Dynasty and waiting for your Majesty's arrival. The official explained. Bodhi? What does it write? Gu Hai asked with a gloomy face. The heart is the Bodhi tree, the spirit is the bright mirror, the illusion gives birth to all things, and the brightness is beyond dust. The official explained. A Buddhist Gatha? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Yes, we heard from the other scholars that the Gatha says that Bodhi is in the heart, and everything is sensed by spiritual perception. All phenomena are the result of the illusion of one's heart. Only by understanding the nature of one's heart can one transcend the thousands of phenomena of the material world and reach the other shore and become a Buddha. The official explained. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. They said that Lady Bingheim is trapped in this world of all things. Only by understanding the nature of one's heart can one safely transcend the realm of this poem. Otherwise, one will be trapped forever and will never be able to come out, the official said with a wry smile. They have a death wish. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Bingheim is trapped in the realm of Bodhi. They wanted to take Bingheim away, but they were stopped by Mr. Mo. The other side sent a chess expert, but that person didn't seem to be on the same side as the Great Yellow Dynasty. He spoke for us and helped us buy time. The official explained. That person is called Wu Yazi. Mr. Mo said that he's very good at chess. The official explained. Wu Yazi? Mr. Mo's chess skills can't beat his? Gu Hai asked solemnly. What kind of chess skills did Mr. Mo have? Not to mention the old man Guanxi, whom Gu Hai had never seen before, other than the 9th young master. Gu Hai hadn't met anyone who could surpass Mr. Mo. Even so, was there anyone who could hold Mr. Mo back? Wu Yazi and Mr. Mo have been playing for a few days now, but there hasn't been a result. However, the countless scholars around them aren't worried. Their chess skills are too good. Many chess cultivators have drawn up their chess records and repeated them to themselves. They're still amazed. Of course they're amazed. How could they compare to Mr. Mo's chess skills? Gu Hai said solemnly. However, Gu Hai was curious about Wu Yazi. Mr. Mo was at the level of 30 chess. How could there be someone who couldn't win against him? The red-crowned crane carriage quickly flew toward the city. With the long Wanyu leading the way, none of the guards dared to stop them. However, this heavenly Yin city's Wendao aura was indeed very dense. This was especially so for the largest plaza in the center. At this moment it was filled with people. When Gu Hai arrived, those Wendao cultivators did not seem to recognize him. They were immersed in the atmosphere of chess and didn't pay attention to Gu Hai's actions in the heavenly court. The literary cultivators of the 4 directions were divided into small groups, interacting and sparring with each other. The plaza was too big. Gu Hai and his group were led by a group of officials. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at Mo Yike, who was surrounded by nearly 10,000 people. Chapter 547. Heavenly Yin City, Central Square. Most of the scholars from all over the world gathered here. Here, scholars from all over the world clashed, and scholars from all over the world interacted. Scholars were sparring and clashing all the time. Although this was a temporary gathering, it was like a holy land for scholars. None of the scholars were willing to leave for even a moment, as they needed to absorb more literary energy. Mo Yike's group was surrounded by thousands of scholars. Gu Hai's group couldn't even squeeze through when they got close. Move aside, move aside. We are the representatives of the Dahan, move aside. A group of officials opened a path in front. Representatives of the Dahan? The scholars who squeezed in front were slightly stunned, but they immediately moved aside. This was because the scholars gathered here all understood that the clash of scholars here was a small dynasty that didn't know its limits. The Han dynasty was challenging the Great Yellow Dynasty. This was a challenge that overestimated itself. However, even after persisting for a long time, The victor was still not decided. As the literary cultivators watched the literary competition, they gradually stopped underestimating the Han royal dynasty, turning incredibly solemn. At the very least, the Go game before them made many people sigh. Han dynasty? Another representative is here? As the crowd moved aside, Gu Hai's group finally entered. Once they entered, Gu Hai immediately saw the scene inside. A scroll was floating in the air at the center of the square. The Bodhi was written on the scroll. Every word of Bodhi shone with golden light, and the surrounding righteous chi spun like a storm, forming a tornado. The tornado rushed to the righteous chi sea in the sky, and suppressed Bingheim, who was enveloped in golden light. Bingheim still had dried blood at the corner of her mouth. She sat cross-legged and hugged a scroll. Although it was wrinkled, the words of "bringing in the wine" could be seen. Bingheim seemed to be unconscious. She sat cross-legged and didn't move, but she still hugged the "bringing in the wine" tightly. This is Bingheim? Trapped in the book realm and can't come out? Gauchen frowned. Hey, you've gone too far. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Even though Bingheim had given him a bowl of medicinal soup that had been tampered with, Bingheim was still his woman. At this moment, Gu Hai's heart sank to the bottom when he saw his woman being suppressed in the book realm. Bingheim was suppressed under Bodhi. Not far away there was a chessboard. Mo Yike was currently playing chess with a white-haired old man in white robes. There were many Go cultivators in the surroundings. They imitated the two's chessboard and arranged the Go diagrams, starting to deduce according to them. However, there were several chessboards that were stained with blood. Pooh! A chess cultivator suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto a deduction chessboard. South Island Go Master, how are you feeling? You also vomited blood? The group of chess cultivators immediately helped the person who had vomited blood up. How is this possible? What kind of Go skill is this? I only took a piece of the Go area and the South Island Go Master said in shock. Don't look. Be careful. This Go game is very strange. Don't look. The South Island Go Master immediately shouted to the others. Once the Go state enters it, it's like seeing a whirlpool. I can't extricate myself from it. I feel like I'm seeing an army charging at me. Me too. It's so uncomfortable. However, this Go game is so exciting and powerful. I can't bear to look away. Pooh! Most of the chess cultivators who were more immersed in the game blushed. They could not extricate themselves from the profound Go game the moment they entered it. However, it was far beyond their Go skills. They were mentally and physically exhausted, vomiting blood. Mo Yike and the white-haired old man placed their Go pieces unhurriedly. Both of them were extremely cautious as they played back and forth. Not far behind the white-haired old man was a chair. An extremely handsome white-robed monk was sitting on it. The monk was drinking tea, and a group of subordinates stood beside him. Your Majesty, the white-haired old man playing Go with Mr. Mo is Wu Yazi. The one drinking tea is Monk Yuanchu. The others are all attendants of the Great Yellow Dynasty. There was a group of people from the Great Yellow Dynasty, but they have all left. An official explained to Gu Hai. Monk Yuanchu? Gu Hai sneered. A group of other Han Dynasty officials stood behind Mo Yike. Gu Hai and his group squeezed through the crowd and walked to the front. They immediately noticed them. Your Majesty! All the officials were delighted. Greetings, Your Majesty! A group of Dahan officials immediately bowed in excitement. When the Dahan official bowed, the surrounding literary cultivators were shocked. The Emperor of the Han Dynasty? He's the Emperor of the Dahan? Mr. Mo is so good at Go, but he's willing to stay in the dynasty as a subject? So he's willing to submit to him? I don't see anything special about him. The scholars looked at Gu Hai curiously. Most of them didn't know Gu Hai, but there were a few who knew Gu Hai, especially the scholars from the capital. When they saw Gu Hai, they were overjoyed. Mr. Good is here. Ha ha ha, Monk Yuanchu is in trouble. Master Yuan Shu is in trouble? Could it be that the Emperor of the Dahan knows literary Tao? Of course. That Bringing in the Wine was written by Mr. Gu in a flash. When the Bringing in the Wine was written, his strokes shocked the wind and rain, and his poems made ghosts and gods weep. You didn't see it. Also, Mr. Good's Go skills are very good. It seems that even Mr. Mo's Go skills are not as good as Mr. Good's. That's impossible. How can his Go skills be better than Mr. Mo's? As the people who knew Gu Hai spoke, the scholars around them became restless. After all, Mo Yike's skill level was already very rare in the world. But Mr. Good was better than him? Was that possible? Also, was the Bringing in the Wine really written by him? The scholars around them were in an uproar. Monk Yuanchu's curiosity was piqued. He put down his teacup and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Mr. Mo's hand froze as he turned to look at Monk Yuanchu. Mr. Mo, since you're playing Go, you have to focus. Wu Yazi reminded him kindly. Your Majesty, you're finally here. Mo Yike's face lit up with joy. Wu Yazi was slightly stunned when he saw Mo Yike's expression. He looked at him in confusion. Gu Hai nodded and walked over with a gloomy expression. Mr. Mo, you've worked hard. I didn't do anything. It's just that I couldn't do anything about Bingheim. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. The Emperor of the Dahan? You are the Gu Hai that Bingji said could defeat me as soon as he arrived? Monk Yuanchu said with a cold smile not far away. Wu Yazi looked at Gu Hai curiously, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Mo Yike and said, Mr. Mo, it's your turn. Mo Yike shook his head. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Wu Yazi. Mo Yike followed behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai slowly walked over to Bingheim. He looked at the blood on the corner of Bingheim's mouth. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Monk Yuanchu stood up and walked over to Bingheim and Gu Hai. The scholars around them looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Although some people admired Gu Hai, they hadn't seen Gu Hai's skills. How could they believe that he was strong? Amateus Buddha, is Bingheim a subject of your Dahan? Monk Yuanchu asked coldly. He looked at Gu Hai with arrogance in his eyes. Gu Hai ignored Monk Yuanchu. Instead, he carefully reached for the Bringing in the Wine scroll in Bingheim's hand. Be careful, it's enveloped by the concept of Bodhi. A kind scholar shouted. As expected, a portion of the 20 golden words of Bodhi bloomed with a dazzling golden light and rushed toward Gu Hai. If an expert in the Tao of calligraphy was enveloped by it, they would instantly fall into the concept of Bodhi and be unable to extricate themselves. Just like Bingheim, they would be trapped in the Tao of calligraphy. Monk Yuanchu sneered, as if he wanted to see Gu Hai make a fool of himself. Outside the central square, Qing Emperor led a group of people and looked coldly at the center of the square. To be precise, he was staring at Gu Hai. When he saw Gu Hai step into the center of Bodhi, he narrowed his eyes. Buzz. However, he saw that Gu Hai was walking forward in the Bodhi realm, as if he wasn't affected at all. How is that possible? Monk Yuanchu was shocked. His Bodhi was extremely offensive. No matter how strong a calligraphy expert was, it was impossible for him to walk past it so calmly. As long as one had the artistic conception of calligraphy, they would be affected. However, why didn't Gu Hai feel anything? The Cyan Arch narrowed his eyes. Emperor, that Gu Hai doesn't have the concept of calligraphy at all? Why isn't he affected by Bodhi? 7 Kills asked in surprise. How is it possible that he doesn't have the concept of calligraphy? Didn't you hear that the Bringing in the Wine was written by Gu Hai? Someone at the side asked in confusion. Okay. 7 Kills was confused. In the courtyard where the future Buddha was, a group of monks had long regarded Gu Hai as an enemy. They were also paying attention to Gu Hai. Seeing the scene in the center of the square from far away, the monks were also shocked. Ancestral Buddha, why is Gu Hai fine? A monk asked in a daze at the side of the hall. The hall was silent for a while, then the future Buddha said, "Strange." In the central square, countless literary cultivators also widened their eyes. There were discussions. How could Gu Hai not be affected at all? Gu Hai naturally wouldn't tell others that he didn't have the concept of calligraphy, so he wasn't affected. Instead, he looked at Bingheim, who was frowning with some heartache. He gently wiped the dried blood from the corner of her mouth. Even though she was immersed in the Bodhi realm, Bingheim still held on tightly to the bringing in the wine. Gu Hai slowly grabbed the bringing in the wine, as if he was going to take it out. "No, this is the Emperor's bringing in the wine. You don't deserve it, you don't deserve it." In a daze, Bingheim seemed to be resisting, not allowing anyone to take the bringing in the wine. "Bingheim, it's me, give me the bringing in the wine," Gu Hai said gently. "Emperor, Emperor, you're here? Your Majesty, save me, Your Majesty, save me!" Bing Ji shouted in a hazy state. Her whole body was trembling. Gu Hai loosened his hand, and the bringing in the wine was pulled out by him. Bingheim still didn't wake up, but her whole body was trembling. "It's snowing so heavily, Emperor, I'm cold, Emperor, I'm so cold." Bingheim shivered in a daze, which made Gu Hai's heart ache. Bingheim had the body of a water cauldron. Even such a body felt cold. How cold would it be in the Bodhi book realm? Gu Hai looked up at the Bodhi book floating in the air, his face extremely gloomy. "Bingheim, I'm here. You're trapped in the Bodhi book realm and can't get out. I'll teach you. It's just a Bodhi book, nothing special," Gu Hai said gently. "Get me the ink paper and ink stone," Gu Hai said in a deep voice. "Yes." A group of officials immediately fetched the ink, paper, and ink stone. Gu Hai grabbed the ink brush and put it in Bingheim's hand. "Bingheim, listen to me, use the artistic conception of the book realm to break the Bodhi book," Gu Hai said coldly. "I'll listen to Emperor, I'll listen to Emperor, Your Majesty, I'm so cold," Bingheim said in a daze while shivering. Her voice was sad, as if she was about to cry. "Break my Bodhi book? Ha 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 ha, you're asking Bingheim, who's trapped in the Bodhi book realm, to write it? In her current state, even if you write the first chapter for her, its power will only be 1/100th of her peak state. Gu Hai, you're really overestimating yourself," Monk Yuanchu sneered. "Mo Yike, recite the Bodhi book," Gu Hai said in a deep voice. "The Bodhi tree in the heart," Mo Yike recited. "Right, there is no Bodhi tree," Gu Hai said gently to Bingheim, who was in a daze. "There is no Bodhi tree." Bingheim wrote word by word. Her words were crooked and did not form a word at all. Only a little of Bingheim's artistic conception of the book realm had been infused into it. However, as soon as these 5 crooked words were written, millions of golden Buddhist lights bloomed in an instant. A wave of awe-inspiring righteousness surged in all directions in the square. Rumble. Chapter 548. From the moment Gu Hai arrived at Heavenly Een City's central plaza, he was destined to attract the attention of the various factions. At the very least, the factions that had grudges with Gu Hai were all staring at Gu Hai. At the small courtyard where the future Buddha was, a group of monks stood on high ground, staring at the central plaza in the distance. However, they saw Gu Hai placing a brush in the hands of the dazed Bingheim. Then, he dictated to Bingheim to write how to decipher Monk Yuanchu's Bodhi. Gu Hai is really shameless. Although that Monk Yuanchu is not a disciple of our Spirit Mountain's Holy Land, his Buddhist nature is outstanding. His Bodhigatha is filled with boundless Buddhist nature. Such literary talent is worthy of a bodhisattva in our Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. Unfortunately, when we sent someone to invite Monk Yuanchu to our Spirit Mountain's Holy Land, he refused. The Bodhigatha is filled with Buddhist nature, expressing the meaning of the Buddhist Tao. Bingheim is already unconscious. Can she write in that state? The group of monks showed disdainful expressions. At another small courtyard, the Qing Emperor and his subordinates also stared at the central plaza. "Sovereign Emperor, is that Gu Hai crazy?" He wants Bingheim to write? 7 kills said in shock. Silence. The Qing emperor said coldly. Yes. Everyone was confused. However, they saw that in the distance, Gu Hai had Mo Yike recite Monk Yuanchu's Gatha. At the same time, he had Bingheim write it. Bodhi tree in the heart. This was Monk Yuanchu's first sentence, and also his Buddhist Tao realm. Although it was just 5 words, the existence of the Bodhi tree was engraved in his heart. Monk Yuanchu's words shone with golden light. Boundless righteous energy spun in the air like a storm. As Gu Hai recited, Bingheim wrote 5 words in a crooked manner. There is no Bodhi tree. The crooked words were extremely ugly, and it was difficult to fully display the artistic conception of the calligraphy. However, when these 5 words appeared, they seemed to be filled with a vast and righteous aura. A huge golden Buddhist light bloomed from the 5 crooked words. If Monk Yuanchu's concept of Buddhism was to create the Bodhi tree in his heart, then Gu Hai's concept of Bodhi tree was to transform the Bodhi tree into nothingness. Being and nothingness were opposite. At this moment, it was impossible to tell who would win or lose. However, everyone could see that although they were both talking about the Bodhi tree, this was a clash of opposing Tao of calligraphy. At the same time, a flood of awe-inspiring righteous energy gushed out from Bingheim and spread in all directions. Voila! The surging aura of righteousness burst forth, just like when Monk Yuanchu wrote the Bodhi. Countless Wendao practitioners who were debating and sparring with each other were instantly interrupted by this aura of righteousness, and all of them turned their heads. Are they not playing chess anymore? Are they competing with Tao of calligraphy again? Let's go and have a look. Competing with the Bodhi? Another Buddhist light and awe-inspiring righteous energy? Who is this? Is it the Han dynasty again? He is not inferior to Monk Yuanchu at all. Opposing essay? Is this an opposing essay? I haven't seen such a tit-for-tat essay in a long time. Wendao practitioners from all directions quickly gathered around. At first, there were only tens of thousands of onlookers, and most of them were Go Dao practitioners. At this moment, calligraphy practitioners were also quickly attracted. Not only calligraphy practitioners, but zither Dao and painting Dao practitioners also turned their curious gazes. After all, books were the foundation of Wendao. In the courtyard of the future Buddha, Bodhi tree is originally non-existent? Is Gu Hai trying to play to the gallery? Opposing essay? Opposing essay? You say there is, but I say there is none? Did Gu Hai come up with this on the spot? All the monks were surprised. Monk Yuanchu put his palms together, and his face turned gloomy. Opposing essay? This was a kind of essay that argued with each other, and it was also the kind of essay that was deeply entangled. Writing on the spot, how good could it be? What a joke. The spirit is the mirror. Monk Yuanchu recited the second sentence. This time, there was no need for Mo Yike to recite it. Monk Yuanchu recited the second sentence himself. As he recited it, the golden words in the sky shone even more brightly. Monk Yuanchu recited it as if he was instilling a concept that made people have no choice but to believe. Spirituality was the mirror that illuminated the essence of all things. The heart was Bodhi and the spirit was the mirror. It could illuminate everything and lead to the other side. This was a kind of Buddhist nature that pressed forward courageously. This was pointing out a path of Buddhism. Monk Yuanchu looked at Gu Hai confidently. Only his path was correct. Gu Hai ignored him, but Bingheim wrote the second sentence that Gu Hai recited in a crooked manner. The mirror is also not the mirror. Monk Yuanchu's eyelids suddenly twitched. Those 5 crooked words were once again at odds with him. Even a mirror is not on the stage? Was this saying that what was in the mirror was just an illusion and didn't exist at all? Simply put, to see a person clearly, one couldn't look at the surface. If one was confused by the surface, it would be difficult to see deeper? Did this mean that even his second sentence was rejected? Boom. As soon as the 5 crooked words appeared, the golden light increased by more than 10 times, illuminating the sky in an instant. The surging aura of righteousness suddenly soared into the sky like the rising tide of the sea. It rushed straight toward Monk Yuanchu's golden words, as if it wanted to shatter the surrounding aura of righteousness. The 2 auras of righteousness collided with each other. A thunderous boom was heard. Monk Yuanchu's Bodhi kept saying there is, while Gu Hai's Bodhi kept saying there is. They were evenly matched, as if 2 different Buddhists were competing. In the distance, in the small courtyard of the future Buddha, the group of monks no longer underestimated Gu Hai. Opposing text? I don't believe that Gu Hai can still write it. The group of monks all looked uncomfortable. Obviously, they also saw the brilliance of Gu Hai's writing. Monk Yuanchu's eyelids twitched as he recited the last 2 sentences. Illusions give birth to all things, brightness surpasses dust. As he recited, the golden light above the golden words instantly illuminated the entire central square. Almost everyone in the square turned their heads to look. High up in the sky, the aura of righteousness formed a ferocious tornado. In the tornado, there seemed to be countless ferocious beasts roaring. These 2 sentences continued the previous 2 sentences. Only when the heart is Bodhi, and the spirit is the mirror can one see everything. Only when one knows one's heart can one transcend the thousands of phenomena in the material world and reach the other shore. Only then can one become a Buddha. This was the path of Buddhist cultivation. It was a visible and broad path. Monk Yuanchu put his palms together. His body emitted a golden light, as if he had merged with the golden words of Bodhi in the sky. For a moment, Yuanchu's body emitted rolling golden light, forming a giant Buddha statue. He pressed down on Bingheim with a majestic aura. Previously, Bingheim's artistic conception of bringing in the wine was shattered by this giant Buddha statue. Bingheim was severely injured and fell into a coma. "Be careful, Your Majesty!" Mo Yike shouted. Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he recited the last 2 sentences. Bingheim wrote them out in a daze. Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? In the next life, there were no worries or restraints. Dust was inside, and the heart was outside. Worries were nothing. If one didn't pay attention to them, how could there be any worries? As soon as the cross appeared, the golden light of Buddhist nature suddenly turned purple. As soon as the purple golden light appeared, it seemed to form a black hole, surging toward the golden light of Buddhist nature in the sky. Buzz! All the golden light emitted by Bodhi instantly shattered and disappeared. The golden light rushed toward Monk Yuanchu's giant Buddha statue. Roar! The giant Buddha statue let out a loud roar and stomped on the ground. It seemed like it was going to shatter the ground. However, when it met the black hole, it strangely shattered all of a sudden. The giant Buddha statue's foot shattered? In the distance, in the small courtyard where the future Buddha was, the group of monks widened their eyes. They were already at a loss for words. Suddenly, the future Buddha's voice came from the house behind them. Bodhi was originally not a tree, and the mirror was not a platform. Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? What a good originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? What a good Buddhist realm! One sentence said all about Bodhi. From now on, no one dared to say Bodhi, the future Buddha sighed. Look, that giant Buddha statue has shattered. It has completely shattered. How could this be? Outside the house, another monk cried out in surprise. In the small courtyard of Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai in the distance with narrowed eyes. Gu Hai's literary cultivation is so powerful? In the central square, countless literary cultivators were also reciting Gu Hai's Gatha. It's not the opposite. Mr. Good's Gatha is so much better than Monk Yuanchu's. Look, Monk Yuanchu's giant Buddha statue has shattered. What a terrifying aura of righteousness! While the literary cultivators were still in shock, the giant Buddha statue suddenly exploded. From the crooked words in Bingheim's hand, the aura of righteousness suddenly burst out like a volcanic eruption. Boom! It was like a heavy blow to the sky. It rushed toward the tornado-like aura of righteousness of Yuanchu. Under this volcanic eruption, the tornado-like aura of righteousness seemed to have stopped rotating for an instant. Bang! The aura of righteousness of Yuanchu's Bodhi suddenly disappeared. It disappeared into thin air just like that, as if it had never existed. In the sky, the Bodhi painting seemed to have lost its luster in an instant. Not a single golden word was shining. Destroyed? That Buddhist Gatha was destroyed? Mr. Good's Bodhi destroyed Master Yuanchu's Bodhi ? Mr. Good's Bodhi has become a great Tao, while Master Yuanchu's Bodhi has become a false Tao. While the surrounding literary cultivators were still in shock, the purple-gold Buddhist light rushed toward Master Yuanchu. Grandmaster Yuanchu had a look of shock on his face. Buzz! Black gas suddenly surged out of Master Yuanchu's body. Pfft! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Master Yuanchu clutched his chest and looked at Gu Hai as he vomited blood. No, no, this is impossible. My Buddhist Tao, my Buddhist Tao. Plop! Master Yuanchu fell to the ground. Master! A group of servants immediately surrounded him. Master Yuanchu glared at Gu Hai. There was a bone-deep hatred on his face. Your Majesty, your Bodhi subverted Master Yuanchu's Buddhist beliefs. His Buddhist cultivation has been destroyed by more than half? Mo Yike said in shock. I understand now. The reason why Yuanchu was able to write that Bodhi was because he cultivated the Buddha in his heart. That was his conviction. However, Master completely shattered his conviction. His conviction crumbled, and the Buddha's heart that he cultivated in the past fell short of success? Gauchen's eyes lit up. The surrounding literary cultivators were still looking at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai, however, held Bingheim in his arms and stared at Bingheim. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? Originally, there was nothing, so where did dust come from? As Bingheim muttered to herself, 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down her closed eyes. One could see with the naked eye that there seemed to be a lump of black gas that had been accumulating in Bingheim's chest suddenly dispersed. As if all of her worries had dispersed, Bingheim also woke up from the state of calligraphy. She opened her eyes slightly. Tears still flowed down her cheeks. After everything was over, the whole world suddenly brightened up. The previous coldness, loneliness, and fear were all gone. All that was left was this very warm embrace. After opening her eyes, Bingheim instantly found herself in Gu Hai's arms. Your Majesty! Bingheim cried with reddened eyes. It seemed like she wanted to cry out all the grievances in her heart. It's good that you're awake. Gu Hai smiled. Chapter 549. Your Majesty! Bingheim cried with reddened eyes. She looked like she was about to cry out all the grievances in her heart. It's good that you're awake. Gu Hai smiled faintly. I'm incompetent. I've embarrassed your Majesty. Bingheim said, feeling wronged. You didn't embarrass me. Your essay defeated Monk Yuanchu. Gu Hai said with a smile. At this moment, Bingheim finally noticed the crooked words on the paper in her hand. There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror. There is nothing in the beginning, so where did dust come from? This was written by me? Bingheim said in surprise. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. At this moment, the Gatha on the paper was still blooming with Buddhist light and righteous energy. It also shattered Monk Yuanchu's righteous energy and rushed into the sea of righteous energy in the sky. Buzz! The sea of righteous energy shook slightly, as if it was resonating with the Gatha. The cultivators who were talking about it earlier fell silent. They all looked at Gu Hai in surprise. A last-minute composition? Was this also Chuan? That's right, it must be Chuan. Was this Emperor Dahan? An expert in calligraphy? Did you see that? This is my master. He's amazing, right? Gao Chen said excitedly to Zheng Faming. Zheng Faming nodded immediately. He was also excited. The people Gu Hai brought with him all had proud expressions. Only Long Wanyu's eyebrows suddenly furrowed and she pouted. This was because Bingheim had been lying in Gu Hai's arms. For some reason, she felt a little jealous. He's my brother-in-law, my sister's husband. How can he let another woman lie in his arms? Long Wanyu muttered. Sister Bingheim, let me help you, don't let my brother-in-law help you. Long Wanyu immediately rushed forward, pushed away Gu Hai, and helped Bingheim up. Bingheim seemed to be reluctant to leave, but there were so many people around. She suddenly blushed and took advantage of the situation to let Long Wanyu help her up. Gu Hai smiled faintly and did not mind. Sister Bingheim, you don't know. When brother-in-law was teaching you how to write a poem, many people said that brother-in-law would definitely lose. But look, brother-in-law taught you so well. Long Wanyu excitedly told Bingheim what happened just now. The emperor dictated it and I wrote it? Bingheim stole a glance at Gu Hai, then grabbed the roll of paper and carefully put it away. Gu Hai put away the bodhi that he was reciting. Suddenly, the awe-inspiring righteousness in the surroundings disappeared. However, the literary cultivators who scolded Gu Hai for not being able to write a good poem blushed. At the same time, in a small courtyard of the Taishang sect, the Taishang sect's Juzi stood on a high place with a group of Taishang sect elders behind him. They watched Gu Hai compose a poem from afar. Buddhist Gatha? This is Gu Hai? Taishang sect's Juzi squinted his eyes. Xuanan, who had rushed back, stood beside him. Yes, it's him, Juzi. He killed Elder Feng Tong. Xuanan said in a low voice. Elder Feng Tong? Heh, now that Xuandu has come out of seclusion, he's going to be angry. Juzi sneered. Yes, Juzi. Gu Hai's Buddhist Gatha is quite powerful. There's also the Bringing in the Wine, Ode to Chivalry, and the Great Compassion Mantra not long ago. Will this thousand-sage conference ruin our plans? Xuanan said worriedly. Juzi squinted his eyes. Scripture. Using scriptures to determine victory or defeat, poems, songs, gathas? These are just small Taos. The great Tao is righteous. How can these words compare to the scriptures of the Holy Path? Yes. The people behind him nodded. In the small courtyard of the future Buddha. Buddha, how can Gu Hai's Buddhist nature be so strong? Great Compassion Mantra Bodhi? Are you sure that he wasn't the reincarnation of a Buddhist cultivator in his previous life? A monk put his palms together and said to a small room. There was a moment of silence in the room. Then, the future Buddha's voice sounded. Gu Hai has no Buddhist nature around him. He doesn't even have the aura of scripture. He's definitely not the reincarnation of a Buddhist, nor. The future Buddha felt that he couldn't continue speaking. The group of monks put their palms together and didn't dare to refute. However, there was a look of disbelief in their eyes. No Buddhist nature? How could he write such Buddhist scriptures? Write again and again? No aura of scripture? Just based on Bingheim's crooked words, he could make Master Yuanchu's Buddhist heart collapse? In the small courtyard of the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor looked at the center of the square in the distance with a deep frown. Looking at Gu Hai, a trace of admiration flashed in the eyes of the Qing Emperor. In the square, Gu Hai defeated Master Yuanchu. After handing Bingheim to Long Wanyu, he walked step by step toward Master Yuanchu, who was vomiting blood. Don't come over! The group of attendants suddenly shouted. However, Gu Hai's expression was cold. He looked at the monk Yuanchu. Master Yuanchu, you're so powerful. What does the Han dynasty have to do with you? Are you going to kill me and trap my courtiers? Gu Hai was settling the score after the autumn. Although the surrounding Wenxiu did not agree with Gu Hai's decision to settle the score since Master Yuanchu was already in such a miserable state, they did not object. After all, he was the one who started it. Trap your courtiers? Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, you destroyed my Buddhist heart today. What else do you want? Master Yuanchu said unhappily. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. I just heard that in the center of Tianjin City, you fought privately and left it to fate. If Mo Yike did not stop you with his chess skills, would you have taken Bingheim away? Would you have imprisoned Bingheim? So what? Master Yuanchu glared at him. Men, take Master Yuanchu away. Take him away. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. The group of elite hall disciples immediately rushed forward. How dare you? How dare you? Do you know who we are? We are the envoys of the Great Yellow Dynasty. The group of attendants immediately stood in front of Master Yuanchu and shouted as they drew their weapons. You want to use force, right? Ha Mu Chenfeng. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Buzz. Mu Chenfeng immediately waved her hand. The group of elite hall disciples took out sky-piercing cannons and aimed them at Master Yuanchu's group. Sky-piercing cannons? Quick, inform the Sovereign Emperor. The Sovereign Emperor went to meet with Daqiansheng. What should we do now? Quick, go and call people. The group of attendants immediately said anxiously. The Great Yellow Dynasty's people seemed to have heard of sky-piercing cannons long ago. Furthermore, even if they did not pay attention, some people still heard about it. Their expressions changed drastically. Gu Hai wanted to forcefully take Master Yuanchu away, just like how he forcefully took away Bingheim back then. Master Yuanchu, are you coming with me on your own, or should I get someone to help you? Or should I ask my cannons to help you? Isn't it the rule to fight privately and leave it to fate? Let's go. Gu Hai said coldly. Cough, cough, cough. Master Yuanchu clutched his chest and coughed. The surrounding cultivators frowned, but no one stepped forward. This was how Master Yuanchu had forced Bingheim to leave. Now, it was the other way around? Mr. Good, calm down. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Wu Yazi, who had been sitting at the side, suddenly spoke. Gu Hai turned his head. Your Majesty, the situation was extremely urgent. I tried to stop them using chess, but they weren't willing. However, Mr. Wu Yazi stepped in and agreed to play chess again. Mo Yike explained. Oh! Gu Hai was stunned. Wu Yazi? He stepped in and played chess again? No matter what, this person had helped Bingheim. Mr. Wu Yazi, how may I help you? Gu Hai bowed slightly. I don't dare to say that I'm helping you. However, Master Yuanchu has already been taught a lesson. Please forgive him, Mr. Good. Wu Yazi pleaded. Gu Hai looked at Wu Yazi and shook his head. Mr. Wu Yazi, thank you for your words. However, I must take Master Yuanchu away, just like the others. How many more conflicts did Bingheim have with the Great Yellow Dynasty? Gu Hai needed to capture Master Yuanchu and interrogate him. Therefore, he had to bring him back. Should he ask Bingheim? Gu Hai wasn't sure if Bingheim would tell him the truth. So, he had to start with Master Yuanchu. Wu Yazi bitterly smiled. Fine, I've said too much. However, I've already agreed to Mr. Mo's conditions. We'll decide victory or defeat through the game of chess. That's why we're here now. The game of chess has yet to be decided, and the game of chess has yet to be decided. Isn't Mr. Gu breaking the rules? Gu Hai looked at Wu Yazi and nodded. As Mr. Wu Yazi has said, I thank Mr. Wu Yazi for your help. Fine, I'll play by the rules. Mr. Wu Yazi, are you planning to use the Tao of chess to save Yuanchu? That's right. Mr. Mo and I have yet to decide a victor in our chess game. How about we decide the victor between us? Or perhaps the rest of you can play chess with me and decide the victor. Solemnly, Wu Yazi said. Mr. Mo looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, I've already done my best with Wu Yazi's chess game. As of now, it's a draw. We're evenly matched. Gu Hai looked at the chessboard in front of him. It was a chessboard with 19 rows. Although there weren't many pieces, it was extremely complex. However, this complexity was nothing to Gu Hai. Gu Hai had borrowed resources from Earth to practice the zither and calligraphy. Chess, on the other hand, was a true skill. On the chessboard, the black and white pieces were locked in a fierce battle. They were evenly matched. Agreed, Mr. Gu Hai nodded. Will Mr. Mo continue, or will Mr. Good and I start a new game? Wu Yazi was slightly stunned. I'll do it. There's no need to start a new game. Let's just use this endgame. What do you think? Gu Hai pointed at the game. Mo Yike and Wu Yazi were halfway through. What do you think? Gu Hai asked. Alright. Wu Yazi nodded. The endgame hadn't been decided yet, so it wasn't impossible to continue. However, the Godao cultivators in the surroundings showed signs of doubt. It's fine if Mr. Mo and Mr. Wu Yazi play. But what about Gu Hai? He's so good at calligraphy. He's definitely not good at chess. The spectators were in disbelief. Wu Yazi sat down and extended his hand. Now, it's the black piece's turn. Mr. Good, please. Gu Hai looked at the chessboard. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the situation. He picked up a black piece and placed it on the 9-5 position. The 9-5 position? How did Mr. Good end up there? It's normal for him to end up there. However, he'll be losing ground this way. This black piece will be wasted. All the Go cultivators shook their heads. Wu Yazi picked up a white piece and was about to place it. This was because the position was within Wu Yazi's expectations. Once the black piece was placed, the white piece would be placed next to it. Mr. Good, you can sit down and place your piece. Wu Yazi frowned at Gu Hai before placing his piece. Isn't it rude for you to play chess while I'm sitting down? Gu Hai smiled faintly and shook his head. Wu Yazi felt uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after he beat his opponent. The white piece was about to be placed. However, just as the white piece was about to land on the chessboard, Wu Yazi's eyes widened. His hand froze. The chess cultivators around him were curious. No, how could this be? This is an ambush. Wu Yazi's expression darkened. Mo Yike was also staring at the chessboard. His expression changed as well. The entire chessboard is about to change. This chess piece looks extremely ordinary at first glance, but it is actually a guiding chess piece. As long as the white chess piece is placed down, the entire chessboard will change completely? Where's the white piece? Not here. Mo Yike seemed to have been possessed. He stood on the white piece's side, trying to find a solution. However, Gu Hai's black piece was too evil. There was nothing unusual about the black piece, but it was a trap for the white piece. The only way to resolve this situation was for the white piece to stay put and let the black piece place it. However, that was impossible. When it was the white piece's turn, the white piece wouldn't be placed. What's going on? The chess cultivators around him were confused. Take Monk Yuanchu away, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. No. Mr. Wu Yazi. Mr. Wu Yazi, save Master Yuanchu. The Great Yellow Dynasty cultivators cried out in alarm. However, Wu Yazi continued to stare at the chessboard for a while, ignoring them. Only when the injured monk Yuanchu was completely captured and tied up did Wu Yazi let out a long breath. Shock flashed through his eyes. Mister, save us! The cultivators cried out in alarm. However, Wu Yazi ignored them. He looked at Gu Hai, stood up, and bowed slightly to Gu Hai. I was careless. Mr. Good's move forced me into a dead end. I have lost this game. Wow! The chess cultivators around him were in an uproar. One piece. Gu Hai had only placed one piece. How did he win? How was that possible? Only a handful of people could keep up with Wu Yazi's chess skills. Those chess cultivators stared with wide eyes. Gu Hai must have guessed. One of the chess cultivators shouted in disbelief. Mr. Wu Yazi isn't helping Gu Hai on purpose, is he? How is that possible? How could Wu Yazi be that kind of person? Everyone was stunned. However, Wu Yazi's admission of defeat confused the chess cultivators. They focused on Gu Hai's move. Wu Yazi was left with no way out with just one piece? No wonder Gu Hai wasn't willing to sit down and play chess. He had already won. Why would he need to sit down? Was that a wild guess? Countless chess cultivators were confused. Mr. Wu Yazi is free and easy. If you don't mind, feel free to visit my Dahan. Gu Hai will definitely welcome you. Gu Hai smiled. Solemnly, Wu Yazi said, I'll definitely be troubling Mr. Good in the future. Please play another game with Mr. Good. Definitely. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Wu Yazi, you can't let them take Master Yuan Shu away. How are we going to explain this to the Emperor when he returns? I tried my best. There's nothing else I can do. You don't have to worry about how I'm going to explain this. Wu Yazi said indifferently. The servants were confused. Wu Yazi looked at Mo Yike and said, Mr. Mo, you were defeated by Mr. Good in a single move. You're Mr. Good's servant. How good is Mr. Good? The way of chess I am today is all thanks to the Emperor. His Majesty is 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than me. Mo Yike said solemnly. Wu Yazi raised an eyebrow in disbelief. However, Gu Hai and the rest had already left the central plaza with Monk Yuan Shu. Chapter 550. Heavenly Een City, Long Wanyu's temporary residence. A group of people returned from the central square and quickly settled down. Bingheim, rest at ease and recuperate first. Don't worry about anything else. Gu Hai comforted Bingheim. But that Monk Yuan Shu, Bingheim said worriedly. Capturing Monk Yuan Shu was equivalent to falling out with the Great Yellow Dynasty. It's okay. I'm here for everything. Don't worry. Gu Hai comforted her. Alright. Bingheim nodded with a bitter smile. Wan Yu, take care of Bingheim for the next period of time. Gu Hai said to Long Wan Yu. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll find the best medicine for Sister Bingheim. Long Wan Yu immediately promised. With Long Wan Yu taking care of Bingheim, Gu Hai also nodded with relief for the time being. Alright, get someone to invite Ziwei and Chongqing over. The Thousand Saints Conference is around the corner. I need their help, Gu Hai said. I'll get someone to go tomorrow, Long Wan Yu immediately said. Gu Hai nodded and also left Bingheim's room. Bingheim watched Gu Hai leave with a reluctant look in her eyes. Your Majesty! Hall Master! Master! Mo Yike, Mu Chunfeng, Gauchen, and the others waited outside the room. Mu Chunfeng, from now on, Class 1 Hall will be in charge of investigating the situation in Heavenly Een City. Find out as much as you can about the civil path cultivators from all over the place. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mu Chunfeng answered. Mr. Mo. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Present. I'll have to trouble you to interrogate Monk Yuan Shu, Gu Hai said solemnly. What does your Majesty need to know? Mo Yike asked curiously. Everything about Bingheim and the forces from the Great Yellow Dynasty, Gu Hai said solemnly. I'll try my best. Mo Yike nodded. Not try your best, but you must. The people of the Great Yellow Dynasty might come to save him soon. You don't have much time. Gu Hai shook his head. But, I don't know much about Monk Yuan Shu. I don't know if he's willing to talk, Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Don't worry, Gauchen will help you. Gu Hai glanced at Gauchen. Gauchen? Mo Yike froze for a moment before nodding. Master, don't worry. I'll definitely help Mr. Mo. Gauchen said excitedly. Oh right, where's Qin Zibai? Didn't Qin Zibai protect you when you were in danger? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Mo Yike fell silent for a moment before saying, Qin Zibai, I told him to hide for now. Gu Hai was puzzled. He said he wanted to hide from the future Buddha. This is Heavenly Een City, so I'm worried that I'll be eavesdropping. I'll tell your Majesty about it another day, okay? Mo Yike said solemnly. Gu Hai's expression changed. Future Buddha? Closed eyes world cleansing Zen? He had also cultivated the closed eyes world cleansing Zen in the past. Gu Hai nodded and did not ask any more questions. After the arrangements were made, Gu Hai returned to the study Long Wanyu had prepared for him. Ever since she knew that Gu Hai was coming to the heavenly courts, Long Wanyu had made a lot of preparations. She had made very good arrangements for Gu Hai. Sitting in the study, Gu Hai looked at the information that had been passed down by the elite hall. After looking at it for a while, puff, puff, 2 sounds of flapping wings could be heard from the crack in the door. Gu Hai threw the book away and waved his hand. Bam! The door of the study was slammed shut. Just a moment ago, a bat suddenly flew into the room. Buzz! The bat shook slightly and suddenly transformed into a black-clothed human figure, landing in front of Gu Hai. Chong Ming greets your majesty. The bat-transformed person bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. It was the commander of the Han Dynasty's blood-robed guards, Chong Ming. There is a sound barrier in this room, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. After your majesty left with the remains of the Zhengfa Ming family, I have been waiting there. Later, someone came, so I followed. Chong Ming said respectfully. The second power that is watching the Zhengfa Ming? The first is Elder Feng Tong's Wanshou Taoism. Who is the second? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. I followed them all the way to a palace and saw that person reporting to someone. When I saw that person, I did not continue to chase. Chong Ming said with a frown. It's Yi Shenzhen. Chong Ming said with a hint of surprise. He had thought that it was Solar God Palace, the Holy Land of Mount Lingshan, Wanshou Taoism, and even the Qing Emperor. However, he did not expect it to be Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen? The commander of the Deqian Celestial Divine Guards? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yi Shenzhen was in charge of Deqian's intelligence work. Similar to Chong Ming, he controlled a secret organization of the Deqian Celestial Empire. He was absolutely loyal to the Deqian Sheng. Back in the capital, Yi Shenzhen had protected Long Wanyu. The second power is actually the Deqian Celestial Empire? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai did not expect the second power to be the Deqian Celestial Empire. This did not make sense. Why would the Deqian Celestial Empire be so mysterious? You may leave first. I understand, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Chong Ming turned into a bat again. He opened a crack in the door and flew out. Gu Hai was left alone in the study, deep in thought. Heavenly Courts. Upper Study. The great Qian dynasty's emperor sat in front of his desk with 10 tablets in front of him. Each tablet had 1 or 2 words on it, as if they were surnames. The 9th tablet was Sima and the 10th tablet was Gu. A gauze curtain divided the study into 2. Daqian Xing looked at the 10 signs. On the other side of the gauze curtain stood Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen was extremely respectful, as if he was describing something to Daqian Xing. Continue, Daqian Xing said calmly. Yes, I have already described the 9 candidates. The last one is Gu Hai. He was added by His Holiness some time ago. Yi Shenzhen said respectfully. Speak. Yes. During this period of time, we have been setting up according to His Holiness's request. When Gu Hai just arrived, we arranged for Li Xinji to inform the angels of Apollo Palace. Gu Hai did it cleanly. He bombarded the angels and killed the angels in front of Elite Hall. He bombarded the city lord. Solemnly Yi Shenzhen said. Killing the angels? Enmity against Apollo Palace? Daqian Xing smiled faintly. However, I have realized that Li Xinji seems to have a deep grudge against Gu Hai. Yi Shenzhen said with a frown. Continue. Yes, because we are setting up a trap, we are doing it at the same time. In Heavenly Mao City, we had Ao Tianhuang summon Ao Shun to Heavenly Mao City and let him discover Gaochun's predicament. As for Gaochun's predicament, it was because of Zhengfa Ming. However, Gaochun coincidentally got along well with him, so we used him to test Gu Hai. The Holy Land of Soul Mountain has been searching for Jingfa Ming recently, so we accidentally revealed Jingfa Ming's information to the group of monks at the right time, causing them to be in conflict. We had Ao Shun lure Gu Hai over. When Gu Hai arrived, he also bombarded Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and severely injured 1,000 Arhat. He broke the precepts and touched the Bodhisattva's silent, motionless meditation. He obtained Qiu Ling Mountain's holy land. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. Fighting the monks? Qiu Ling Mountain's holy land? Good. Daqian Xing tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. The 10,000 lifespan Taoist sect's senior Feng Tong was another group of people who wanted to obtain the righteous Dharma illumination. This official used this opportunity to lure them to Gu Hai. Furthermore, Gu Hai was also setting up a trap, going with the flow. Everything went as planned. Gu Hai killed Senior Feng Tong and scolded Xianen, sowing enmity with the 10,000 lifespan Taoist sect. Yi Shenzhen explained. Killed Xuandu's nephew? Become enemies with Wanshou Taoism? Good. Daqian Xing seemed to be even more satisfied. According to the news from Silver Moon City, Gu Hai, Miata, and 7 kills have a grudge against each other. I had already arranged for people to stay by their sides and instigate their anger. Unfortunately, 7 kills did not dare to disobey the Qing Emperor's orders, so only Miata went. I had Li Shunji contact all parties and test them again. Unfortunately, only Miata went, but it's enough. Gu Hai killed Miata, and His Holiness knew about it. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. Become enemies with the Dian dynasty and not submit to the might of the Qing Emperor? Not bad. The Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty sounded satisfied. His Holiness should remember Bingheim. I had asked the 9th young master to persuade Wu Yazi to set up this game in the central plaza and wait for Gu Hai to arrive. His Holiness invited Emperor Kong to come here and let Gu Hai face Wu Yazi and Monk Yuanchu. Wu Yazi agreed to help us, so he delayed the game until Gu Hai arrived. Gu Hai lived up to his expectations and used Bodhi to destroy Monk Yuanchu's Buddhist heart. He even captured him. As for Wu Yazi, he didn't use his full strength when he placed his piece. In the end, he succeeded and retreated. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. Become enemies with the Great Yellow Dynasty? To investigate Bingheim's background? Not bad. Daqian Xing let out a sigh of relief. Yi Shenzhen solemnly said, The 10 people chosen by His Holiness are all extremely skilled in literature. During this time, according to His Holiness's request, I've created enmity between them and the 3 holy lands and the 2 great celestial dynasties. Aside from Sima Chongkong, who stopped the other powers because of his father's identity, the other 8 more or less retreated when they faced the 3 holy lands and the 2 great celestial dynasties. Only Gu Hai is fearless and dauntless. Sima Chongkong and Gu Hai? Daqian Xing looked at the board in front of him again. However, I'm curious. This Gu Hai has offended so many powers. Is he seeking death? Or did he see through His Holiness's intentions and did this on purpose? Yi Shenzhen said with a frown. See through my intentions? On purpose? If he has the ability, what harm is there in seeing through my intentions? This is a serious matter. I don't want my plan to end up benefiting others. Daqian Xing said solemnly. Yes, Gu Hai has a grudge with many parties. He is brave and trustworthy. However, we do not know his background. Your Majesty, we know the background of the others. They are all old friends of my royal court. Compared to Gu Hai, they are even more. Yi Shenzhen said with a frown. Know his background? He may not be trustworthy. Daqian Xing shook his head. Yes. Yi Shenzhen said with a wry smile. Gu Hai. Daqian Xing looked at Gu Hai's board again. His Holiness, other than Gu Hai, there is also Sima Chongkong. This person's literary skills are extraordinary. He is good at both the zither and calligraphy. Furthermore, we have observed him for the longest time. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. He is Sima Zongheng's son. I can trust him, but he is not suitable for this matter. Daqian Xing shook his head. Yes. Yi Shenzhen answered. We will choose Gu Hai. Let Sima Chongkong explain this matter to Gu Hai. We cannot afford to lose the Thousand Saints Conference. Daqian Xing said solemnly. Yes. Yi Shenzhen answered. Chapter 551. Heavenly Yin City, Long Wanyu Palace. Gu Hai waited for 2 days, but no one from the Great Yellow Dynasty came. Mu Chenfeng, on the other hand, had collected a large amount of information on literary cultivators. In the study, Gu Hai was analyzing carefully. Hall Master, Mr. Sima Chongkong requests to see you. I have arranged for him to stay in the side hall. Mu Chenfeng came to report. Oh! Gu Hai was slightly surprised. He stood up and followed Mu Chenfeng to the side hall. Sima Chongkong was drinking tea in the side hall. When Gu Hai arrived, Sima Chongkong immediately stood up. Mr. Good, sorry to disturb you. Mr. Sima, sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Hai walked forward with a smile. Don't mention it. I hope Mr. Good doesn't mind my sudden visit. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Why would I? Mr. Sima, please take a seat. Gu Hai sat down with a smile. Mu Chenfeng poured tea for the two of them again. Mr. Good, is it convenient to talk here? Sima Chongkong looked at Gu Hai with a smile. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. He looked at Mu Chenfeng and said, All of you can leave now. Set up a sound barrier in this hall. Yes. Mu Chenfeng nodded and left the room. Buzz. Soon, a barrier appeared outside the hall. Mr. Sima, are you here for Monk Yuanchu? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Part of it. Emperor Kong sent someone to look for His Holiness. His Holiness asked me to be the mediator and ask Mr. Good to show mercy. Besides, Mr. Good should know what he wants to know these 2 days, Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Sima Chongkong. This time, Mr. Good shouldn't pursue this matter too much, Sima Chongkong said with a serious expression. Gu Hai was silent for a while and nodded. All right. Thank you, Mr. Good, Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Mr. Sima didn't come here today just for Monk Yuanchu, right? Mr. Sima can't possibly come here personally? Gu Hai said with a smile. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly and said, I had no choice but to come under the saint's orders. While Sima Chongkong looked at Mr. Gu. Mr. Sima, please say it clearly. Gu Hai is all ears. Gu Hai seemed to have realized something and said solemnly. Sima Chongkong smiled. It seems that Mr. Good already guessed it. Guessed what? Gu Hai said in a low voice. All right, I won't beat around the bush with Mr. Good. This time, His Holiness asked me to pass you a message to explain the Thousand Saints Conference and give you an appointment. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Appointment? That's right. Not only will you be appointed, but you will also help Mr. Good get first place and directly enter the Holy Temple of Wendao. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Help me get first place? Ha, Mr. Sima, the judge this time is the Deqian official? Cheating for me? Gu Hai frowned slightly. If the judge is the Deqian official, why do you need to find Mr. Good? Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Although the Thousand Saints Conference is held in the Deqian Celestial Empire, except for Old Man Guanxi, who made an exception last time, only people from the 3 Holy Lands can get first place, Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. Wanshou Taoism, Solar God Palace, and the Holy Lands of Ling Mountain? Gu Hai frowned. That's right. If you want to talk about cheating, only those 3 are really cheating. So what if they are strong in Wendao? It's useless to surpass them, because generally speaking, the final first place will only be chosen from those 3, Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. Why? Cheating? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Something like that. Because most of the judges are from those 3. Sima Chongkong explained. I don't understand. This is the Thousand Saints Conference hosted by the Deqian Celestial Empire. How can the three Holy Lands be the judges? Who are the judges? Gu Hai asked in confusion. The judges are the Thousand Saints, Sima Chongkong said solemnly. 1,000 saints. 10,000 Wendao saints, and any one of them is a famous Wendao saint in the past. Many of them are Wendao saints who have written the scripture of the divine path. The three holy lands that are participating this time have brought the scripture of the future, scripture of the Taishang, and scripture of the beginning. Some of the judges even participated in the repairs. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Wait, Mr. Sima, you just said famous Wendao saints in the past. Past? Are they all dead now? Gu Hai asked in confusion. They died a long time ago, Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai said solemnly. Humans have 3 souls. Do you know? After a person dies, the human soul stays in the grave and the corpse. The earthly soul reincarnates. The heavenly soul flies to the heavens. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. Sima Chongkong stared at Gu Hai. 1. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Heavenly soul? That's right. These 10,000 saints are the heavenly souls of the past Wendao saint. The heavens separated them and used them to guard the holy temple of Wendao. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Heavenly soul? So there really is such a place. It really exists? Gu Hai's face lit up with joy. Gu Hai was not the most anxious about Long Wanqing's death. This was because Long Wanqing's heavenly soul and human soul were still there. As long as the unborn man found her earthly soul, it would be fine. However, his first wife, Chen Xian was very dangerous. He could slowly think of a way to find her human soul and earthly soul. However, if the heavenly soul flew to the heavens, it would be gone. Old man Guanxi had worked hard for his lover in the past. In the end, he died and disappeared. It was fine if there was hope, but he was afraid that there was no hope. If the heavenly soul dissipated, it would be completely gone. From Sima Chongkong's words, it seemed that the heavenly soul really existed and had not dissipated. The judges are the heavenly souls of these 10,000 Wendao saints. Deqian has the opportunity to host it. It's just like being the banker in a casino. He can get some profit. However, most of the saints still support the 3 Holy Lands. Do you know why? Sima Chongkong said solemnly. I have studied the history of the world. The Celestial Empire is at most 10,000 years old. It was born with the rise of an emperor. The Celestial Empire will last as long as the emperor lives. However, the 3 Holy Lands can be passed down. The 3 Holy Lands will continuously produce Wendao saint. After they die, the heavenly souls will be arranged by the heavens to guard the holy temple of Wendao. Most of these 10,000 saints are former members of the 3 Holy Lands. Therefore, when the time comes to judge, no matter how hard outsiders work, they will support their former sect. Gu Hai's face darkened. Sima Chongkong nodded. However, old man Guanxi succeeded once 1,000 years ago. Therefore, this time, Deqian will work hard and snatch the first place from the hands of the 3 Holy Lands. Snatching it by force requires the judgment of 10,000 saints. Therefore, His Holiness has decided to use all the resources of Deqian to open a path for you to enter the holy temple of Wendao. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Why me? Gu Hai frowned. This is His Holiness's decision. Sima Chongkong shook his head. Gu Hai's face darkened. If what Sima Chongkong said was true, no matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. However, Deqian chose him? Why? What do I have to do for Deqian? Gu Hai frowned. Everyone who enters the holy temple of Wendao has 10 days to obtain something from the inside. His Holiness will not disturb your opportunity. However, he has a request. When you enter, bring an item for His Holiness. That's enough. You don't have to worry about anything else. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Although he knew that bringing an item in was definitely not as simple as it was made out to be, Gu Hai chose not to ask. Sure. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good is straightforward. This way I can report to His Holiness, Mr. Sima said with a smile. These days I've always felt that the things that happened were a little strange. The main thing is that they came too quickly. I don't know. Gu Hai stared at Mr. Sima. Mr. Good saw through it? It's good that he saw through it. It's Mr. Good's ability to solve them one by one. His Holiness chose 10 people, including me. You did the best. He also confirmed that you're not a spy from the 5 forces, so… Sima Chongkong exclaimed. I want to know, Jing Fa Ming. Gu Hai stared at Sima Chongkong. Before I left, Eunuch Yi specifically told me to tell you the truth in case Mr. Good asked. As you guessed, other than Elder Feng Tong, the other force is De Qian's Night God Guards. However, Eunuch Yi wanted me to tell you that the Night God Guards have never hurt Jing Fa Ming's family. It's all done by Wanshou Taoism, Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Gu Hai was silent for a while and finally nodded. Mr. Sima, I want to know what's in the sacred temple of Wendao? Can you find other heavenly souls? Gu Hai was puzzled. Sima Chongkong was silent for a while and shook his head. I'm not sure. However, I know that 1,000 years ago, old man Guanxi entered to find his lover, but he couldn't find her. Oh! Mr. Good, have you heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Sima Chongkong asked in a low voice. 6 paths of reincarnation? Heaven path, human path, Azura path, hell path, hungry ghost path, and animal path? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. That's right. Heaven controls the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the 6 paths of reincarnation correspond to 6 mystery realms. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. 6 mystery realms? That's right. The sacred temple of Wendao is actually one of the mystery realms. It's called the Human Mystery Realm. The Human Mystery Realm opens once every 1,000 years. In the past, only the 3 Holy Lands had the right to enter. However, 1,000 years ago, old man Guanxi broke the rules. Sima Chongkong explained. Human Mystery Realm? Azura Mystery Realm? Gu Hai's eyelids suddenly twitched. The place that the great Slaughter Saint Lord entered in the past was the Azura Path Mystic Realm? The blueprint for the entrance to the Mystery Realm was currently in his hand. Guqin was forging the entrance. 6 paths of reincarnation? Human Mystery Realm? Mr. Good, De Qian has been preparing for a long time. We hope that Mr. Good will work hard. We will do our best to help Mr. Good get the chance to enter. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. Why didn't De Qianxing enter by himself? Gu Hai was puzzled. Old man Guanxi entered by himself. Did De Qianxing follow the example of old man Guanxi? His Holiness has other plans. Mr. Good will know when the time comes. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. All right, I will do my best even if you don't tell me. I want to enter and see if I can find the heavenly soul that I want. Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 552. Heavenly Courts. The Upper Study. De Qianxing sat in front of his desk, seemingly reading through memorials while listening to Sima Chongkong and Yi Shenzhen's reports. His Holiness, I have already explained to Gu Hai, and Gu Hai has agreed. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. De Qianxing's brush paused for a moment. Did he say anything? No. Sima Chongkong shook his head. He is indeed a smart person. De Qianxing smiled faintly. His Holiness, Gu Hai is not an ordinary person. Class 1 Hall is only De Qian's Foreign Affairs Department, and Gu Hai is not an official De Qian court official. With the Han Dynasty as his backer, there is no way to get rid of him. In the long run, Gu Hai will only benefit from it. I ask His Holiness to accept Gu Hai as a court official. Yi Shenzhen said solemnly. De Qianxing said faintly, does accepting him as a court official mean that he will be loyal to me? But this time, all the resources will be tilted towards Gu Hai, and it will definitely cause dissatisfaction in the court. Yi Shenzhen said worriedly. You don't need to interfere in court affairs, right? Dai Qianxing said lightly. Thud. Yi Shenzhen immediately knelt down, drenched in cold sweat. I have overstepped my boundaries, His Holiness, please forgive me. Yi Shenzhen's head was on the ground. Just do your own thing well. Dissatisfaction in the court? Who would dare to be dissatisfied? Dai Qianxing said faintly. Yes. Yi Shenzhen replied. They are all back? Dai Qianxing asked again. Yes, the 3 crown princes are all back, Yi Shenzhen replied. They are all back, and have them all come to see me. Dai Qianxing said faintly. Yes. Have Ram Saint inform the 10,000 saints and start the 10,000 saints conference. Dai Qianxing said faintly. Yes. Heavenly Yin City, Long Wanyu Palace. In Gu Hai's study. Your Majesty, Monk Yuan Chu has been sent away, and we have found out some information, but we don't know. Solemnly Mo Yike said. Bingheim has the royal bloodline of the Great Yellow Dynasty, but somehow ended up in the Solar Divine Palace. However, the Solar Divine Palace and the Great Yellow Dynasty seem to have a grudge against each other, and Bingheim's appearance was very similar to a Great Yellow Dynasty princess who had disappeared. Emperor Kong concluded that Bingheim was the daughter of that Great Yellow Dynasty princess, and wanted to take her away. That was why the robbery happened that day. Mo Yike explained. The daughter of the Great Yellow Dynasty princess? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. I have organized all the confessions into a book. Your Majesty can read it yourself. Mo Yike nodded. Your Majesty, someone from Deqianxing just sent a message that the 10,000 Saints Conference will officially start in 3 days. I came in a hurry and hurriedly registered it, but I don't know the number. Mo Yike said worriedly. The number is no longer important. Huh. Gu Hai shook his head and did not say much. Number? This time, the Deqianxing had given him all the resources, so why would he need to worry about this? 3 days later. Sky Yin City, Central Square. At this moment, the Central Square was already filled with people from all directions. A sea of people looked curiously at the huge square. Countless citizens of the Deqianxing dynasty, countless practitioners from various countries and sects in the world. They were all gathered outside Sky Yin City. A large number of troops maintained order in Sky Yin City. At this moment, there were more than 500 million people gathered in Sky Yin City. All eyes were on the huge square in the center. On the square, there were 100,000 literary practitioners standing. Not all of the 100,000 literary practitioners could stand here. Other than the invitations sent out by the Deqianxing dynasty, the others who wanted to stand here had to pass the selection of countless literary practitioners from the Deqianxing dynasty. All of the 100,000 people were literary grandmasters, skilled in the 4 arts. All of them had their own cultivation and strengths, and their only goal was to become the champion of the Thousand Sage Conference and enter the literary sacred temple. Mo Yike, Bingheim, Mu Chunfeng, and the others stood in the distance and did not enter. They looked at the center of the square and Gu Hai, who was standing in the first row. Mr. Mo, why didn't you enter? With your chess skills, even if you are not as good as the hall leader, you should still. Mu Chunfeng was confused. Chess skills? With the Emperor here, wouldn't I be wasting the Emperor's time if I went up? Mo Yike said with a smile. Mr. Mo is good at chess. Can't you help the Emperor defeat the others first? Bingheim said with a frown. Mo Yike shook his head and said, The Emperor didn't let me go up. He said he was afraid of hurting me. Mu Chunfeng and Bingheim were confused. After a moment of silence, everyone looked at the center of the square. In the square, Gu Hai stood in the center of the first row. 3 people stood around Gu Hai, Gaochen, Chongqing, and Ziwei. At that moment, Gaochen looked at Ziwei with resentment. Ziwei and Chongqing did not look kindly on Gu Hai either. Master, why did you bring the two of them? They are a burden. Gauchen whispered to Gu Hai. Who is a burden? I don't know how you became a heaven-class Guqin. Ziwei glared at him. That's right. With such a heaven-class Guqin, it's embarrassing for Mr. Good. Chong Xing also glared at Gauchen. You are the ones who are embarrassing. Gauchen glared at them. Enough. Gu Hai frowned. Humph. Everyone snorted. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. When Chong Xing and Ziwei were called over, they met Gauchen. At that time, Gu Hai was studying Bingheim's information that Mo Yike handed over. The three of them, a heaven-class Guqin, a heaven-class writing brush, and a heaven-class painting brush. When they heard each other's identities, they immediately flattered each other. They chatted happily. You compliment me, I compliment you. They complimented each other to the point where they had no integrity. The others at the side could not listen anymore and left one after another. This kind of shameless compliment made the three of them very happy. They shamelessly complimented each other for 6 hours. They almost chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers. Before becoming sworn brothers, the three of them had to give each other their best gifts as a brotherly gift. Gauchen gave a song of his, Ziwei gave a poem of her recitation, and Chong Xing gave a painting. Then, there was no more. The 6 hours of friendship instantly turned into nothingness. The three of them immediately turned against each other. If Gu Hai had not appeared early to stop them, the three of them would have fought with their lives. In the grand competition of the Thousand Sage Assembly, each of them could bring their own brush and Guqin. Naturally, the three of them followed closely around Gu Hai. A heaven-class Guqin was still a Guqin, and a heaven-class brush was still a brush. It was not only Gu Hai but also some others. Not far away, Qing Emperor stood beside the heaven-class Guqin Qisha. Not far away, Xuanan also stood beside a man. There was also a man in snow-white clothes. Beside him stood another man. The man in snow-white clothes was none other than Emperor Kong from the Great Yellow Dynasty. He was dressed in white and looked very elegant. He was middle-aged and had an extraordinary aura. Emperor Kong also stood in the first row. He looked at where Gu Hai was and smiled slightly. He did not seem to be angry about Monk Yuanchu being captured. When Gu Hai saw Emperor Kong's smile, he nodded as a greeting. Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. He also nodded with a smile. Beside Emperor Kong stood Wu Yazi. When Wu Yazi saw Gu Hai, he also narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. On the other side, Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai. He touched his thumb ring and smiled slightly. Gu Hai? He won the bet. The Emperor of Great Qian has indeed chosen him. Emperor, why did you choose him? Qishao asked curiously. Qing Emperor shook his head and did not explain. In the first row, Yi Hua was still standing. He looked at Gu Hai with anger in his eyes. There were also some monks and disciples of Wanshou Taoism standing in the square. There were 4 enormous round platforms in front of the 100,000 participating literary path Xiuzhe. On each platform there was a word. Qin, Qi, calligraphy, and painting. It's time. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Buzz. The vast righteous sea in the sky suddenly churned. Above the square, there seemed to be a vortex of vast righteous qi that spun slowly. As it spun, there seemed to be a huge object looming. It was the Wendao Sacred Hall. The sacred temple of Wendao was quite hazy, but as the vast righteous sea churned, its outline slowly appeared within the haze. A gigantic white jade palace floated high in the sky. The palace slowly became clearer, and a heavenly aura radiated in all directions from the top of the palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In heavenly Yin City, the clamor of the 500 million spectators suddenly quieted down. This aura seemed to be pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. The huge white jade palace appeared. There was a plaque above it with the words, Wendao Sacred Hall. That's the Wendao Sacred Hall? Countless scholars were pleasantly surprised. Boom, boom, boom. The doors of the Wendao Sacred Hall slowly opened. Vast righteous qi instantly surged out like a collapsing heavenly river, filling the entire heavenly Yin city. For a moment, everyone calmed down, looking at the dazzling Wendao Sacred Temple. The four of you are done with the inspection. You can start the 10,000 Sage Conference now. A dignified voice came from the hall. Yes. The four shouted in unison. Following that, four people slowly flew out of the hall and landed on the four huge round platforms in front of Gu Hai. How can they enter the Wendao Sacred Hall? Gao Chen exclaimed in shock. What do you know? These are the people hosting the 10,000 Sage Conference. They went in for the inspection. They only entered the periphery and could not go in, Ziwei said disdainfully. Oh? It's them? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Of the four people, Gu Hai knew three of them. They were Ram Saint, Venerable Lunyan, and the ninth young master of Guanxi's 9 sons. Xiao Chen had fought with them before at 9-5 Island. The last person was a purple-clad, mighty-looking man. However, Gu Hai did not recognize him. Xiao Chen saw Ram Saint land on the round platform with the word book. Venerable Lunyan landed on the round platform with the word painting. The ninth young master landed on the round platform with the word chess. That purple-clad, mighty-looking man landed on the round platform with the word qin. Mr. Good, that is Ding Ding. A voice came from behind. Sima Chongkong stood behind Gu Hai. Some Deqian people also stood around Gu Hai. They seemed to be helping Gu Hai and protecting Gu Hai in the center. Aside from Sima Chongkong's calm expression, the others showed some envy in their eyes. Ding Ding? Daqianxing's heaven-ranked zither? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor had a total of 4 heaven-ranked zither. Pajuan gave one to Luyang of Gojozian, Gao Chen gave one to Gu Hai, and Lu Ji returned to the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. The last one was Ding Ding, which Lu Ji gave to Daqianxing. Chapter 553. At the central plaza of Heavenly Yin City, with the appearance of the Wendao Sacred Hall, a powerful aura suppressed the 500 million citizens in the city, causing them to remain silent. After the four hosts were inspected by the Wendao Sacred Hall, they landed on their respective round platforms. Invite Daqianxing up to the arbiter position, Ram Saint shouted as he looked coldly at the 100,000 participating scholars. At the shout, Ram Saint, the ninth young master, Venerable Lunyan, and Ding Ding clasped their hands in front of them and bowed slightly. Countless citizens in Heavenly Yin City also bowed respectfully. They saw 9 huge dragons pulling a huge carriage in the distance. White clouds surrounded the carriage, and a large number of Deqian officials stood on the white clouds. Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, and a large number of dignified people stood respectfully behind the 9 dragons' carriage. Woo woo! A horn sounded in Heavenly Yin City as though it was welcoming the arrival of Daqianxing. A tall platform was set up in the north of the central plaza. The dragon carriage slowly landed on the tall platform. The imperial palanquin descended, and the surrounding officials stood respectfully behind it until the bead curtains of the imperial palanquin were slowly pulled open. Slowly, the curtain of the carriage pulled open, and a flat imperial crown extended from within. Everyone knew that it was the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. The surrounding officials and soldiers bowed respectfully. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless citizens bowed excitedly. For some reason, the arrival of the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty seemed to have reduced the pressure of the Wendao Sacred Hall instantly. The commoners were able to speak freely, and they looked at the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty excitedly. The instant Daqianxing stepped out of the dragon carriage, a vague golden aura surged into the sky with Daqianxing as the center. Boom! The vast ocean of qi above Daqianxing's head was blown away, and the golden airflow turned into a golden cloud that floated in the sky. Above the golden clouds, there seemed to be golden dragons cruising around. It was incomparably magical. Daiqianqing stepped off the dragon carriage, and the dragon carriage slowly flew away. The officials behind him immediately placed the dragon chair behind Daiqianqing. So it's Daiqianqing? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. On the stage, Daiqianqing had an ordinary appearance. He looked like a mortal in his 50s or 60s. However, at this moment, he looked like a supreme being on the stage. He wore a jade crown on his head, a brown robe with a golden dragon on it, and a pair of rainbow-colored cloud silk boots. Endless auspicious air surrounded his body. "You may rise," Daiqianqing said lightly. His voice was not loud, but it strangely entered everyone's ears. "Thank His Holiness!" Countless officials, soldiers, and commoners stood up excitedly. Daiqianqing slowly sat on the dragon chair. "The future of the Holy Land of the Spirited Mountain greets Daiqianqing." A soft shout suddenly came from the west of the square. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a large number of monks standing on a high platform in the distance. The one in the lead was a white-robed bald monk in his 20s. There was a golden ribbon wrapped around his eyes. He put his palms together and bowed slightly to Daiqianqing. "The future Buddha?" Gu Hai frowned slightly. There seemed to be a golden halo behind the future Buddha's head, emitting waves of Buddhist light. "The Taishang of the Wanshou Taoism greets Daiqianqing," a woman suddenly shouted from the south of the square. Gu Hai looked over and saw that there was also a high platform in the south. A large number of white-robed men and women stood on it. The one in the lead was an extremely beautiful woman. She looked like a mortal in her 30s. Her skin was as white as snow, and her breasts were full. Her white robe outlined her flesh and bones. There seemed to be an irresistible charm and mature charm. Coupled with the seductive cinnabar between her eyebrows, many people were stunned. It was as if all the beauty in the world was gathered in her body. However, there was a cold look in her eyes. "The giant of the Taishang Taoism?" Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Behind the giant of the Taishang Taoism, there were a few colorful ribbons floating. They seemed to bring out rainbows that dyed the sky. "The beginning of the Solar Divine Palace greets Daiqianqing." A soft shout came from the Dongfang of the square. In the Dongfang, there seemed to be countless angels appearing. A holy light suddenly lit up the surroundings. In front of a large group of angels, a middle-aged man in white robes stood on the high platform. He looked at the Daiqianqing and bowed slightly. "The beginning?" Gu Hai's pupils shrank. He hadn't heard any news about the beginning for the past few days. Unexpectedly, he suddenly arrived. The Daiqianqing sat on the dragon throne and only nodded. He didn't stand up to return the greeting. "The heavens above, I, the ruler of the Deqian celestial empire, the Long Zhangua, thank the heavens for bestowing me. I will be the judge of the Thousand Saints Conference. I will extend the righteous Tao for eternity," the Daiqianqing said solemnly to the sky. Rumble! The vast sea of vital energy in the sky suddenly churned. The Daiqianqing, the Long Zhangua. Gu Hai stared at the Daiqianqing. Although he didn't respond to the three Holy Lands, the three Holy Lands didn't blame him at all. This was the Deqian's status. One word from him shook the world. Solemnly, the Ram Saints said, "Let's welcome the Thousand Saints." Rumble! As the vast sea of vital energy churned, suddenly, there was a pleasant sound of guqin in the sky. There seemed to be many people reciting poems in the music. In the sky, there seemed to be countless illusions of celestial birds and divine beasts. Many stars shone everywhere. Although the sound was very loud and gave people a very pleasant feeling, for some reason, no one could hear what was being said clearly. Until a voice sounded. "The heavens above, we are willing to submit for generations. Guide the common people, procreate, carry out the law on behalf of the heavens, and share the glory of the celestial dome." A voice sounded. From the sacred hall of Wendao, figures in white slowly walked out one after another. The faces of the figures in white couldn't be seen clearly. They seemed to be dressed like scholars. Boundless vital energy surrounded their bodies as they walked. One after another, and another after another. There were more and more of them. It was as if a sky full of immortals had suddenly appeared. In an instant, the 500 million people in Heavenly Een City were all silent. They stared with wide eyes. Those are saints. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. That's right. Those are the heavenly souls of saints. Perhaps they were bestowed by the heavens to have special bodies. Sima Chongkong whispered behind Gu Hai. The voice just now came from the sacred hall of Wendao. I can understand the rest, but what is the celestial dome that it mentioned? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. A celestial dome? Mr. Good listened very carefully. I'm not sure either. I guess the dome means heaven, and the celestial dome means heaven, right? Sima Chongkong said blankly. No, the celestial dome is an object. Chongqing said immediately. Oh? Object? What is the celestial dome? Gu Hai looked at Chongqing, puzzled. I don't know either. The old man mentioned it before, but he didn't dare to mention it again. Ziwei, didn't you ask the old man before? What did he say? Chongqing looked at Ziwei. Nonsense. I just asked what the celestial dome was, and the old man beat me up. He even told me not to mention it in the future. This is a secret of the heavens. If the heavens want to punish us, no one can escape. Ziwei shook her head. Gu Hai was speechless. The saints walked out of the sacred hall of Wendao and gradually divided into two groups. They stood in the sky above the square. There were 8,000 saints in one group and 2,000 in the other. Daiqianqing sat on the long Zhanggua dragon throne and didn't say anything else. Ram Saint, on the other hand, bowed respectfully to the 10,000 saints who were slowly stabilizing themselves. Ram Saint, the abbot of calligraphy Dao, please classify the saints and choose the order of the test. Ram Saint said respectfully. Buzz! The 8,000 saints retreated, and the 2,000 saints stood in the sky above the ocean of vital energy, looking down at the central square. What's the meaning of this? Gu Hai looked at Sima Chongkong. Those 8,000 saints were formed from the souls of the dead literary cultivators of the three holy lands. Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Oh! Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Those 8,000 saints supported the three holy lands. These 2,000 saints are the normal literary saints. There are 500 of each. Mr. Good, do you know why the leaders of the three holy lands didn't participate in the competition? Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. Why? These 2,000 saints hate the three holy lands. So, if the Sutra of Taishang, Sutra of the Future, and Sutra of Taichu appear, the 2,000 saints will definitely not choose them. The leaders of the three holy lands will not embarrass themselves. Instead, they will fight with the people of the Yan and Huang celestial dynasties for the first round of saint recommendations with us. Sima Chongkong explained. There are conflicts between the saints? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. Mr. Good, don't think that they are all dead. They have their own thoughts, Sima Chongkong explained. Oh! Taishang, Sutra of the Future, and Sutra of the Future will only enter the second round. At this moment, they are only sending some ordinary disciples to try their luck. Sima Chongkong explained. Gu Hai nodded. In the first round, there are only these 2,000 saints. Mr. Gu, you have to be careful. Later on, try your best to display the four arts and resonate with the saint. Naturally, you will be recommended by the saint. The more you obtain, the better. Us literary practitioners will help you and recommend you to the saints. Sima Chongkong said seriously. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Let's begin. Four arts. In the sky, one of the 2,000 saints spoke. If the four hosts did not speak, the 100,000 scholars would not start. Because the four of them were the hosts. They were the rules. Number 100, Gu Hai. Ram Saint called. Here. Gu Hai was slightly startled and walked forward. In the surroundings, Xian En Yi Hua, Azure the Arch, Emperor Kong, and the others stared with wide eyes. Why did Gong Yangxing call for Gu Hai in the middle of the grand competition? You will start. Zhan Wendao lead the saints. Ram Saint said solemnly. What? Xuanen's expression changed. Let Gu Hai start first? This is cheating. Gu Hai started first and stole our chance. 7 Kills expression changed. Humph, the Deqian Celestial Empire is using the host. Cheating. Suddenly, countless scholars glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was speechless. Gu Hai was speechless. Was this an undeserved disaster? Whoever dares to make a ruckus will be disqualified. Ram Saint shouted. Buzz. The people who were making a ruckus stopped abruptly. All the resources were tilted toward him. Wasn't it too obvious? Gu Hai, you can start. Ram Saint said solemnly. Gu Hai was speechless. Start? How could he start? Hang himself out and let him perform first? Although it was beneficial to him, wasn't it a little unethical? Master, why don't I start first? Play your song, or I can sing. Gauchen shouted. Mr. Good, I'll do it. I'll help you recite the poem. Ziwei shouted. Mr. Good, I'll do it. I'll help you paint. Chongqing also shouted. Gu Hai looked at the Sky Full Sage. The Sky Full Sage did not seem to care. However, at this moment, almost 500 million people were staring at him. Some were happy, some were jealous, some were disdainful, and some were angry. He felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't need to ask for help in the 4 arts. He had some background in the 4 arts, but he didn't seem to have any painting skills. Chongqing, I'll have to trouble you to give it a try first. Gu Hai said. Painting? He wasn't good at it. Let Chongqing try. It was fine even if something happened. Me? What should I paint? I'll paint whatever you want me to paint. Chongqing immediately shouted. Whatever. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. He didn't know anything about painting. Naturally, he couldn't say anything. Let Chongqing do it. All right. Chongqing nodded. A desk full of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones was placed in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai asked Chongqing to paint. At this moment, 500 million people were staring at Chongqing. Humph. I want to see what kind of shocking painting the Deqian Celestial Dynasty will produce, and how many saints will recommend it. Yi Hua said with a cold smile. That Chongqing. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. He seemed familiar. Ram Saint, Venerable Lunyan, the 9th young master, and Ding Ding looked at Chongqing in confusion. Shang Deqianqing in the north, Tai Chu and Dongfang in the Dongfang, Taoist Master Taishang in the south, and the future Buddha in the west all looked confused. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He didn't know where to start now that he was in front of everyone. What? He's painting that thing again? I'm going to be blind. Gauchen's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He turned his head to look. He saw that Chongqing had already finished 2 strokes. Gu Hai knew what he was going to paint from those 2 strokes. An egg? Chongqing is going to paint an egg in front of 500 million people? Chongqing is going to paint an egg in front of Shang Deqianqing, Taoist Master Taishang and Tai Chu? Chongqing is going to paint an egg in front of all the saints? Gu Hai shuddered. However, Chongqing's brushes were extremely fast. He danced wildly, and the shape of the egg became clearer. Gu Hai immediately turned his head away, sweating profusely. He didn't dare to look anymore. Ram Saint shouted to the sky, "This is the first exhibition of painting. Painting saints, please observe carefully and judge quickly." Chapter 554. Chongqing's egg painting? Gu Hai subconsciously wanted to stop them. This was in front of 500 million people. This was a group of top-notch experts in the world. If this, they would be able to crush him to death in a matter of minutes. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai stopped. Egg? Just getting someone pregnant? It was just like Gauchen's singing. Gu Hai had long suspected that there was something he did not know. With the sages around, they might be able to help him decipher it. Gu Hai stopped Chongqing. However, even though Gu Hai stopped Chongqing, he could not allow the surrounding ordinary people to get hurt. He waved his hand. Buzz! Then, Shao Chen used his water god energy to summon water vapor, which immediately wrapped around Chongqing and his painting like a cylinder, blocking all prying eyes. Only the opening at the top faced the 10,000 sages in the sky. What is he doing? Gu Hai is not letting us see? Is this cheating? He is not even letting us see? This is not fair. Immediately, countless participating literary cultivators shouted. What are you shouting for? The judge is not my De Qian dynasty. How is this cheating? Gu Hai is in front. It's not like you don't have a chance. Ram Saint shouted. The surrounding literary cultivators frowned as they looked at Gu Hai. Amateus, literary cultivators, please calm down. Gu Hai is doing this for your own good. Otherwise, if the harm is too great, you all. Venerable Lunyan said with a faint, bitter smile. Others did not know what that was, but Venerable Lunyan did. Venerable Lunyan also knew that Chongqing was the one who gave Gu Hai the egg painting in the past. In Empty City, Chongqing impregnated the bat ancestor and many day one thief. Now, 500 million ordinary people were watching. The people of the 3 Holy Lands and the 3 dynasties were watching. If this painting impregnated everyone, just thinking about it was horrifying. Fortunately, Gu Hai blocked everyone's view. Not far away, 7 Kills was still feeling indignant. However, when he saw the outline of the pattern that longevity had drawn, he suddenly quivered. He drew it? He drew it? 7 Kills exclaimed. Qisha, are you crazy? Qing Emperor's eyes turned cold. With a cold shout, Qisha was immediately stunned. 7 Kills calmed down, but his eyes were still filled with panic. Emperor, that Gu Hai is courting death. He's courting death. So that egg was drawn by Chongqing. He's finished. He's dead. Shut up, Qing Emperor said coldly. Not far away, Emperor Kong, Xuanan, and Yi Hua were all confused. In the periphery, Mu Chenfeng opened her mouth wide. Hall Master, why is this a competition? Drawing an egg? There were so many people here, and the eyes of the entire world were gathered here. Was the Hall Master trying to start a feud with the entire world? The future Buddha in the West put his palms together. Buddha, why didn't Gu Hai let us watch? Is he cheating? A bodhisattva frowned. Calm down. Our saint hasn't started yet. The future Buddha said lightly. Yes. In the south, where the Taishang Dao and Juzi were. Juzi, what is that Gu Hai doing? A man in white frowned. Playing tricks? How dare he? The beautiful Taishang Dao said. Juzi's face darkened. In the east, in the land of Primordial, Primordial sat on a white throne. A group of angels stood around him, all frowning. Lord, the second young master sent news that Gu Hai is targeting the second young master again and again. He even killed the other angels. An angel said with a gloomy expression. Primordial's expression did not change. He glanced at Gu Hai. Gu Hai. If he wasn't capable, how could Daiqianqing value him? But he's cheating in public. Calm down. Primordial said calmly. Yes. The angels kept quiet. Primordial glanced at Gu Hai before turning to look at the crowd in the distance. His gaze landed on one person. It was Bingheim, who was standing behind Mo Yike. Bingheim seemed to have sensed something. She turned around and saw Primordial looking at her. She shuddered. She seemed to be afraid. Then, she bowed slightly at Primordial. Primordial smiled and turned to look at Gu Hai in the center. In the north, Daiqianqing sat on a high platform. Sima Zongheng, Takashi Ryushin, and the others stood beside him. His Holiness, Gu Hai is so reckless. He even covered up the painting. Do we need to? Sima Zongheng lowered his head and said respectfully. Daiqianqing said, Wait! Yes. Everyone answered. Chongqing waved his brush and the painting was taking shape. Although the North Star and Purple Micro were isolated from the outside world, their expressions were extremely complicated. Master, will there be trouble? Gauchen asked worriedly. What trouble? Gu Hai said calmly. Mr. Good, actually, I also think that Chongqing shouldn't have painted this. Will he? Ziwei said worriedly. You don't know what's good for you, but there will be people who do. Chongqing said that this is the best painting. Naturally, there will be a good side to it. Don't worry, Gu Hai said calmly. Ziwei and Gauchen's expressions were ugly. However, Chongqing, who was blocked by the water vapor, heard Gu Hai's words. Ziwei, Gauchen, what do you mean? I've done my best, but you're dragging me down. Mr. Good knows what's good for him. Let me tell you, if you look down on my painting again, I'll never show it to you again. Chongqing was extremely angry as he painted. That's great. Ziwei and Gauchen immediately rejoiced. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll continue to paint. Mr. Good trusts me so much. I must paint the best and win face for Mr. Good. Chongqing said angrily. Chongqing continued to paint. Gu Hai looked up at the 10,000 sages in the sky. Of the 10,000 sages, 8,000 were from the 3 Holy Lands. They wouldn't participate in the first round, so they didn't look. Of the 2,000 sages in the first round, 500 were from the 4 arts. In other words, 500 sages were the first batch of judges. At this moment, as Ram Saint invited the painting sages to look, gradually, some of the sages lowered their heads and looked at the painting. Gu Hai looked at the sky expectantly. Suddenly, an azure-green light soared into the sky from the column of water vapor, heading for the 500 sages in the sky. Success. All right, I'm done painting. Mr. Good, come and take a look. Chongqing immediately walked out and excitedly invited Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression froze. Never mind. Let's get the sage to evaluate it. Hey, that's fine too. Chongqing looked at the sky excitedly. Painting sage, please evaluate. Venerable Lunyan called out to the sky. Although Venerable Lunyan did not know what Gu Hai was up to, Deqian's resources were currently all on Gu Hai. So, he decided to help Gu Hai. Chongqing's egg is so strange. Perhaps ordinary people like us cannot understand it. Let these sages take a look. They should be able to see the wonder, right? Gu Hai looked at the sky expectantly. Perhaps the 500 painting sages in the sky were too arrogant. Not all of them lowered their heads to look at the painting. Only 100 sages slowly lowered their heads. They seemed to be evaluating. That's all he painted? It's just plain and ordinary. How can this be called a painting? Unsightly. Ridiculous. The 100 sages immediately gave their evaluations. At this moment, none of the sages praised Chongqing. Their tone was full of disdain and contempt. Such a painting seemed to stain their eyes. Their expressions were full of disdain. What? The 100,000 participating literary cultivators were slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha. Many people laughed loudly. Deqian specially cheated to paint this person. It turns out that the painting is ridiculous. Even the sages are disdainful. It looks like the painting is definitely unsightly. Immediately, the previously jealous literary cultivators all looked at Gu Hai mockingly. At the same time, they were very curious about what Gu Hai made Chongqing spend. Only Qi Sha, who was not far away, shivered. He looked at the sages in shock. At the same time, he looked at Gu Hai strangely. He wanted to say, "You have guts." However, at this moment, he did not dare to breathe too loudly. He was waiting for the strange things that might happen next. The 500 million people were also anxious. Most of the Deqian citizens were naturally on the Deqian side. If they were on the Deqian side, they would be on the Gu Hai's side. How can this be? Is my Deqian's painting so unsightly? Why are all the sages looking at it with disdain? What kind of person is Gu Hai? Is his painting so terrible? Why did His Holiness choose him? The anxious voices of the people came from all directions. Mo Yike, Mu Chinfeng, and Bingheim's expressions suddenly changed. This scene was so familiar. Could it be that what happened next? The future Buddha, Taishang, and Tai Chu all frowned at this moment. This shouldn't be. Gu Hai is a very arrogant person. Why would he use an ordinary painting for the sages of the painting path to see? It doesn't make sense, and it's at such an important occasion. The future Buddha frowned. He doesn't even care about the sages of the painting path? How ugly should his painting be? The Diqian is going to be embarrassed this time. Taishang also sneered. Tai Chu looked at the sky in confusion. He then looked at Bingheim's shocked expression and frowned. This shouldn't be. Why does Bingheim have such an expression when the sages of the painting path despise it? There must be something wrong with this. The 100 sages started to criticize. Ram Saint was anxious. He turned to look at Deqianxing, who was on the high platform. The group of Deqian officials was extremely anxious. However, Deqianxing was the only one who remained expressionless. He didn't say a word. Deqianxing didn't say a word. No one dared to say anything. In the sky, the 100 sages kept criticizing Chongqing's painting. Chongqing was also anxious. Do you know anything about painting? What sages of the painting path are you? Don't you recognize my painting? Chongqing's scolding shocked the surrounding literary cultivators. This person dared to scold the judge? You overestimate yourself. What is this painting? How dare you scold us? A sage said coldly. This painting almost dirted my eyes. You want me to recommend you? Dream on. Ignorant junior, how dare you talk to me about painting? The sages immediately scolded. Obviously, they had completely rejected Chongqing's painting. Chongqing looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the sages and his face twitched slightly. This is bad. Mr. Good, what's bad? Chongqing was puzzled. Just as Chongqing was puzzled and the 4 literary cultivators were about to criticize Chongqing, a sage's voice suddenly came from the group of sages who were criticizing Chongqing. My stomach, something's wrong. A sage's voice came from the sky. Chapter 555. Hiss. Something is wrong with my stomach. A sage's voice came from the sky. The abrupt voice caused almost everyone below to raise their eyebrows and look up at the sky with puzzled expressions. Something is wrong with their stomach? Do they have stomachs? An angel asked in confusion. Tai Chu shook his head. Clearly, this was his first time seeing this. In the south. Master, I don't think this happened in the previous myriad sage assembly, a Taishang cultivator said with a frown. The Taishang master frowned slightly, looking even more alluring. Future Buddha, has this happened before? The Bodhisattvas looked at the future Buddha. The future Buddha pressed his palms together and shook his head. Clearly, he had not seen this before. However, the future Buddha and the Bodhisattvas could not see this at all, so they could not say anything. I knew it! Venerable Lunyan suddenly covered his face with a bitter expression. It's over. It's over. What I was afraid of happened. Mu Chunfeng said in horror with wide eyes. Bingheim and Mo Yike also slowly turned their heads, unable to bear watching. It has started. That's it. All the sages are going to have stomachaches soon. 7 Kills said in shock. Clearly, this was still fresh in his mind. Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Clearly, Qing Emperor also knew what was going on. Is Gu Hai courting death? Kong Di, Xuanan, and Yi Hua still did not know what was going on. They only looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Master, something is wrong. Gauchen said with a stiff expression. It's over. Chongqing, this is what you did. Ziwei said bitterly. Gu Hai's face twitched slightly. I overestimated these sages. Indeed, after the first sage held his stomach, the second and third sages also started holding their stomach. Ouch! My stomach hurts too. What's going on? My stomach hurts. One after another, the hundreds of saints clutched their stomachs in pain. This scene stunned everyone who was watching below. The 100,000 participating literary path Shioja all widened their eyes. What are they doing? Did the sage eat something bad? Why are they holding their stomachs? You don't want your dignity anymore. Dignity? At this moment, there was no longer any dignity left. Soon, the sage who had been the fiercest about Chongqing suddenly sat down on the ocean of righteousness. Ram Saint, the 9th young master, and Ding Ding all widened their eyes. What are these situations? Venerable Lunyan, you know, right? What was going on? What happened to the sages? Ram Saint asked anxiously. They might. Venerable Lunyan found it difficult to speak. Speak. Ding Ding frowned. There might be good news, Venerable Lunyan whispered. The three hosts were slightly startled, as if they didn't react for a moment. It took them quite a while to understand. Ridiculous. How is that possible? Ram Saint immediately glared. Venerable Lunyan, don't speak nonsense. Ding Ding frowned. Venerable Lunyan smiled bitterly, not explaining. Instead, he sighed softly as he looked at the sky. Then, he saw the 100 sages gripping their stomachs, crying out in agony. This startled the surrounding sages as well. What's going on? Painting Sage, what's wrong with you? Painting Sage, are you all right? Painting Sage Huyen, what's wrong with you all? The group of saints gathered around, and the incomparably dignified 10,000 saints judge suddenly became a mess. It hurts. Why did my stomach grow bigger? Heaven fixed our bodies. It is impossible for them to change. Why did it change? Our bodies follow heaven's laws. Why? It hurts. There seems to be something in my stomach. Mine too. The 100 sages cried out in incredible pain. The 500 million ordinary people below immediately broke out in an uproar. Could it be because of that Gu Hai's painting? Only these 100 sages. Were they the ones mocking Chongqing earlier? Could it be a problem with the painting? Many ordinary people were curious. In the sky, the 100 sages were in pain for a while. Let me check. Don't move. A sage shouted. The other sages moved aside, only to see that sage pressing his hand on the stomach of another sage. The 100,000 contestants, 500 million ordinary people, 3 sacred grounds, and 3 celestial dynasties all quietened down and stared at the sage who was checking. Zither Sage, what's wrong with them? Another sage was puzzled. Zither Sage was silent for a while and muttered to himself, How is this possible? How is this possible? What's going on? The sages were anxious. Zither Sage checked the fallen sages one after another. After a while, he seemed to be in a daze. Zither Sage, what's wrong with them? The sages asked in deep voices. Yeah, what's wrong with us? Ouch, it hurts. Tell us. I haven't felt such pain in 8,000 years. What's going on? Tell us. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zither Sage. You. Zither Sage was a little dumbfounded. Tell us. What's wrong? The group of saints was in an anxious clamor. You're pregnant, Zither Sage said in a very low voice. But this low voice was like thunder, and it instantly quietened all the sages. At the same time, they felt that their worldview was completely shattered. What? Pregnant? A large number of sages quickly checked them. Soon, the results were the same. No, I have never had a child in my life. You're telling me that I'm pregnant now? How can I be pregnant? Zither Sage, you're lying. Ouch, it kicked my stomach. We have bodies of laws now. How can we be pregnant? I'm going to tear your mouth. 100 sages immediately roared in anger. The other 9,000 sages felt like their balls were hurting. They were the sages of the world. How could such a thing happen? The sages cursed and scolded. They were not dignified at all. At this moment, all the sages were discussing pregnancy. This scene caused all the common people and literary path cultivators below to gulp. The sage is pregnant? That person called himself an old man. He should be an old man, right? An old man can be pregnant? This is a sage? A sage is also a human. Why can't she be pregnant? Boom! The heavenly city below was instantly in an uproar. The faces of the 100,000 participants darkened. Was this a scandal of a sage? Tai Chu, Taishang, future. The people from the three holy lands did not know what to say at this moment. Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong's faces twitched as they looked at Gu Hai. What did you do? His Holiness? Sima Zongheng, who was next to Daiqianxing, said with an ugly expression. Father, what should we do now? Takashi Ryushin also looked conflicted. The sage convention was held once every 1,000 years. It was such a sacred and dignified event. Why did it become so strange this time? Gu Hai made the sages pregnant right from the start? Aren't you too fierce? They were the judges, the sages of the world. Which one of them was not a legend when they were alive? But Gu Hai, you did it well. You were asked to draw for them to admire, not to make them pregnant. The Deqian officials looked at Gu Hai strangely at this moment. Only Daiqianxing's expression did not change. He looked at the scene in front of him as if he did not care. However, no one realized that Daiqianxing had already made a thumbprint on the armrest of Daiqianxing's dragon throne. How did they get pregnant? The sage in the sky asked anxiously. They saw that painting. Ah, don't look, don't look! The zither doctor exclaimed. All the sages were shocked. They did not dare to look at that evil painting anymore. Instead, they looked at Gu Hai and Chang Xing with murderous gazes. It's him. The zither doctor pointed at Gu Hai. Rumble! In an instant, countless gazes looked at Gu Hai and Chang Xing. The two of them became the focus of attention. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He did not expect this. Could it be that Chang Xing's painting only had the attribute of, whoever looked at it will get pregnant, and did not have any painting achievements? Ouch, zither doctor, what should I do? What about my stomach? It hurts. He kicked me again. Quick, zither doctor. Hundreds of pregnant sages begged the zither doctor in pain. Our bodies are not what they were when we were alive. I don't know what to do. Let's ask him. The zither doctor shook his head. All the sages looked at Gu Hai and Chang Xing. Gu Hai had a strange expression. Could it be that he was going to teach them C-section in front of the three holy lands and the three heavenly dynasties? This was not right. Moreover, their bodies were not the same. You plotted against the sage of painting path. Don't you want to enter the sage temple of literary path? Quick, tell us how to let them recover. The zither doctor shouted. The sage shouted. The entire heavenly city was silent. A powerful aura radiated. Countless citizens and cultivators looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Recover? Why do we need to recover? Isn't that good? Chang Xing glared. What did you say? The zither doctor glared. Chang Xing still wanted to argue, but Gu Hai pulled him back. He looked at the sages in pain in the sky and said guiltily, My celestial brush has caused inconvenience to the sages. Please forgive me. He only knows how to paint and not collect. We can't do anything. Sorry. Kill but not bury? You can't do anything? You can't do anything, so you made us pregnant? No, I don't want to be pregnant. I hate you. Ouch. I will never recommend you. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I hate you. You want to enter the sage temple of literary path? Don't even think about it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All the sages roared in pain with hatred. Chapter 556. The sages roared in pain, and there was a lot of noise. There were all kinds of words, but the 500 million people, the four forces, and the major literary cultivators below were already dumbfounded. Almost everyone had the same thought. Gu Hai was finished. You still want to continue? These sages who were in charge of judging you made you pregnant in front of so many people. You still want to continue the competition? Even if Deqian helped you cheat, it's impossible. You've gone too far this time. Too far? The more they thought about it, the more the commoners and the people from the 3 Holy Lands felt their balls ache. What was going on? Countless Deqian officials also widened their eyes, as if they were angry at Gu Hai's actions. We used all our resources to help you, and even helped you openly, but you showed this to the sages? Countless officials looked at Gu Hai angrily, and at the same time, they looked at Deqianqing anxiously. This person was decided by His Holiness, and the officials didn't know what to do for a while. Deqianqing was still sitting on the dragon throne, and there was nothing unusual on his face. Suddenly, a ray of white light flew to where the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty was. Whoosh! A large number of guards seemed to want to attack this uninvited guest. The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty waved his hand and immediately stopped the guards. Bang! It was a child wearing a large white robe. There was a koan fish on the front of the white robe, and a rock pattern on the back. His Holiness, what's going on? Ha! The white-robed child suddenly laughed. Bai Mingshou, how is Wanyu? Deqianqing said lightly. Don't worry, she's fine. Everything is as usual. She's just sleeping temporarily. The white-robed child, Bai Mingshou, laughed. Yes, it's been hard on her this time. Deqianqing nodded. This is Gu Hai? What's going on? Gu Hai made these self-righteous sages pregnant? Ha 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 ha. Bai Mingshou laughed. Deqianqing looked at the sky again, but at this moment, his expression seemed to be relaxed. I hate you. I'll never recommend you, ouch. Ouch, 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 you want to enter Wendao Temple? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The saints roared in pain and hatred. Almost all of the 100 saints had ferocious looks on their faces. He looked at Gu Hai as if he wanted to skin Gu Hai alive. Mr. Good, I'm sorry. Maybe I. Chongqing looked at Gu Hai bitterly. No matter how ignorant those saints were, he seemed to have ruined Gu Hai's plans. Mr. Chongqing, you don't have to blame yourself. Gu Hai shook his head. However, he saw that the sages who had been shouting furiously earlier were no longer shouting. They no longer had the strength to shout. Expel this person from the competition. The medical zither sage pointed at Gu Hai and scolded. Expel him from the competition. The other saints shouted one after another. For a moment, the 100,000 participants in the square were gloating. The 500 million Deqian citizens were anxious. Tai Chu, Taishang, and the experts from the 3 Holy Lands did not say a word. They had strange expressions. This was the first time in Li Gu's history that a person was called out by all the saints in the 1,000 Saints Assembly. Your name will go down in history. Sima Chongkong and the others who were prepared to help Gu Hai also had bitter expressions. Why did this matter become so troublesome? However, the eyes of the Deqian participants lit up. If all the saints expelled Gu Hai, wouldn't that mean that they had a chance? One by one, the Deqian participants looked at Deqianqing, who was on the high platform. Their eyes flashed with anticipation. Ding Ding, Master Lunyan, Ram Saint, and the 9th young master all looked at Deqianqing, waiting to see how Deqianqing would handle this matter. Deqianqing's expression remained the same, and he did not say a word. It was obvious that Deqianqing supported Gu Hai. Expel him from the competition. The saints were still shouting. Ram Saint's expression turned solemn. Apologies, saints. We are the hosts of the 1,000 Saints Assembly. You are the judges of the 1,000 Saints Assembly. It is not within the saints' rights to expel anyone. All the saints stared at Ram Saint. Ram Saint bowed slightly. Obviously, he was unwilling to expel Gu Hai. The 100 saints seemed to have fainted from the pain. Even so, it is impossible for us to recommend this person. The medicine zither saint snorted. All right, since we are the judges, let's begin. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, display all of them. a saint said solemnly. In that case. Ram Saint was about to speak. Suddenly, the medicine zither saint interrupted Ram Saint. Since we are the judges, let's do what we judge. Host, you just need to maintain the scene. We will set the questions and answer them accordingly. The medicine zither saint suddenly shouted. That's right. We will set the questions. The saints shouted. Some of the 100,000 participants' eyes lit up, while others had gloomy expressions. According to the previous rules, they would show what they were best at and show it to the saint. If the saints felt that it was not bad, they would recommend it. Hence, before the 1,000 saints' assembly, many literary cultivators already had a draft in mind. Or rather, the works they would show later were works that they had thought about for a long time. Works that were meticulously crafted. However, now, it was suddenly changed to a question? In that case, all the things they had prepared would be wasted. The participants were anxious, but they also felt lucky. In that case, would De Qian's advantage be gone? However, it seemed like the great Qian dynasty cheated on Gu Hai's behalf. Furthermore, the sages of the great Qian dynasty were extremely furious with Gu Hai. All of them said that they would not recommend Gu Hai again. Wouldn't that mean that Gu Hai was finished? Ram Saint's face darkened. He turned to look at Daqianqing, who was not far away. Daqianqing sat on the dragon throne but did not say a word. All right, saints, please set the questions. Ram Saint said solemnly. One of the saints said, We are in charge of judging calligraphy. The topic of calligraphy is qi. There is qi when the sky changes. There is earth qi in different regions. There is water qi when water evaporates. There is fire qi when fire burns. There is filth qi when corpses rot. There is human qi when smelly sweat. There is yang qi when the sun reaches the middle of the sky. There is yin qi when the night reaches the netherworld. There is anger qi when evil is humiliated. With qi as the topic, all poems and songs are accepted. Quickly write them down. The saint of calligraphy shouted. Countless literary cultivators answered, Yes. However, it was obvious that the saint had emphasized the last topic, anger qi. There was anger qi when evil was humiliated? Countless cultivators looked at Gu Hai. This was going to be the result of a verbal and written condemnation. Let's follow the saint of calligraphy and use qi as the topic. Solemnly Ram Saint said. Another saint said, We are in charge of judging the Go Dao. The Go Dao is simple. Arrange a sequence and play against each other. We will recommend the winner based on our discretion. The Go Dao saint's meaning was clear. Go ahead and fight. Fight to the last person. We will decide if we want to choose the winner. Let's follow the Go Dao saint. We will decide who is the best in the Go Dao and let the saints decide. The 9th young master answered. We are in charge of judging the painting Dao. If 100 saints were plotted against by a villain, we will use this villain as the topic. We will judge him. The painting Dao saint said. We will follow the painting Dao saint and use the villain as the topic. Venerable Lun Yen said respectfully. We will judge the zither Dao and use the villain as the topic. We will judge him. The zither saint said. We will follow the zither Dao saint and use the villain as the topic. Solemnly Ding Ding said. The saint's hatred of Gu Hai could no longer be described as anger. The calligraphy Dao's anger, the painting Dao's villain, and the zither Dao's villain. The Go Dao saint could not be targeted using Go. They could only judge him after he was the best in the Go Dao. Nearly all the sages excluded Gu Hai from the list. Not far away, Yi Hua, Xuanan, and 7 Kills showed gloating expressions. Who asked you to seek death? However, Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong frowned as they looked at Daqianqing. Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and even Taishang, Tai Chu, Future, and the other powerhouses could tell that De Qian was giving all its resources to Gu Hai. However, how was it going to do so now? Now that 100 saints had fainted, the other saints were furious at Gu Hai. This was a desperate situation. Was Daqianqing going to give up on Gu Hai? Before the emperor of the great Qian dynasty could speak, the officials behind him were extremely anxious. Father, Gu Hai is hated by all the saints and is being ostracized. How can we continue to support him? Takashi Ryushin frowned. Yes, His Holiness, Gu Hai can't be saved. He won't be able to achieve anything in this sage conference. Fortunately, it has just begun. Please choose another person quickly. His Holiness, now Gu Hai is all ready. The officials anxiously begged Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua didn't speak. Beside him, Bai Mingshou said, "When has His Holiness ever changed his mind?" The officials' faces froze. His Holiness has decided. It's not up to you to tell him what to do. Bai Mingshou said calmly. Yes. The officials lowered their heads and didn't dare to say more. His Holiness didn't even want to change people. How could he casually change people? In the distance, Ram Saint and the others looked at Gu Hai and took a deep breath. Then, they started to preside. Go Dao players, register here. Let's start the 2-on-1 duel. The 9th young master shouted coldly. Immediately, many Deqian attendants carried over a large number of Go boards and marked out an area for the Go Dao players to place their Go pieces. Calligraphy players, place your book here. Use Qi as the topic. You can ponder over it. After you succeed, quickly write it down for the sages to judge. Ram Saint shouted. Many attendants carried over desks, brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones. Of course, the topic this time was to criticize Gu Hai verbally and verbally, slandering Gu Hai with countless vulgarities. Zither players, you can compose a piece. When the piece is finished, the sages can judge it. Painting players, you can start painting. When the painting is finished, the sages can judge it. Solemnly, Ding Ding and Venerable Lun Yen said. Yes. Everyone answered. Be it painting, composing a poem, or a song, they were all to vent their anger for the sages and to attack Gu Hai. In a short instant, Gu Hai looked like he had to face the attacks of all the literary cultivators. Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting, 100,000 literary cultivators attacked Gu Hai at the same time. For a time, Gu Hai became the target of public criticism. As the countless ordinary people and cultivators looked at Gu Hai, they could not help but feel worried. Of all the things to paint, you ended up impregnating the sages. Look at you now, right? You want to fight 100,000 alone? Aren't you just seeking death? Chapter 557. Master, what should we do now? Gaochen asked with a frown. Gaochen saw malice in the eyes of the saints and the 100,000 participants. Everyone was looking at Gu Hai coldly. The saints obviously wanted the participants to attack Gu Hai and make him go down in history with infamy. During the 1,000 Saints Assembly, one could enter the sacred temple of arts with the recommendation of the saints. Now, none of the saints were willing to do so. They looked at Gu Hai as if he had killed their father. Could they still compete? Gu Hai looked at the Daiqianxing in the distance. Seeing that the Daiqianxing's expression did not change, he took a deep breath and said, "Things are indeed bad, but it may not be the end of the road. I'll go to the chess battle area first. But the 3 of you are in charge of carefully observing the participants who are playing the Guqin, calligraphy, and painting. Pick out their masterpieces and we'll talk about it later. Do your best and leave the rest to fate." Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gaochen, Chongqing, and Zi Wei smiled bitterly. The Deqian participants were confused. What did His Holiness mean? Should they continue to support Gu Hai? That shouldn't be the case. Now that the saints were angry at Gu Hai, was there a need to continue supporting him? Would the saints be able to recommend Gu Hai in the end? That was impossible. Everyone felt bitter and looked at Gu Hai with jealousy. Why was he so lucky? No matter what, His Holiness's will could not be changed. Everyone went to their respective areas to prepare for the competition. Chess battle area. The 9th young master was the host. Soon, about 10,000 people chose to battle. Chess battle. Among the 100,000 participants, the least number chose to battle. "Mr. Good, we meet again," the ninth young master said with a smile. "Ninth young master, how have you been? Have you found a substitute?" Gu Hai asked with a smile. "Substitute? Easier said than done. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Mr. Good, be careful later," the ninth young master said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. The 10,000 or so people were numbered in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai was assigned number 1. 4 chess players, each round lasts for 2 hours. When the 2 hours are up, the victor will be decided immediately. "I won't wait if you're late," ninth young master shouted. "Yes, sir," the 10,000 chess cultivators answered. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Slowly, the 10,000 Go cultivators sat down. Once the chess pieces were laid out, they immediately began to play. Smack! 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 A series of chess pieces were placed in the entire chess area. At this moment, the Sky Full Sage was also looking down curiously, especially at Gu Hai's chessboard. After all, other people might not remember, but Gu Hai was deeply remembered. There was no way he wouldn't remember this participant. This person was too arrogant. How could he still have the face to continue the competition after insulting a saint? In front of Gu Hai was a man in red. "Gu Hai, sorry to offend you." The man in red revealed a cold smile. He seemed to be quite excited. Because Gu Hai was hated by the saints, his game would definitely attract the attention of the saint. If he could defeat Gu Hai, wouldn't the saints see him in a different light? Wouldn't the saints be grateful to him? As long as he could defeat Gu Hai, the saints would definitely recommend him. Definitely. No, it wouldn't just be one saint. Perhaps all the saints would be grateful to him and recommend him. As long as he could defeat Gu Hai, would he be able to get first place? Would he be able to enter the sacred temple of Wendao? The man in red looked at Gu Hai with eyes full of excitement and malice. "This chess cultivator, you're drooling," Gu Hai said with a strange expression. Whoosh! The man in red immediately swallowed, wiped his mouth, and said, "Hurry up, let's start. Let me defeat you, you insulting gentleman." Gu Hai was speechless. Although Gu Hai did not want to play against this person, he still played. Stone after stone, the man in red drooled as he excitedly played. 15 minutes later, "Thanks for letting me win," Gu Hai said indifferently. What? That's impossible. How can you play so many?" The man in red could not believe this result. After all, he was the number 1 Go master on this island. In just 15 minutes, Gu Hai had already swallowed most of his Go stones? "Thanks for letting me win?" This was already Gu Hai taking care of the man in red's face. If he continued playing, there would be no more space for him to play. Gu Hai won the first game. Naturally, Gu Hai's Go board was the focus of everyone's attention. Good Go skills. Kong Di, who was preparing his essay in the distance, narrowed his eyes. 15 minutes? The other side got completely wiped out? What a good setup, Qing Emperor said. Humph! How lucky! Taishang, who was in the distance, said coldly. They are not on the same level. The future Buddha sighed softly. As for the North Star, the Longevity Sage, and the Purple Micro, they were roaming around everywhere, looking at this and that. When the countless literary cultivators saw the 3 of them, they all looked at them with disdain. However, the 3 of them were extremely thick-skinned, and they did not take it seriously at all. What a lousy drawing! What the hell is he writing? Is this a piece of music? Everywhere they went, they drew disgust. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Half of the 10,000 Go cultivators were gone in the blink of an eye. Only about 5,000 remained. 5,000 continued. Another arrogant and excited blue-clad Go cultivator thought that he could reach the peak of life after defeating Gu Hai. He spouted nonsense. Spittle flew everywhere as he scolded Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned and ignored him. Instead, he looked at an attendant at the side and said, "Can I trouble you to change the Go board? This one is already covered in saliva. I never play saliva Go." Humph. The blue-clad Go cultivator snorted. Half an hour later. Thank you for going easy on me, Gu Hai said lightly. The blue-clad Go cultivator stared in disbelief. Another half was eliminated. About 2,500 Go cultivators were left. 6 hours later. Half an hour later. Thank you for going easy on me, Gu Hai said lightly. Mr. Good is amazing. I'm sincerely convinced. He finally met a normal Go cultivator. There were 1,250 Go cultivators left. 8 hours later. Half an hour later. Thank you for going easy on me. 10 hours later. Half an hour later. Thank you for going easy on me. Thank you for going easy on me. Thank you for going easy on me. 18 hours later, there were only 39 Go cultivators left. In every game, Gu Hai would place a Go piece for half an hour, and his opponent would lose. They would lose completely and cleanly. The Go sages who were watching from high up in the sky felt depressed. Gu Hai? How is his Go Dao so amazing? I see that there are a few people around him who are on par with him. He just hasn't met an expert yet. What if he's going to be number one? How can he be number one? The Go sages were talking coldly. The Deqian citizens were dazzled. Perhaps there were too many people competing, especially in the Go combat area. Many of the citizens were only staring at Gu Hai. The way he played Go so cleanly that many people were dumbfounded. Mr. Good is amazing. No wonder His Holiness thinks highly of Gu Hai. What a pity. What's the point of thinking highly of Gu Hai? What's the point of not choosing him? 20 hours later, Gu Hai was deliberately given a bye so that someone else could place a Go piece. 19 people were selected to enter the next round with Gu Hai. At that moment, people gradually began to write on the zither, book, and painting. That was especially so for those who were painting. One by one, they began to pick up their brushes and paint Gu Hai with the character villain as the theme. Of course, there were also some who did not deliberately target Gu Hai. However, most of them targeted Gu Hai as their first target. That was because he was the sage's judge after all, and they had to cater to his liking. If the sage wanted to attack Gu Hai, then what if they followed the sage's line of thought? Perhaps the sage would be happy and recommend them? Painting, painting, painting. One by one, ugly images based on Gu Hai were slowly painted. Mr. Good, this doesn't look good. They're all painting you as the villain. Chang Xing frowned and said worriedly. So what? Gu Hai smiled and said. I'm not sure about the zither, Go, calligraphy, and Go, but they're painting you too much. It'll affect your temperament later, Chang Xing said worriedly. Gu Hai was puzzled. Painting can express one's thoughts through painting. They're full of malice toward you, Mr. Good. Their malice can be expressed through painting, and it can form illusions that affect Mr. Good. Mr. Good's painting will definitely be attacked. At that time, Chang Xing said with a bitter smile. Wait, did you say painting will? If I have painting will, I'll be attacked by their painting will? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes. What if I don't have it? Gu Hai whispered. How is that possible? Mr. Good's literary cultivation is so powerful. He should have at least some painting will, Chang Xing said in shock. All right. Let's not talk about it for now, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. He did not have any painting will at all. Wouldn't this group of people's attacks be useless? Earlier, you saw them drawing. They are drawing me. Why don't you draw me as well? Gu Hai asked with a change in expression. That's right. Me? How do I paint? Chang Xing said blankly. They paint me as evil and you paint me as good. Won't that work? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. But I only know how to paint eggs. Unless you teach me how to do it. Chang Xing said blankly. Gu Hai was speechless. Chang Xing had let it slip. Gu Hai suddenly understood why Chang Xing always wanted to paint eggs. It turned out that he was subjective and creative. He only knew how to paint eggs. Forget it then, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Don't, Mr. Good. Although I only paint eggs, if you tell me what to paint, I can also paint according to your instructions. Chong Xing immediately stopped him. Chong Xing had gotten into big trouble. He felt guilty and uneasy. Naturally, he wanted to make up for it. Alright, then how about this? Have you seen the court assembly? Just paint a painting of me sitting on the dragon throne and answering the ministers. Gu Hai said casually. That's good. It's very awe-inspiring to be an emperor to discipline his ministers. Mr. Good, don't worry. I'll definitely paint it well. Chong Xing immediately promised. You're not allowed to paint eggs. Gu Hai said again. Don't worry, don't worry. Chong Xing said excitedly. As he said that, Chong Xing ran excitedly to the study table at the side and began to paint. Before he painted, Chong Xing's expression had a dazed excitement. As if he had thought of some forbidden image. He let out a chuckle. When Gu Hai saw Chong Xing's chuckle, his expression froze. He was a little worried about Chong Xing. Would he paint something strange again? He wanted to stop Chong Xing, but the 9th young master called out to him. Mr. Good, it's now the 11th round. Including you, there are still 20 chess players left. Please take a seat. The 9th young master said. All right. Gu Hai sighed softly and nodded. Glancing at Chong Xing, Gu Hai could only give up and not stop him. Chapter 558. Gu Hai ignored Chong Xing's painting. He sat down and began to play. Only 20 of the 10,000 cultivators were left at the moment. At that moment, those 20 people's chess prowess was slowly becoming more and more outstanding. At the very least, the chess cultivator in front of Gu Hai was no longer as easy to deal with as he had been before. This is what makes it interesting. Gu Hai smiled. I've seen Mr. Good play chess before. Although I didn't get to see the 30 unrivaled heavens and earth matrix in the capital, I've heard a friend mention it. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I hope you won't be stingy with your guidance. The man in black said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. The two of them began to play. At that moment, a small portion of the 10,000 chess cultivators who had been eliminated began to enter the zither, calligraphy, and painting areas to try their luck. However, most of them were still gathered around the 10 chessboards. That was especially so for Gu Hai's chessboard. Aside from the saints, who were watching out of anger, the chess cultivators were also watching out of curiosity. Looking at Gu Hai's chessboard, the chess cultivators gradually became serious. The two of them played very quickly and a chessboard was quickly formed. Everyone present was an expert chess player, and they immediately saw the beauty of the game. They immersed themselves in it and were unable to extricate themselves. What a profound chessboard! I can't see through it? I can barely keep up with that chess cultivator, but Gu Hai's moves are like a plate of loose sand. However, that plate of loose sand froze the opponent's moves, making the white chess piece very passive. Is the white chess piece completely led by the black chess piece? The chess cultivators widened their eyes. After half an hour, the chess cultivator in black smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I admit defeat. Admit defeat? The people all around were in an uproar. It had been less than half an hour. How could he admit defeat? The people didn't understand, but the saints in the sky saw it clearly. Humph! The saints snorted. Chess cultivator number 1086, are you sure you admit defeat? The 9th young master asked. It's confirmed. My white stones have been manipulated by Mr. Good. How is it possible to play again? The black-cloved cultivator said with a wry smile. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. And on the other side, there was also a soft exclamation. Thanks for letting me win. Thanks for letting me win. He was only slightly slower than Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked over curiously. One of the winners was none other than Wu Yazi, whom he'd met not long ago in the central plaza. After defeating his opponent, Wu Yazi turned his head to look at Gu Hai with a faint smile. The other winner was one of Qing Emperor's subordinates, Dan Wang. The Pill King glanced at Gu Hai and Wu Yazi and sneered. After waiting for a while, the 11th round ended. There were 10 people left, and every one of them was an unparalleled expert in the art of chess. Next up is the 12th round. Everyone, please begin, the 9th young master said solemnly. There were 12 rounds and 5 games of chess. Gu Hai was facing a purple-clothed cultivator. Mr. Good, please enlighten me, the cultivator said respectfully. It was obvious that the more advanced one was in the art of chess, the more they understood that they were lacking in the art of chess. Regardless of the layout, Gu Hai was always the first to defeat his opponent. That alone was worthy of respect from all the cultivators. In the 12th round, Gu Hai was still crushing his opponent's chess skills like a hot knife through butter. It seemed that the purple-clothed cultivator was about to lose. Buzz. All of a sudden, countless lustful thoughts appeared in Gu Hai's eyes. He let out a lustful sound as if he was trying to seduce Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression darkened and his hand paused. He looked up at the purple-clothed cultivator. The purple-clothed cultivator looked at Gu Hai in confusion. He didn't know what Gu Hai was doing. Yes, Lang Jun, do you love me? Lang Jun, I'm so ticklish. Handsome Lang Jun, keep me company. I like you so much. Also, I like your little Lang Jun. One by one, the lustful beauties seemed to have appeared beside Gu Hai. They surrounded Gu Hai and caressed him. They let out lustful moans as they surrounded Gu Hai and tried to seduce him. Gu Hai was probably the only one who saw such a scene. Look, Gu Hai's body is shrouded in a layer of pink light. It's coming from that cultivator's painting. He's interfering with Gu Hai. The art of chess is interfering with Mr. Good. Countless people widened their eyes as they looked at a cultivator with a sinister expression in the distance. That cultivator had painted a painting. In the painting, Gu Hai was wearing a lustful expression. He was bare-chested and surrounded by a group of seductive beauties who were engaging in lewd acts with him. Waves of pink aura were emitted and rushed toward Gu Hai. That's obviously a pornographic painting. That person isn't a good person either. Bah, why would he paint such a pornographic painting? I've never tried those positions before. Filthy. Insulting the refined. Immediately, a large number of people scolded him. However, that cultivator looked up at the sky smugly. As long as he helped the sage vent his anger, the sage would definitely recommend him. I want to embarrass Gu Hai. I want to embarrass Gu Hai. Enter my painting realm. Immerse yourself in my pornographic painting. Ah, these are all the beautiful women I've met over the years. I'll paint their flirtatious scenes, and you'll be among them. Ha 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 ha. Be licentious, Gu Hai. Take off your clothes, Gu Hai. The cultivator looked at Gu Hai excitedly. No one had ever escaped from his painting realm before. He had chosen this painting in the first place. Now that the sage had spoken, it was the best. Gu Hai was finished. Venerable Lu Nian put his palms together, his expression gloomy. Although he wanted to stop the cultivator, the sages were the ones making the judgment. In fact, some of the sages even praised him, saying, "Not bad." Perhaps Gu Hai had offended the painting path sage too badly earlier. Hence, the anger of countless painting path sages toward Gu Hai had reached its peak. Not bad. Was this painting realm going to affect Gu Hai and embarrass Gu Hai? Making a fool of himself? Taishang frowned. Clearly, he was disgusted by such a vulgar pornographic painting. Sitting in the embrace of a beauty, can Gu Hai still have the mental energy to play Go? Tai Chu revealed a cold smile. Pink is just a skeleton. Amateus. The future Buddha sighed softly. Despicable. Shameless. Mu Chunfeng showed an anxious expression from afar. Despicable. Bingheim also felt extremely frustrated. Calm down. With His Majesty's mental fortitude, he should be able to overcome it. Mo Yike said with a frown. Waves of pink light encased Gu Hai, and all sorts of lewd illusions enveloped Gu Hai. Daiqiansheng was at the top of the board. That painter is also a top-notch one. Seducing Gu Hai with a beautiful woman? Hey, His Holiness, do you think Gu Hai will be able to play Go peacefully now? Baiming Shou said with a cold smile. Dai Qiansheng did not say anything. He just stared at Gu Hai. Even Gu Hai's opponent, the purple-robed cultivator, was worried. However, at that moment, he still went all out and played his Go piece. Gu Hai paused. He mainly looked around to see what the women in the illusions were like. After looking at them for a while, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Putting aside the fact that he did not have the artistic conception of the way of painting, these erotic seductions could not enter his heart. Even if they did, so what? Could they be called seduction? Back on Earth, any one of the seeds stored in his computer would be able to kill all of them. Pa. Gu Hai played his Go piece. The purple-robed cultivator's face immediately darkened. Gu Hai could still play his Go piece while surrounded by the painting realm? That's impossible. Mr. Good, I admit that you're very good at Go. However, can you still understand the Go board at this moment? The purple-robed cultivator played his Go piece again. Pa. Gu Hai played his Go piece as well. Mr. Good is not affected. What a great way to stay calm! Mr. Good can still play his Go piece despite the interference of the painting realm? Sounds of surprise could be heard from all around. The people were happy for Gu Hai, but the painter who painted the erotic paintings was stunned. How is that possible? How can he still play Go? The painter had a look of disbelief on his face. My painting is also done. Let me do it. Another painter shouted. Painting realms are prone to conflict. You can show similar paintings at the same time. The voice of a saint of the way of painting was suddenly heard from the sky. Yes. The painter answered after receiving the saint's instructions. At the same time, the painter who painted the erotic paintings all turned to face Gu Hai. Waves of massive painting realms rushed toward Gu Hai. At that moment there was more than one filthy person. Nearly 50 people had painted the story of Gu Hai and the erotic paintings. For a moment, the surging painting realms rushed toward Gu Hai. Waves of pink light completely enveloped Gu Hai. In Gu Hai's eyes, there was an overwhelming number of beautiful women pouncing on Gu Hai like hungry wolves. If it had been an ordinary young man, he would have been so excited that he would have gone all out. However, in Gu Hai's eyes there was a hint of disdain. Large numbers did not mean high quality. Not a single one of them was worthy of being stored in his computer. Pa. Thank you for letting me win. Gu Hai played his Go piece and said calmly. Pa. The purple-robed chess cultivator was slightly stunned. At first, he was worried that he would have an unfair advantage. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai said that he had let him win? Was he crazy? How could he win in this situation? Was he spouting nonsense? When he looked down, the purple-robed chess cultivator's eyebrows suddenly raised. However, he saw that after Gu Hai played his Go piece, there was no way he could change his Go piece. How could this be? The purple-robed chess cultivator said in shock. You're confused. Gu Hai reminded him kindly. Phew. The purple-robed chess cultivator suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu Hai in shock. I'm confused? Yes, I was too excited just now. I kept thinking about what I would do if I won and got distracted. I'm confused. However, I'm only a little confused. Mr. Good was disturbed by so many painting realms, but he was not affected at all? I'm confused? Mr. Good's heart was calm the whole time? External objects could not affect a qualified chess cultivator's heart at all? The purple-robed chess cultivator smiled bitterly and stood up. Solemnly, he bowed to Gu Hai and said, Thank you, Mr. Good, for your guidance. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Wow. Mr. Good won. Mr. Good is completely fine with the interference of those painting cultivators? What a strong mental fortitude! Mr. Good is the first person to win. Immediately, the cheers of the people came from all directions. Humph! The Sky Sage snorted coldly. He was clearly furious. Chapter 559. A large number of erotic paintings interfered with Gu Hai's Go game. However, Gu Hai's Go stones remained extremely stable. He placed one Go stone after another without any interference. His strong Go skills allowed him to win once again. Naturally, the Deqian citizens and officials rejoiced. However, the sages all over the place showed extremely sullen expressions. If Gu Hai became the top Go player, what would the Go Dao sages do? Previously, it had been said that they would only recommend the number 1 player in the Go game. However, which sage expected Gu Hai's Go skills to be so strong? After Gu Hai finished placing his Go stones, the other Go Dao sages gradually finished as well. After this round, only 5 people remained. These 5 people all possessed extraordinary Go skills. What if Gu Hai won? The Go Dao sage showed a sullen expression. The painting Dao sage also showed a sullen expression. Gu Hai is only immune to that painting. What can he do about the other painting realms? Continue. When he starts playing again, we'll use the painting realms to challenge him. Painters, if anyone can defeat Gu Hai, this old man will recommend him. The group of painting Dao sages said coldly. They seemed to have been thoroughly enraged by Gu Hai and made a promise. Painting Dao sages, please give a fair evaluation. Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. The group of sages snorted coldly but ignored Venerable Lu Nian. Although the sages did not say anything, the earlier promise was already made. The eyes of the nearly 10,000 painting Dao participants all lit up. Earlier, they considered themselves virtuous and did not try to smear Gu Hai's reputation. At this moment, they had already lost their resolve. Instead, they started attacking Gu Hai, using the word villain as the topic to smear Gu Hai. Smear? Painting after painting appeared. Countless lights of various colors soared into the sky from the various paintings, like the pink light from the erotic paintings earlier. White, purple, blue, black, the various lights showed different styles to deal with Gu Hai. The painting Dao saint seemed to have been angered by Gu Hai and was waiting for the effect of the group painting. Not far away, Chong Xing splashed the ink and waved his brush. His eyes flashed with anxiety. Mr. Good, hold on for a little longer. I'll be done soon. Very soon. The speed at which longevity was drawing increased. Additionally, he was using a magic technique to condense a fog to cover it up, preventing the surrounding people from seeing it. Nobody knew what longevity was drawing. Gu Hai ignored the saints of the painting path, because the 13th round had begun. There were still 5 people left. One of them had to draw a bye, and the remaining 4 would play Go. Number 1 Gu Hai is free. Solemnly, the 9th young master announced. Don't. The saint's shout suddenly came from the sky. Saints, it is my duty to preside over the chess conference, isn't it? You are in charge of judging, the 9th young master said in a deep voice. Gu Hai has already drawn a bye once. This time, it's not his turn to draw a bye. That's right. We can ignore Gu Hai's earlier draw, but Gu Hai still wants to draw a bye this time? Is he going to draw a bye again in the next round? The chess Dao saints said coldly. The 9th young master furrowed his brows slightly. 9th young master, don't be troubled. I can do it, Gu Hai said with a smile. The 9th young master's expression darkened. He nodded and said, in that case, number 101, King of Elixir, will draw a bye. Yes. Qing Emperor's subordinate, King of Elixir, said with a smile. The saints in the sky were satisfied. Gu Hai sat down again. There were only 2 chessboards left in the 13th round. Gu Hai played against a red-robed Go cultivator again. Mr. Good, I love chess as well. It's just that you've been treated unfairly this time, and it may be unfair. I don't want to take advantage of you. The red-robed Go cultivator frowned and said, It's fine. Sir, please. Gu Hai said with a smile. All right, sorry for the offense. Smack. 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 The 2 of them began to play their chess pieces. Disloyal scum, play. A saint in the sky shouted. Boom. A large number of Go cultivators turned away their paintings. Streams of yellow light rushed toward Gu Hai. Buzz. There were countless scenes of rebellion in the painting. Gu Hai was being hunted down because of his rebellion, and he was on the run. Cowardly scum, stop right there. How dare you betray the country, you traitor? You deserve to die. Kill him, don't let him get away. Ha ha, watch me chop off your head. In the painting, Gu Hai seemed to be hunted down and killed by all the soldiers in the world. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Do you think I'm a coward? Not to mention that this painting can't enter my heart and cause me mental trauma. This is the result of rebellion? Do you know the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty? Do you know the torture of the great Qing dynasty on Earth? Gu Hai continued to play his chess piece. He was extremely calm. Gu Hai's style of playing chess hasn't changed at all. A Go Dao saint said in a deep voice. Impossible, even a mortal without the artistic conception of Go Dao can't be so calm. A Go Dao saint said in shock and anger. Continue, cold-blooded scum. Buzz! Suddenly, countless Go Dao artists changed. Countless portraits with green light rushed toward Gu Hai. You unfilial son, you killed your elder brother. You'll die a horrible death. You unfilial son, you framed your elder sister too? She's your younger sister. You framed them too? Unfilial son, you're rich now. You don't want to take care of me. Let me starve to death. The scene suddenly changed. A pile of corpses of his younger siblings suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. It was as if they wanted to use guilt to affect Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at it and stopped. When he was on Earth, his parents responded to the call of the party and the country. Only one child is good, the government will provide for them. He was an only child and had no siblings at all. The scene in front of him didn't make him feel at all. His parents also had medical insurance. It was impossible for them to starve to death. The calm Gu Hai continued to play his chess piece. The Go Dao saints. Those portraits depicted so much heartache of human nature. Even a blind person would cry when they saw them. How could you not have any reaction at all? Do you still have humanity? Are you still human? The Go Dao saint was extremely depressed. Continue, continue, Go Dao, continue. The Go Dao saint shouted gloomily. Previously, he was only angry. For some reason, when he saw Gu Hai facing his anger so calmly, the Go Dao saint, who hadn't been angry for thousands, tens of thousands, or even longer, suddenly became so angry. He had always been high and mighty in the Thousand Sage Conference. When did he become so angry? Because of a participant of the Thousand Sage Conference. The sages were angry, but the surrounding people looked at Gu Hai with a trace of admiration. It was one thing to insult the sages, but now, he was still so calm in the face of the sages' anger. Was Gu Hai really not afraid that they wouldn't recommend him at all? Sima Chongkong, who was not far away, glanced at him occasionally, and his face stiffened slightly. The countless Deqian officials didn't know what to say at this moment. His Holiness had chosen such a strange person. Yes. Countless Go Dao cultivators answered. Just as they were about to attack Gu Hai with their Go Dao, Gu Hai said indifferently, "Thank you for letting me win." Buzz. All the sages suddenly fell silent. Thank you? Did he win again? The red-robed Go Dao cultivator looked at the chessboard carefully and finally took a deep breath. He stood up and bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Thank you, Mr. Good. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Your Go skills have reached the level of Old Man Guanxi's 29-line pair world's Go game. That's rare. Gu Hai said solemnly. 29-line pair world's Go game? I've been looking forward to it, but I haven't been able to see it. Mr. Good. The red-robed Go Dao cultivator looked a little surprised. If you don't mind, you can look for Mo Yike of the Han Dynasty to discuss it. Not only does he play 29, but he is also very skilled at 39. Gu Hai said with a smile. Really? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Good. The red-robed Go Dao cultivator said happily. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. He won again. The Go Dao sage was depressed. The painting Dao sage was even more depressed. Gu Hai's Go skills were real. Even some of the sages felt that the chessboard he laid out was extraordinary. Not long after. Thank you for letting me win, solemnly Wu Yazi said from nearby. Wu Yazi had also won. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 Go Dao cultivators left. The 9th young master announced, 14th round, number 8042. Wu Yazi gets a bye. Wu Yazi bowed slightly and stood to the side with a smile. Gu Hai and Qing Emperor's subordinate, Dan Wang, were facing each other. Mr. Good, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Dan Wang said with a smile. Is that so? Please. Gu Hai said with a smile. I'm not like those people from before. Mr. Good, be careful. Dan Wang sneered. Please. Gu Hai nodded. Smack. Smack. The two of them began to play again. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. The Elixir King's moves were so familiar. Dan Wang looked at Gu Hai and smiled. He didn't think much of it and continued to play his chess. The 30-sided chess game? Dan Wang is one of Guanqi's 9 sons? Wu Yazi narrowed his eyes. The 9th young master's expression also darkened. Each of Guanqi's 9 sons had received an inheritance from Old Man Guanqi. Similarly, they also received the inheritance from Old Man Guanqi's 30-sided chess game. Their Go skills weren't weak. Even if they weren't good at Go in the beginning, after years of practice, their Go skills would still be astonishing. Had Gu Hai met his match? The 30-sided chess game. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and did not mind, continuing to play Go stones. Alright, painting Dao cultivators, continue! A painting Dao sage shouted. Yes. The painting Dao sages shouted. Immediately, the newly created little people faced Gu Hai again. This time, the sages didn't call out one another. Instead, they gathered together and charged toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai became the center of attention in the center of the plaza. Surging painting Dao intents rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's body seemed to be covered in colorful clouds. It was extremely dazzling. Although it looked dazzling, the Deqian officials and citizens were all worried. This is bad. Will the hall master be okay? Mu Chenfeng looked anxious. Shameless person. Bingheim looked resentful and clenched her fists. Mo Yike didn't dare to make any guarantees. He clenched his fists as anxiety flashed in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Gu, I'm done. Look at my painting, I'm done. Chang Xing's cheers suddenly came from nearby. Chapter 560. 30 Lines of Heaven and Earth Chess? The 9th young master and Wu Yazi were shocked by the Elixir King's arrangement. The Lines of Heaven and Earth Chess was created by Old Man Guanqi. Usually, only Old Man Guanqi's disciples would have the inheritance. Did the Elixir King have it too? Was he also one of Guanqi's 9 disciples? Gu Hai's chess pieces gradually became serious. Pa! 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 As the two placed Go stones, they played back and forth. As the countless Go cultivators in the surroundings watched the two place their Go stones, they gradually showed worry for Gu Hai. Because as the sages were angry, countless painting cultivators immediately channeled their artistic conception to Gu Hai. Boom! Gu Hai's body was like a colorful sun, emitting all kinds of light. With so many artistic conceptions, how can Gu Hai play chess? Is his willpower that high? The future Buddha frowned and put his palms together. Humph! Gu Hai is not affected by the painting Dao? These painting cultivators are a bunch of trash. Taishang's eyes were cold. Tai Chu stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was unmoved and continued to play his chess piece. Not to mention that the artistic conception was useless to Gu Hai. Gu Hai's current chess Dao already gave Gu Hai extremely strong willpower. He played chess with the Elixir King. The Elixir King was also very careful because he understood the current situation. As long as he defeated Gu Hai, countless sages would be willing to recommend him. Mr. Good doesn't seem to be affected? Mr. Good is really amazing. With so many artistic conceptions, he can still play his chess piece? The Hall Master of the Elite Hall is really amazing. The people around praised. The sages stared at Gu Hai. Let's see how long you can last. A painting sage said coldly. Even though Gu Hai was not affected now, the sages were sure that Gu Hai would definitely not be able to take it. There were nearly 10,000 painting cultivators, and they were not ordinary people. They were all painting cultivators who could create illusions. Gu Hai would definitely not be able to last long. No, even the sages in the sky would definitely not be able to last long, let alone Gu Hai. Just as the Elixir King, painting cultivators, and the sages were looking forward to it, a voice suddenly sounded. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Gu, I'm done. Look at my painting, I'm done. Done? When they heard this voice, almost all the sages shuddered. Was that Chongqing? Scourge had painted Scourge again? Originally, the group of saints wanted to see what Chongqing had drawn. However, the 100 pregnant saint who had fainted at the side immediately reminded them. Immediately, no one dared to look at Chongqing's drawing. Another painting, another painting? Did that Scourge paint another painting? Chongqing's voice seemed to have stopped the entire heavenly Yin city. The expressions of the 500 million people and the 100,000 participating cultivators all darkened. What was he painting? However, no one dared to look. At least, Mu Chenfeng, Mo Yike, and Bingheim did not dare to look. Chongqing's painting was extremely evil. Who would dare to look? Mr. Good, how's my painting? Mr. Good. Chongqing immediately rushed over with the painting. Gu Hai naturally heard Chongqing's painting. However, with the egg painting in front of him, Gu Hai really did not dare to look at it. He also did not want to dampen Chongqing's mood. He pretended not to hear and continued to play. Mr. Good, I'm done painting. Look, you're in a court meeting. Oh right, you're playing chess. Forget it. Let me save you. Chongqing said anxiously. After saying that, Longevity Sage turned the painting towards Gu Hai. Then, a golden light suddenly surged out from the painting, shooting towards Gu Hai. That's right. Huh! What's on the painting? In the end, some people turned to look curiously. When they saw Chongqing's painting, almost everyone's expression froze. He really dares. He actually painted sages? How can he paint that? Is he crazy? Many people who saw the painting were shocked. However, they saw that in Chongqing's painting. It was extremely magnificent. In the painting, Gu Hai was wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne. Countless officials stood in 2 rows. These officials were not bystanders, but more than 10,000 painting cultivators participating in the competition. Chongqing painted all these painting cultivators as Gu Hai's subject. More importantly, in the center of the court in the painting, there were 500 sages. They were painting sages. 100 of them were carrying children and kneeling in front of Gu Hai in the painting. The other 400 were also covered in wounds and were on the verge of death. They were all tied up. It was as if they were waiting for Gu Hai in the painting to give the order, and they would be beheaded in public. The people who saw the painting were completely shocked. Is this a depiction of Gu Hai's majesty? All 500 painting sages have become prisoners and are being detained. Is this the scene of the trial of the sages? He doesn't want to compete anymore? He even dares to slander the judge? Countless people exclaimed. However, they saw Chongqing tremble. In the painting, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Those who collude with this evil will have their entire family wiped out. This was the voice that came from the painting. But under this strange voice, the golden light in the painting suddenly increased by 10,000 times. It rushed straight to Gu Hai's body and instantly covered all the other lights on Gu Hai's body. Moreover, it followed the painting light that shot from all directions and transmitted the golden light to the 10,000 painting cultivators who were attacking Gu Hai. Boom! The 10,000 painting cultivators were instantly enveloped by the golden light. Almost at the same time, the 10,000 painting sages shuddered. They entered Chang Sheng's painting intent. Chang Sheng's painting intent displayed the boundless majesty of the court. It was as if the heavenly might had instantly overwhelmed the minds of all the painters. The painters forgot everything and really thought that they were Gu Hai's subject. It was just like the illusion that Gu Hai saw. Not only did these painting cultivators see it, but they also saw it in their hearts. Thump, thump. Instantly, the 10,000 painting cultivators knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We have nothing to do with these sages. Your Majesty, these sages will die a horrible death. I have nothing to do with them. These shit-eating sages, I have nothing to do with them at all. Your Majesty, please behead all of these sages in public. No, Your Majesty, please hang their heads on the city gate tower. Your Majesty, these sages are not human. Your Majesty, these sages are worse than pigs and dogs. Kill them. Under the Emperor's heavenly might, the painters pointed at the sages in the sky and insulted them. They said that they were worse than pigs and dogs, that they were good-for-nothings, and that they were beasts. All kinds of insults were endless. You, how dare you? The painting sages roared angrily and almost fainted from anger. How many years had it been? They had never been insulted like this. For thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, when had they not been worshipped by the participants of the thousand-sage assembly? When had they not begged them to look at them more? How dare you scold me? And you even scolded me so harshly? You don't have a penis? Is this how you scold me? The 400 sages were shocked and furious. A super farce broke out in the central square, attracting the attention of the participants in the book battle area, the zither battle area, and the chess battle area. The 500 million people in the surroundings were in an uproar. Some were surprised, some were laughing, and it was extremely noisy. Chongqing? His art concept overpowered all the other participants? Kong Di, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes. Qing Emperor's face also darkened. Chongqing? I understand. It's him, and that Ziwei? It's the two of them? In Dongfang, the angels watched in shock. True Lord, is that person's art concept really so powerful? A six-winged angel said in shock. The battle of art concepts is a clash of concept. The loser will collapse 1,000 miles away, and the winner will change the enemy's mind. This person's art concept is indeed powerful. A heaven-level brush? Did Gu Hai ask him to draw that painting? Tai Chu frowned and said, In the south. Juzi, are Gu Hai and the others crazy? How can they draw such a painting? Do we still need to judge? A disciple of the Taishang sect said with a frown. Taishang Juzi narrowed his eyes and said, Is this a suicide mission? Gu Hai is so cruel. He knows that the art path sage won't choose him, but he did the opposite. He made all the participants curse the sages, saying that they're worse than beasts, so that the sages won't choose them? In the West. Amateus Buddha. That's too harsh. The sages have already transcended the world, but they're saying that they're immoral. These participating painters are really mixed. A bodhisattva sighed. Good drawing doesn't mean good character. Sigh, with this, the atmosphere of this year's sage assembly has changed a little. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Changed a bit? It was more than that. The painters who were kneeling and worshipping Gu Hai insulted the sages with harsher and harsher words. In order to distance themselves from the sages, they even made up stories about the sages being gay. The 400 sages almost fainted. Brat, how dare you? How dare you? If I can come down, I'll definitely kill you. Ignorant brats, bastards. I'll fight it out with you. The sky sage shouted angrily, but there were more than 10,000 painters below. There were too many people talking, so the 400 saints could not refute at all. There were even a few saints who valued their reputation more than their lives. After being slandered by this disgraceful story, they fainted. Chongqing was smug. Gu Hai, who was sitting at the side, had cold sweat on his forehead. He smiled bitterly. Chongqing, you're too awesome this time. Chongqing is going too far again, Mu Chunfeng said blankly. This group of His Holiness hates His Majesty to death. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Bingheim didn't know how to deal with this either. She could only smile bitterly and say, at the very least, this proves that Chongqing's painting Dao is incredible. He suppressed everyone by himself. Venerable Lun Yen, who was presiding over the painting Dao at the side, was already stunned. This was the first time he saw a painting Dao competition that angered the judges to such an extent. All the painting Dao participants were kneeling and scolding the judges. How could this continue? Can anyone teach me what I should say? Thank you for letting me win, Gu Hai suddenly said. Chapter 561. Thank you for letting me win. Gu Hai smiled at the Pill King. The Pill King raised his eyebrows and looked down. 30 lines of heaven and earth chess? At first, the Elixir Monarch's moves looked decent. However, Gu Hai soon understood. The Elixir Monarch's 30 moves were too orthodox. He followed the script and didn't know how to be flexible. He was far worse than Mo Yike. Guanxi's 9 sons? He might have inherited old man Guanxi's legacy, but he didn't know how to be flexible when playing chess. The Pill King's moves showed that he didn't have the skill to play the game, but he didn't know how to play the game. Gu Hai wasn't the only one who saw it. The 9th young master and Wu Yazi also saw it. The two smiled and didn't think much of it. At the end, Gu Hai said, "Thank you for letting me win." The Pill King lowered his head and looked in disbelief. Gu Hai shook his head and said, Looks like you're not one of Guanxi's 9 sons." I lost? Gu Hai, this game isn't over yet. The Pill King frowned. At this moment, the game hadn't been decided yet. How could he have lost? Not far away, Azure Emperor raised his brows and said coolly, "Elixir King, you lost." The Pill King heard Qing Emperor's voice. The surroundings were noisy, and no one paid attention to him. However, the Pill King's expression changed. If the Emperor said that he lost, then it couldn't be wrong. However, he clearly had the upper hand in this game. He should have won. "I don't believe it." Gu Hai, continue. "I don't believe I lost," the Pill King said in a low voice. "Pa." The Pill King placed his piece. He looked at Gu Hai with hatred. It was such a good opportunity. Other than the Deqian art cultivators, all the other art cultivators were against Gu Hai. As long as he won, the sages would recommend him. How could he lose? How? The Pill King was not convinced and wanted to continue. Gu Hai smiled faintly and played a piece with him. Pa. Walla lala. In the blink of an eye, a large number of white chess pieces were removed, and the entire chessboard underwent an earth-shattering change. The Dan King suddenly sat down. You, King of Elixirs, glared at Gu Hai. "It seems that you relied on these 30 games to win the previous dozen or so rounds. After winning so many rounds in a row, it's about time for you to lose. Moreover, it's also because your chess skills are not good enough that you can't understand these 30 games. Otherwise, you wouldn't just be glaring right now." Gu Hai shook his head. "Gu Hai wins," the 9th young master announced. "Humph." The chess sages snorted coldly. "Mr. Good won again." A large number of people exclaimed in delight. At that moment, as Gu Hai stood up, the painting cultivators behind him, who were scolding the sages, became even more aggressive. Several of the sages were scolded until they fainted. "Mr. Good, what do you think? How's my painting?" Chongqing immediately walked up excitedly. Under the illumination of Chongqing's painting, Gu Hai's body emitted a dazzling golden light. Gu Hai was speechless as he looked at the image of himself sitting in the imperial court. "This is the imperial court you painted?" Gu Hai asked strangely. "Yes." Look, in order to show that you're awesome, I even painted children for these sages. Chang Xing excitedly pointed at the pregnant sages. In the painting, these pregnant sages were already carrying children. Gu Hai was speechless. What do you mean by, to show that I'm awesome, I even painted children for these sages? What does their pregnancy have to do with me? I'm not the one who made them pregnant. Gu Hai was conflicted. Xiao Chen looked up at the group of sages, feeling speechless. These sages probably hated him to death now. Painting sages, have you chosen the person you want to recommend? Venerable Lu Nian suddenly asked as he looked at the sky. Humph! The group of painting sages snorted coldly. Painting sages, all the Painting Dao participants, including Gu Hai, now have a total of 13,400 people. All the Painting Dao cultivators' paintings have been revealed. Sages, please judge and recommend. Venerable Lu Nian said again. Recommend? You are infuriating this old man to death. You still want this old man to recommend you? Dream on. Recommend Gu Hai? Humph. Even if I die, I won't recommend him. Recommend this group of people? You insulted me as a beast and said that I'm gay. Dream on. Dream on. Dream on. Dream on. Don't even think about my recommendation. I won't recommend any of you. The Painting Dao sages glared, their eyes cracking as they roared endlessly. You still want us to recommend you? Dream on. I will preside. The Painting Dao sages will answer immediately. Painting Dao sages, are you sure you won't recommend anyone? Are you sure? Venerable Lu Nian shouted again. No recommendation. We won't recommend anyone. The Painting Dao sages immediately shouted. The Painting Dao sages were in a fit of anger. How could they recommend anyone at this moment? However, this lack of recommendation made the expressions of the surrounding cultivators change. Oh no! These sages fell for it. Not far away, Emperor Kong's expression changed. Not recommending? Is this the Deqian dynasty's scheme? Emperor Kong's face sank. Humph! What a Deqian scheme! Taishang's face sank. Amateus Buddha, the sages miscalculated. The future Buddha sighed softly. Ha! Not recommending? They lost their heads in anger. Grand Primordium said coldly. Where the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty was, the officials of the Great Qian dynasty immediately got excited. Good. Takashi Ryushin's eyes lit up. Ha 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 ha. Funny. Funny. I won't recommend anyone. Baiming Shou immediately guffawed. Even Daiqianxing heaved a sigh of relief. Oh no. You are wrong. A sage suddenly shouted. The Painting Dao sages felt slightly stunned. Then, their expressions changed. Before they could say anything else, Venerable Lu Nian pressed his palms together. Reporting to the heavens, according to the rules of the 10,000 Sage Assembly, the sages will judge and recommend the participating literary cultivators. Each sage will have one recommendation talisman. 10,000 sages will have 10,000 recommendation talismans. The final number of recommendation talismans will determine the outcome of the 10,000 Sage Assembly. Today, in the first round, the Painting Dao sage will forfeit his recommendation. According to the rules of the 10,000 Sage Assembly, the sages give up their recommendation talismans and hand them to the host. Today, the Painting Dao host, Lu Nian, will handle the recommendation talismans on behalf of heaven and hand them all to contestant Gu Hai. Gu Hai has obtained 500 Painting Dao sages' recommendations. Heaven, please show us. Solemnly, Venerable Lu Nian pointed at Gu Hai with his right hand. Boom! Suddenly, a white light soared into the air around Venerable Lu Nian. This light soared into the vast and righteous sea of energy. The entire vast and righteous sea of energy shook. Clearly, when Venerable Lu Nian was being inspected by the Literature Dao Holy Hall earlier, he received some sort of reaction from the Literature Dao Holy Hall. If the sages did not recommend, they would hand the recommendation talismans to the host to handle. Immediately, 500 white talismans appeared above the vast and righteous sea of energy. They looked like the character for literature. However, there were many patterns on the periphery. These were the recommendation talismans. The 500 recommendation talismans instantly shot down like 500 white pillars of light. They flew from Venerable Lun Yen's hand, heading straight for Gu Hai. Buzz! Gu Hai looked like he was enveloped by a spotlight. Immediately, he gave off a bright light. However, the light pillars did not disappear. Instead, they looked like spotlights, shining on Gu Hai. Gu Hai obtained 500 recommendation talismans. 500 recommendation talismans? That was equivalent to 500 painting Dao sages recommending Gu Hai. What? Recommending him? Bastard! Lun Yen, we are not recommending Gu Hai at all. How presumptuous! The 300-odd painting Dao sages nearly fainted in anger. After all the fighting, their recommendation talismans ended up in Gu Hai's hands? You cheated! Cheated! A few of the big-bellied sages slowly woke up. When they lowered their heads, they suddenly saw that the recommendation talismans that should have been theirs strangely all went to Gu Hai. They all went to Gu Hai, the one who got them pregnant? No. After a scream of despair and remorse, he fainted again. The person they did not want to recommend the most obtained their recommendation talismans? The painting Dao sage was on the verge of breaking down. The other sages also showed resentment on their faces. How dare you cheat? The Zither sage said angrily. We followed the rules of the 10,000 sage assembly. Sages, how is this cheating? Venerable Lun Yen said indifferently. Indeed, Venerable Lun Yen had asked them as the host, but they did not answer. This was at most a loophole in the 10,000 sage assembly. It was not cheating. However, the result made the sages furious. The Deqian citizens cheered. Mr. Good is so powerful. Ha 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 ha, the result is actually like this. 500 sages of the painting Dao and 500 recommendation talismans were all obtained by Mr. Good. There were cheers everywhere. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Taishang's face was gloomy. Tai Chu's face showed a hint of disdain. The Deqian officials cheered. Daqiansheng sat calmly on the dragon throne. His Holiness, it seems that Long Wanyu's prediction was right. The painting Dao took all of them. He got more than old man Guanqi last time. Baiming Shou said with a smile. In the central square, Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Why did the recommendation talisman feel like it was the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people? Fortunately, the Deqian citizens were on his side. Chongqing got lucky? Bingheim said with a smile. Yes. If Chongqing had not angered the sages, they would not have lost their minds. It's all thanks to Chongqing. Mu Chenfeng sighed. It's all thanks to Chongqing. Unfortunately, it's going to be dangerous. There are 10,000 recommendation talismans. Now, the Emperor only got 500? Will the remaining sages be so useless? Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. As expected, the painting Dao sage, who was about to go crazy, started begging the other sages. Zhang Qinxing, please don't recommend that despicable Gu Hai again. Chen Qixing, please don't let Gu Hai get away with it. Make up for my mistake. The painting Dao sages anxiously begged. At this moment, the sages all looked at Gu Hai with displeasure. Mr. Good, how was it? We won, right? Chongqing immediately reported the good news to Gu Hai. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chongqing. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. What could Gu Hai say at this moment? The situation was getting out of hand. Chongqing could be considered to have hit the jackpot this time. Alright, the last round of chess. Gu Hai Wu Yazi, take your seats. The ninth young master said. Chapter 562. The first round of the Tao of Painting Showdown was the scene that the sages didn't want to see the most. They didn't want Gu Hai to win a recommendation talisman, but Gu Hai won a grand slam. Even though the sages were furious, they couldn't do anything about it. What was done, and there was no turning back. All they could do was beg the other sages not to recommend Gu Hai. The other sages were furious with Gu Hai, especially the Go Dao sage. Their initial displeasure gradually turned into disgust. Their initial displeasure was because Gu Hai didn't respect the sages and insulted them. Although they weren't the ones who were insulted, they couldn't allow him to continue his evil ways. They didn't want Gu Hai to win, but Gu Hai seemed to have been slapped in the face every time. He won one game after another. Finally, it was time for the final battle. The Go Dao sages watched coldly as Gu Hai and Wu Yazi took their seat. Wu Yazi smiled and said, "Mr. Good, please." "Mr. Wu Yazi, please." Gu Hai nodded. Pa. 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 The two of them began to play their chess pieces. "You're also playing the starting position of the 30 lines of heaven and earth?" Gu Hai frowned. Solemnly, Wu Yazi said, "Mr. Good is a Go Dao expert, so I won't hide anything from Mr. Good. Back then, I inherited Old Man Guanxi's legacy, and I've been studying it for a long time. I hope Mr. Good won't be stingy with your guidance." "One of Guanxi's 9 sons?" Gu Hai raised an eyebrow and glanced at the host, the 9th young master. The 9th young master seemed to have known all along, and his expression was indifferent. All around them, the cultivators of the way of chess widened their eyes in disbelief. One of Guanxi's 9 sons? That elixir king from before was an impostor? Wu Yazi was one of Guanxi's 9 sons? "Mr. Wu Yazi, please do your best." Gu Hai smiled faintly. "There is no time limit for this round. Both of you can do whatever you want," the 9th young master said. Smack. 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 The two of them began to place their pieces. Wu Yazi was one of Guanxi's 9 sons. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread out in an instant. Everyone who heard him straightened up. Those who didn't know Old Man Guanxi were fine, but those who knew Old Man Guanxi were shocked. 800 years ago, Old Man Guanxi played a game of Battle of the Heavens and turned the world upside down. The heavens sent down a monstrous punishment to destroy Old Man Guanxi. Not far away, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. "Are you also one of the 9 sons of Guanxi? It's been 800 years, and the 9 sons of Guanxi keep appearing? Is something big going to happen?" Kong Di raised his eyebrows. "The 9 sons of Guanxi? Wu Yazi, you're hiding it from me? Why are you telling the truth to Gu Hai?" Yihua and Xuanen's expressions changed. The 500 million people began to discuss among themselves. Old Man Guanxi? The world's #1 chess master? In the past, no one in the world was his match. He even challenged the heavens to a match. What do you know? Old Man Guanxi wants to become an immortal by challenging the heavens. Old Man Guanxi is dead, so he divided his inheritance into 9 parts. 9 successors of Guanxi will appear. Wu Yazi is one of the 9 sons of Guanxi? His chess skills must be incomparably strong. How is that possible? Didn't he lose to Gu Hai last time? Wu Yazi didn't go all out last time. He was already halfway there. This time, he'll definitely go all out. Mr. Good has met his match. Wu Yazi's title as one of the 9 sons of Guanxi caused an uproar. The future Buddha, Taichu, and Taishang all had gloomy expressions on their faces. In the sky, the sages also heard Wu Yazi's voice. Old Man Guanxi's disciple? Wasn't Old Man Guanxi destroyed by the heavens? That's Old Man Guanxi's inheritance. Do you still remember the battle between Old Man Guanxi 1,000 years ago? That fierce Guanxi. When it comes to the art of chess, I've never been impressed by anyone, but when it comes to observing chess, I'm impressed. The sages looked at Wu Yazi solemnly. Wu Yazi and Gu Hai continued with their chess pieces. As they played, Gu Hai glanced at Wu Yazi. Indeed, Wu Yazi's chess skills were much stronger than Dan Wang's. Wu Yazi's use of the 30 lines of heaven and earth had already reached perfection. In fact, Gu Hai could tell that Wu Yazi's chess skills were even stronger than Emoyike's. Emoyike's strongest skill was in politics. Chess came second. Wu Yazi focused on chess, and his style was even more ferocious. Wu Yazi smiled and said, "Mr. Gu, don't you think that the Tao of chess is also a literary art? Why is it that it is restricted to a small chessboard? Only by expending countless spirit stones to arrange a Go array can one achieve world-shaking effects like the Tao of zither, calligraphy, and painting?" Gu Hai was puzzled. That wasn't the case 800 years ago. 800 years ago, when the art of chess emerged, who could contend against it? Take my move for example. With one move, I could gather an army of thousands of men and horses. I could kill with a single finger. Wu Yazi said solemnly. "Pa." Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. With Gu Hai's chess skills, he could naturally see the power behind that move. However, did Wu Yazi just say that he could gather an army of thousands of men and horses? "Mr. Wu Yazi, what do you mean? I don't understand." Gu Hai said. "Do you still remember the innate puzzle world, Mr. Good?" Wu Yazi smiled. Gu Hai said solemnly, "Of course. There, as long as you obtain a golden chess piece, you can manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, and form your own cloud beast to defend against your enemies. I remember that the 9th young master once told me that Mr. Good was able to gather an army of thousands of men and horses with a single move." Wu Yazi smiled. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai seemed to have guessed something when Wu Yazi said that. The art of chess isn't the weakest of the four arts. On the contrary, the art of chess has the greatest offensive power. Mr. Good, have you ever thought that the Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dugu Qiubai that you formed wouldn't need to rely on the arrays you created with spirit stones to move freely in the world? Wu Yazi smiled. "Mr. Wu Yazi, what do you mean by that?" Gu Hai asked solemnly. Mr. Good should have guessed that the innate puzzle world's chess rules weren't set up by old man Guanxi, Wu Yazi said with a shake of his head. "It has always been this way. When one's chess skills reach a certain level, they can gather peerless experts to protect themselves. They can also gather an army of thousands of men and horses to kill your enemies." Wu Yazi shook his head. "The Tao of literature shouldn't be a plaything. Divine literature spirits should be equally matched." Mr. Wu Yazi, what you're saying is indeed fantastical. Unfortunately, I've looked through countless books and records, but I've never heard of such a thing. How can you gather peerless experts without the use of spirit stones?" Gu Hai said solemnly. "Isn't it possible with the heavenly Go chess?" Wu Yazi smiled. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The heavenly Go chess could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to set up the 30 unhindered worlds array. The life-entrapping blade that he'd gathered from the fragments was one such example. It consumed very little spirit stones. It used to be possible, but it's a pity that it's no longer possible. That's because of old man Guanxi, Wu Yazi looked at the sky. "Old man Guanxi? Are you saying that old man Guanxi used chess to challenge the heavens and incited the wrath of the heavens to destroy old man Guanxi? At the same time, the heavens also took away the chess rules of heaven and earth?" Gu Hai's expression darkened. "Mr. Good is a wise man. Took away the chess rules of heaven and earth? That was 800 years ago. Then why aren't there any records of it?" Gu Hai shook his head in disbelief. "Because of the heavens," Wu Yazi said solemnly. "The heavens took away the chess rules. At the same time, they also took away all written records related to the chess rules. They also took away almost everyone's memories of the chess rules," Wu Yazi explained. Buzz. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. The expressions of the countless chess cultivators around them changed. Has Wu Yazi gone mad? Did the heavens take away all memories related to the chess rules? Only a few people narrowed their eyes. In the distance, Qing Emperor and Kong Di frowned. Wu Yazi actually managed to preserve those memories? The future Buddha was shocked. It must have been left behind by old man Guanxi. Taishang said with a gloomy expression. "Guanxi's 9 sons, are you going to be restless?" Tai Chu sneered. His Holiness, Wu Yazi's tone is a little unpredictable. Is he trying to expose the heavens' shortcomings? He's not Old Man Guanxi. Does he have the guts to do that? Bai Mingshou sneered. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty gently tapped his dragon throne with his finger. He narrowed his eyes. Old Man Guanxi? He, you're really far-sighted. Are you planning to make another move after one failed? Countless people around the square looked at Wu Yazi with disdain. They didn't believe him. Only a few people looked at him curiously. Gu Hai stared at Wu Yazi. Mr. Wu Yazi, why are you telling me all this? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Wu Yazi took a deep breath and said, The art of chess is a literary practice that requires opponents. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the practitioner. Mr. Gu, I hope you won't disappoint me. Wu Yazi said solemnly. Gu Hai looked up. Something's wrong. Wu Yazi's tone isn't like that. What? Gu Hai looked at Wu Yazi with a solemn expression. However, Wu Yazi lowered his head and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Wu Yazi's piece broke away from the group of Go pieces and landed on a bare area. Tian Yuan? Everyone's expressions changed. Why did Wu Yazi place it there? He's already played so many pieces. Is he trying to change his style? He's courting death. What is Wu Yazi doing? Countless people were shocked. In the distance, the Lotus Emperor's expression suddenly changed, and the brush in his hand suddenly snapped with a crack. Impossible! Isn't that Wu Yazi? Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. Emperor Kong also raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of astonishment. Ninth Young Master's expression changed as well, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. It's not the 30 lines of heaven and earth chess, but the 31 lines of chess? Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Something's not right. His Holiness, why is Wu Yazi different? Bai Mingshou whispered in surprise as he looked at Daiqiansheng. For the first time, Daiqiansheng's eyes flashed with surprise. You're not dead? Old man. Daiqiansheng narrowed his eyes. His voice was low. No one could hear him clearly. Chapter 563. Wu Yazi's style suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai saw the growth of Wu Yazi's chess skills at a frightening speed. Smack! 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 As Gu Hai and Wu Yazi continued to place down their chess pieces, their chess power caused the intent of the game to soar. Wu Yazi had used the 19-line chessboard to play the 31-line chess game. In the blink of an eye, his chess skills had soared to the 31-line chess game. Outsiders might not have understood, but the ninth young master seemed to have sensed it. It's really you? The ninth young master's eyes flashed with panic. How many people in this world could make the ninth young master panic? The dead old man Guanxi was one of them. Not far away, the Qing Emperor and Confucius Emperor threw down their brushes and stared at Wu Yazi in shock. Dongfang's Tai Chu sat up straight and looked at Wu Yazi with an uncertain expression. No, it can't be you. You died 800 years ago. In the south, Taishang's face sank. Old man Guanxi? Is that you? That's impossible. No one can escape when the heavens want to exterminate them. In the west, the future Buddha put his palms together. The bodhisattvas behind him looked confused. They wanted to say something, but the future Buddha interrupted them. Shut up! Yes. The bodhisattvas were at a loss. Wu Yazi lowered his head and whispered, Mr. Good, you're so good. Sir, you're so good too. Gu Hai's eyes turned serious. Others might not be able to sense it, but Gu Hai could. Wu Yazi's moves were more and more powerful than the previous one. This was the most powerful opponent Gu Hai had faced so far in this match. Wu Yazi was the most powerful opponent Gu Hai had ever faced. Chess cultivators were happiest when they met their match. Gu Hai slowly immersed himself in the game and placed his chess pieces carefully. In the past, no one had the qualifications to make him go all out. Now Wu Yazi could. Gu Hai was prepared for battle. This game of chess was constantly changing and becoming more and more complicated. To ordinary people, this game of chess was just a game of chess pieces. The only change was that their eyes could not bear it. It's just a small chessboard. Why do I feel dizzy? I don't know how to play chess. Me too. My eyes are a little blurry. I can't see how the chess pieces are arranged. Look at that group of chess players. Why are their faces all red? While the common folk were still in shock, they saw that the chess cultivators surrounding Gu Hai all blushed because they knew how to play chess. The more one understood Go, the deeper one would sink. Looking at Gu Hai and Wu Yazi's game made it seem like they were looking at a magnificent army. The Pill King's eyes were wide open, and he was sweating profusely. It was as if he saw a huge army charging towards him. Ah, don't! Dan King suddenly screamed in panic. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so chess cultivators around him were exhausted. They were holding their breaths, but when they heard the Pill King's scream, they suddenly spat out blood. They fell to the ground. The person who had spat out the blood woke up. Don't look. Everyone, don't look. There's something wrong with this game. The chess cultivator who woke up cried out. What's going on? Am I seeing a magnificent army? I see a sky full of divine dragons charging at me. I see 1,000 snakes biting the heart. I can't look. I'm so dizzy. The chess cultivators were all in shock. Gu Hai and Wu Yazi had already placed their pieces and were immersed in the game. Peak warriors were fighting hand to hand. Peak chess cultivators were fighting hand to hand. The two of them went back and forth, as if they were fighting to the end. High up in the sky, the 500 chess sages were also staring at the game. When they saw the game, the 500 chess sages' anger disappeared, and was replaced by shock. That game? It's Old Man Guanxi's game? Wu Yazi? He's Old Man Guanxi's successor? It's the same game as back then. What an amazing game! The 500 chess sages looked at the game below in shock. It was obvious that Old Man Guanxi had left an incomparably deep impression on the sages. Even after 1,000 years, no one had forgotten that memory. In fact, it had only become more and more vivid. The sages were the only ones who could keep up with Gu Hai's game. After a round of exclamations, they all held their breaths and looked at the game. Old Man Guanxi had been able to enter the sacred temple of Wendao back then. Not only had he gained the recognition of the chess sages, but he had also likely suppressed them. The best chess master in the world was not only from 800 years ago, but also from ancient times. Now Gu Hai's moves were so close that the chess sages seemed to have forgotten everything for a moment. Gu Hai and Wu Yazi's moves affected everyone's hearts. However, at that moment a figure ran over. It was Gauchen who ran over anxiously. Master, this is bad. The people in the Guqin battle area have finished composing their songs. They are going to attack you. Master, what should we do now? In the Guqin battle area, the sages had composed songs using the word villain to slander Gu Hai. At that moment, all the music masters had finished composing their songs. Music masters from all over the world were ready to go at that moment. Ding! All of a sudden, the sound of a Guqin was heard. Xuanan? The faces of countless cultivators around immediately darkened. Is he trying to take advantage of the situation again? He's messing with Mr. Good, and then sneaking up on Mr. Good with Guqin while Mr. Good was preoccupied. Shameless villain! Mu Chunfeng glared from afar. Xuanan! Bingheim's expression was cold. The people around looked even more annoyed. The chess sages were focused on Gu Hai's game, but the music sages were not. That was especially so for the music sages who had been cheering the most. The sound of the Guqin is long and sinister. It's a song to describe villains. Let me hear it. What do you think of the song? If it's good, we don't mind recommending it to you, the music sages said with a smile. Thank you, sages. My song is called Demons and Monsters. 4 little ghosts, accompany the villain and fight with the villain, Schwanen said with a smile. As he spoke, his hands quickly plucked the strings. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the guqin was very melodious. It went straight for Gu Hai, but there were no illusions. However, the void in front of Schwanen seemed to tremble. Roar, 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 roar. 4 loud roars came from the trembling void. Look, the void is moving. It's trembling. Ah, a monster is crawling out of it. What an ugly monster. It's 10 feet tall. What a tall monster. Not 1, but 4. What kind of monster is this? 4 hands so ugly, so disgusting. What a powerful aura. This aura should be the strength of the Central Celestial Palace, right? The powerhouse who played the Central Celestial Palace with the guqin? Shocked expressions could be heard from all around. 4 monsters slowly crawled out of the void and roared into the sky. Immediately, the painting method contestants nearby were so scared that they stumbled and retreated to the side. Boom, boom, boom. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Turning the guqin into monsters? Schwanen's guqin skills are so good? Takashi Ryushin said in shock. His Holiness, Schwanen used the guqin to turn the monsters into demons and monsters. This is to deal with Gu Hai. Gu Hai is now playing chess. Can he handle it? Sima Zongheng said with a frown. Daiqiansheng did not say anything. Baiming Shou, who was beside him, shook his head and said, if the person playing chess with Gu Hai is him, then there is no need to worry. The officials were stunned. Master, what should we do? What should we do? Which song should I play? Gauchen looked anxious. That was the peerless powerhouse of the Central Celestial Palace. Which song could he use? Not far away, Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Prepare the sky-piercing cannon. They could only use the sky-piercing cannon to deal with the Central Celestial Palace. No. Mo Yike immediately stopped her. But what should we do with the 4 monsters? During the competition, outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Don't disturb His Majesty. His Majesty will tell us when he wants the sky-piercing cannon. Mo Yike shook his head. But Mu Chenfeng looked anxious. Master, master. As the demons kept attacking, Gauchen became more and more anxious. Schwanen, who was opposite him, sneered and played faster and faster. The guqin sages also watched coldly. It looked like the 4 evil spirits were about to reach Gu Hai. Gu Hai slightly furrowed his brows. Before he could say anything, Wu Yazi smiled and said, Mr. Good, do you remember what I told you? Gu Hai slightly furrowed his brows. Wu Yazi smiled. 30 games. You can form the Central Celestial Palaces Zhang Sanfeng and Dongfang without losing, right? That's right. Gu Hai nodded. Then what about 31? Wu Yazi smiled. 31? Gu Hai slightly furrowed his brows. Gu Hai hadn't been able to do it because the conditions didn't allow for it. Wu Yazi smiled. 31. You can form the Central Celestial Palace. As he spoke, Wu Yazi gently placed a white stone on the board. Pa. When the chess piece was placed down, a white fog suddenly appeared from the chessboard. The moment the fog appeared, it immediately condensed into a white-clothed figure. A strong cold chi spread out from the white-clothed figure. Whoosh! A cold wind swept through the central plaza, and snow began to fall from the sky. Wu Yazi's Go energy had condensed into a person. Great Emperor Shiyu? Mo Yike, who was in the distance, almost cried out in surprise. Whoosh! Everyone who had seen Shiyu the Great was in an uproar. Countless people were stunned by the scene of snow fluttering in the air and the figure in white robes. Shiyu the Great had condensed the Central Celestial Palace using Go energy? It really is him. Daiqiansheng narrowed his eyes. Schwanen, who had condensed the 4 evil spirits with his Zither Dao, was also stunned. However, all they saw was Great Emperor Shiyu, who was formed by Wu Yazi's Go power, coldly looking at the demons and monsters before pointing a finger. Boom! One of the 30-foot-tall evil spirits exploded with a single finger. Is that really Shiyu the Great? Didn't you say that the laws of Go no longer exist in this world? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Wu Yazi smiled. That's for others. I'm different from others. Mr. Good, continue. While Wu Yazi was speaking, Emperor Shiyu slashed out with a karate chop at the 3 evil spirits. Boom, boom, boom. As for the other 3 powerful evil spirits, they exploded with a loud bang. The explosion of the 4 evil spirits created a storm that spread out in all directions. The future Buddha, Taishang, and Taichu's expressions changed. Chapter 564. Wu Yazi used the power of chess to form Shiyu the Great. It instantly destroyed the demons and monsters, and the backlash rushed toward Xuanan. Pft! Xuanan spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Shiyu the Great in shock. Xuanan wasn't the only one. The other cultivators' expressions changed as well. Was this a battle between chess and zither? The zither had formed the demons and monsters' Dharma idol, while the chess had formed the Shiyu the Great Dharma idol. Were they fighting each other? It was obvious that the chess was superior. The crowd was in an uproar. Meanwhile, the faces of the peerless powerhouses sank. They knew that the zither hadn't lost to the chess, but the zither player had lost to the chess player. Wu Yazi was most likely facing Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi? You're just an elder of the Taishang sect. You want to fight him? Xuanan clutched his chest. Wu Yazi urged Gu Hai to play his piece. Gu Hai turned to look at Shiyu the Great, who was surrounded by snow. A chessboard? Was it enough to form such a peerless powerhouse? The faces of the sages in the sky darkened. 1,000 years ago, Old Man Guanxi was like this. Back then, Old Man Guanxi used chess to form the Tao of Chess Dharma idol to deal with a zither expert. He was like this 1,000 years ago. Is he still like this now? The sages in the sky were depressed. After all, they were dealing with Gu Hai. Why was Wu Yazi interfering? Continue, all of you continue to play, everyone play. The zither saint shouted. Yes. Countless zither players in the zither battle area played their instruments. 7 kills glanced at Qing Emperor. The Lotus Emperor was glaring at Wu Yazi. After the initial shock, he chuckled. Monarch. 7 kills sent a voice transmission. Play it. How does my song compare to Shiyu the Great? Qing Emperor said calmly. Yes. 7 kills replied. Cling, 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 cling. Following the saint's command, the zither masters began to play their tunes one after another. For a moment, dark clouds covered the entire central square. Amidst the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, it seemed as if billions of demons were about to rush out from the dark clouds. Roar! Suddenly, giant black snakes rushed out from the dark clouds, opening their bloody mouths and charging towards Gu Hai. Humph! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the black snakes in the sky exploded. As the music played, ferocious evil spirits crawled out from the ground and pounced on Gu Hai. All the filthy things showed how sinister the villains were. The music was gloomy and there were thousands of demons. For a moment, the central square was filled with countless demons. They only had one goal, to tear apart Gu Hai. The heavenly sages were looking forward to it. Ridiculous! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Whoosh! A raging blizzard rushed out, freezing all the wraiths and demons into ice sculptures. The power of Heavenly Palace was invincible. I didn't know the art of chess was so powerful. That's because the player is powerful. What's the use of playing chess? Look, what's that person playing? While the people were discussing, 7 kills began to play one of Qing Emperor's songs. Cling, cling, cling. As soon as the song was played, the sound seemed to suppress all the other music. The heavenly sages looked over. However, they saw a rolling green aura suddenly appear in front of 7 kills. The green aura slowly formed a vortex. The vortex emitted a terrifying aura. As soon as the aura appeared, It seemed to want to swallow all the living beings around it. Some of the zither demons retreated. This song is very strange, a sage said with a frown. A song of the past life? Another sage said in shock. Song of the past life? Countless cultivators' expressions changed. Amateus Buddha, the song of the past life? A song that sends people into reincarnation? Is this a song of the past life created by Qing Emperor? The future Buddha said with a frown. What's the song of the past life? Mu Chunfeng saw something amiss from the shocked looks of the powerhouses around. The song of the past life, the mantra of the past life, and the song of the past life. It's said that this kind of sound shouldn't appear in this world. It's the sound of reincarnation and can lead one's soul to reincarnation. Rumor has it that the song of the past life can lead one's soul to reincarnation. The powerful song of the past life can even lead to reincarnation. Mo Yike's expression changed. The Greenwood song of the past life. Please enlighten me. 7 kills shouted coldly. The Greenwood song of the past life continued playing. The soul-sucking aura suddenly surged towards Gu Hai. Shiyu the Great instantly stood in front of Gu Hai, blocking him. Then, he extended his hand, wanting to send a palm strike towards that green vortex. Buzz! However, the suction force was too strange. Shiyu the Great's power seemed to have lost its effect. The suction force pulled Xiao Chen to the entrance and was about to suck him in. Not good. Shiyu the Great is just a Go Dao dermic idol, a Xingyi body. The song of the past life has the greatest effect on this. Baiming Shou, who was in the distance, said. Rumble. Shiyu the Great struggled, but that green vortex continued to suck him in. It seemed like it was going to swallow him up. Qing Emperor, the zither test this time is villain, not reincarnation. You have deviated from the topic. Stop immediately. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Ding Ding shouted with a sullen expression. Ding Ding was the host of the zither test. He had to stand up now. Is that so? In that case, why don't you ask the judges if I deviated from the topic? Qing Emperor retorted indifferently. Now that Shiyu the Great was trapped, it was clear that the Greenwood song of the past life was more powerful. All the sages wanted to embarrass Gu Hai. How could they refute Qing Emperor? Ding Ding, we are the judges. It is not up to you to decide if you deviated from the topic. The Greenwood song of the past life is very good. How is it deviating from the topic? The zither sage shouted coldly. Ding Ding's expression sank. Continue. Ah, what a great Greenwood song of the past life. Where are the others? Have you all lost your minds? Continue. Don't stop. The zither sage shouted again. Now, Heavenly Emperor Shiyu was already pinned down. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Ding, ding, ding. All the zither participants started playing again. Xuanan, who had been injured earlier, started playing again. Ding, ding, ding. Gu Hai? Ah. Let's see what you can do now. Xuanan, Qi Sha, and the others had ferocious looks on their faces. Mr. Good, let's play chess in peace. I'll just make another move on the noisy zither test. Wu Yazi said with a faint smile. While they were talking, clap. When the Go piece was placed, a large silver fog suddenly surged out from the Go board. The fog once again coalesced into a Go Dao dermic idol. Who is it this time? Can they stop the thousands of zither Dharma idols? Countless people were curious. The Go Dharma idol became clearer as the people were worried. Gu Hai turned his head and saw an unfamiliar old man. He was wearing a long silver robe, and even his eyebrows were silver. He had a calm expression and an extraordinary presence. The old man held a zither in his hands. He looked up at the rolling dark clouds in the sky and sighed. Who is he? I don't know him. Who knows who he is? Is he more powerful than Shiyu the Great? Countless people were curious. They obviously didn't know who he was. Even the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty looked curious. Only Gaochen and Ding Ding's expressions changed abruptly. Thud. Gauchen immediately knelt down and said in shock, Mister, you're alive? Gauchen's exclamation surprised Gu Hai. Nearby, Ding Ding also wanted to kneel. However, he stopped himself. Even so, his eyelids twitched. Mr. Silvermoon? Ding Ding exclaimed in shock. Mr. Silvermoon was the founder of Silvermoon Mountain Villa. He created Gauchen, Pajuan, Ding Ding, and Lu Ji. To think that Wu Yazi used his Go energy to condense such a Dharma idol. Mr. Silvermoon? How can this be? How did Wu Yazi condense such an old monster with his Go energy? 7 Kill's expression changed. Then, he saw Mr. Silvermoon reach out and play his zither. As the evil spirits approached, Mr. Silvermoon gently waved his hand. Ding, 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 boom. A saber shaped like a billion silver moons shot out, instantly shattering the evil spirits and the surrounding ghosts. Humph! So what if you are Mr. Silvermoon? This is no longer your era. 7 Kills glared at him. He played his zither, and the green vortex suddenly sucked Shiyu the Great into it. Then, the vortex charged at Mr. Silvermoon. Ding, 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 ding. Mr. Silvermoon played a tune. Strangely, a green vortex appeared in front of Mr. Silvermoon. My Greenwood Farewell Song? Qing Emperor's expression darkened. Mr. Silvermoon had copied the song in the blink of an eye and modified it, making it even more powerful. Qing Emperor's expression turned gloomy. 7 Kills expression changed. That's impossible. You are just a zither Dharma idol. Mr. Silvermoon ignored him and continued playing his zither. The effect of the farewell song grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it surged toward all the zither contestants. Oh no! Oh no! Schwanen cried out, his expression changing. In an instant, all the zither contestants couldn't move. It was as if their souls were being taken away. It was obvious that all the zither contestants were going to lose this battle. Humph! In the sky, the zither saint snorted. As she snorted, her body flashed, an array of white light shot toward a zither master. The zither master's playing suddenly became more than 10 times more powerful. A giant ghost rushed to the vortex. Boom! Mr. Silvermoon's rebirth vortex exploded with a loud boom. Saint, what are you doing in a contestant's body? Are you trying to help him compete? Are you trying to cheat? Ding Ding shouted angrily. The zither saint's body was still in the air, but her mind had entered the zither master's body. She turned her head and said, I am trying to test this zither master's ability. The rules of the competition allow it. Ding Ding's expression darkened. Ha, that's right. I can't hear the zither master clearly sometimes, but I can use my mind to feel the feelings in his music. I can. Me too. Me too. The 500 zither saints suddenly sent their minds into the zither master's body. They were using the excuse of testing the zither master to deal with Mr. Silvermoon and Gu Hai. In an instant, the atmosphere of the competition changed. The judges had also entered the arena and were about to cheat. Mr. Silvermoon versus the 500 saints.